Chapter 3172. The hidden star sword had followed Fong Qin to conquer the world. The latter was born from blood and was already at the peak of the half-step martial emperor realm. It was only a step away from the martial emperor realm. Now, it had absorbed a rare treasure like the glazed golden stone and broke through to the martial emperor realm, becoming the undisputed king of swords. Not bad, not bad. This long sword has the aura of the weapon used by the Tianyi Sword Emperor, said one of the old men with a smile. In their era, the Tianyi Sword Emperor was the undisputed Sword Emperor. His attainments in the sword Dao had reached an unimaginable level. The long sword he used was unparalleled. Countless sword cultivators regarded it as the strongest sword weapon. Although the current hidden star sword could not be compared to the weapon used by the Tianyi Sword Emperor, the potential of the hidden star sword was infinite. With the help of the glazed golden stone, it was very likely to become the strongest weapon in the future. Buzz! The hidden star sword let out a sword cry. It was very cheerful. At the same time, light flowed on the sword and sword-shaped runes were faintly discernible. A terrifying sword Dao aura spread out. Since ancient times, weapons that could be called emperor weapons had very strong self-consciousness. The hidden star sword was no exception. It had just broken through and began to protect Fong Qin. Whoosh! Whoosh! The hidden star sword left the hands of the rusty-robed old man and floated above Fong Qin's head. Rays of light surged and countless sword Dao aura poured down and drilled into Fong Qin's mind. Dong! Dong! Fong Qin's mind was greatly impacted. His body began to tremble slightly and the blood in his body was boiling. Vaguely, he caught a glimpse of that mysterious aura. Whoosh! Suddenly, Fong Qin stood up. The hidden star sword seemed to know what its master wanted to do. Its sword body shook and the tip of the sword carried a powerful force that cut through the void. Boom! Vast power erupted and a ball of gray light was exposed in front of Fong Qin. This is it. He had been comprehending the mystery of the Boundary Mountain all these years. Today, with the help of the hidden star sword, he finally caught it. He stretched out his big hand and joined hands with the star-hidden sword to encircle and suppress this mass of gray light. Got him. The gray light couldn't escape and was caught in Fong Qin's palm. Suddenly, an endless stream of information drilled into Fong Qin's mind. Have you finally comprehended it? When the old men saw this, their faces were filled with gratification as they laughed heartily. Rumble! Fong Qin opened his palm, and the gray light actually disappeared. At the same time, he was shocked to discover that the sky above Spirit Formation Mountain had split apart. A deafening sound resonated through the sky. In the crack in the void, there was a path that led to the horizon. The path was formed by a terrifying force, giving the crowd a shocking feeling. This is, Fong Qin mumbled to himself. This path contained countless powerful auras. His blood was boiling. Could this be the profoundness of the Spirit Formation Mountain? Fong Qin carefully searched through the information that had just drilled into his mind. Finally, he learned the secrets of this path. The ancient road of spacetime. Vaguely, Fong Qin felt that the reason why those people from the past could appear in this spacetime was because of the ancient road of spacetime. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, the red-robed old man stepped on the clouds. A vast amount of power surged from his body as he rushed towards the ancient road of spacetime. Stop him! When the rust-robed old man and the others saw the red-robed old man, their expressions changed drastically. They urged, quickly enter the ancient road of spacetime. Rumble! The old men instantly fought with the red-robed old man. Stubborn! The red-robed old man opened his palm and pressed down. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A violent storm rose and the entire Spirit Formation Mountain was shrouded in a powerful shadow. While everyone was fighting Tu Wanma's aura sword, he appeared out of thin air and plunged into the ancient road of spacetime. Tu Wanma! Fong Qin recognized Tu Wanma. At this moment, The demonic aura on Tu Wanma's body gave off a terrifying feeling. What did he go through? Fang Chen was shocked. However, there was not much time left for him. The red-robed old man was too strong. The old men were quickly suppressed. Fang Chen originally wanted to help, but he was stopped by the rust-robed old man. Quickly go in. Don't worry about us. Fang Chen opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he stopped. In the end, he gritted his teeth and plunged into the ancient road of spacetime. All of you must die. Seeing Tu Wanma successfully enter the ancient road of spacetime, the red-robed old man's face was ferocious. He said eerily, "All of you must die." Then, an incomparably violent power surged from the red-robed old man's palms and gathered into two balls. Boom! The scarlet balls smashed into the Spirit Formation Mountain. The entire Spirit Formation Mountain was instantly destroyed. The figures of the old men were submerged in it. Crack! The red-robed old man took a step forward and chased after them. The black dagger in his hand gently slashed, and the old men were completely killed. Whoosh! The red-robed old man glanced at the ancient road of spacetime that was about to close and entered it. However, even he didn't notice that when the ancient road of spacetime was about to close, a hidden figure had entered it. The Spirit Formation Mountain was destroyed. A terrifying storm swept through the entire Spirit Formation Mountain. Countless world lords who were in seclusion came out. What happened? Why is the Spirit Formation Mountain shaking? Could it be that someone broke through to the World King level? Impossible. How can it be so easy to break through to the World King level? A treasure must have appeared. The shaking came from the Spirit Formation Mountain. Let's go and take a look. In an instant, world lords from all over headed towards the Spirit Formation Mountain. However, when they saw the Spirit Formation Mountain from afar, they were completely stunned. The Spirit Formation Mountain was destroyed? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. What was going on? Why was the Spirit Formation Mountain in ruins? Why was it destroyed? Who did it? Many world lords shook their heads. Their faces were pale. This was because a name appeared in their minds. Let's go. Thinking of the Sky Heart World Lord, they didn't say anything and hurriedly left. They were afraid that they would be killed by him. Hoo. A moment later, all the world lords had left. Only the ruined Spirit Formation Mountain remained standing on the plains. Xiao. After an unknown amount of time, 4 figures came from 4 different directions. What happened? Shinshin School's Blazeheart World Lord was shocked when he saw the Spirit Formation Mountain destroyed. A shocking battle happened here. Could there be another transcendent World Lord besides us? Jing Lang World Lord asked. Ouyang Luoshue's beautiful eyes flashed. She stared at the ruins in front of her and fell into deep thought. Merciless World Lord emitted a gloomy aura and poisonous gas surrounded him. His voice was hoarse as he said, "With such a huge commotion, it's impossible for Tu Wanma to not know. However, among the 5 of us, only he didn't come." You're saying that the person who fought with Sky Heart World Lord was Tu Wanma? Jing Lang World Lord asked with wide eyes. Very likely. Blazeheart Realm Lord muttered, "I've interacted with Tu Wanma a few times. This person is very shrewd and gives off a very dangerous feeling. The destruction of Boundary Mountain this time is most likely due to his battle with Sky Heart Realm Lord. As for the reason for the battle, I guess there are 2 possibilities. First, it's a personal grudge between them. Second, they discovered the secret of Spirit Formation Mountain at the same time and fought over it. Although the other 3 didn't say anything, they tacitly agreed with the second possibility mentioned by Blazeheart Realm Lord. Then where are they? Jing Lang World Lord asked. Blazeheart World Lord spread out his divine sense and searched carefully, but he didn't find anything. Maybe there's a secret treasure on Spirit Formation Mountain. They entered it and were isolated from the outside world. Then what should we do? Jing Lang World Lord continued to ask. It's extremely difficult to find the secret treasure, but we can't give up. After speaking, Blazeheart World Lord jumped and stood on the ruins of Spirit Formation Mountain, searching for the entrance. Jing Lang World Lord and Merciless World Lord also came to the ruins. They didn't want to miss any chance. Only Ouyang Luoxua nodded lightly and turned to leave. Under the setting sun, her slender figure looked even more beautiful. Interesting fellow. Ouyang Luoxua's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. Chapter 3173. The Ancient Road of Spacetime. The vast spacetime aura filled the entire ancient road. Fang Chen was on the ancient road and felt the power in his body erupting. His understanding of spacetime was getting deeper and deeper. He took a deep breath and tried his best to stabilize the shock in his heart. He looked around and carefully observed his surroundings. This is the ancient road of spacetime? Fang Chen muttered. In his mind, there was information about the ancient road of spacetime. I didn't expect that ball of gray light to be the key to opening the ancient road of spacetime. Fang Chen said. The mystery of Boundary Mountain was on the ancient road of spacetime. Who was it that created such a majestic ancient road of spacetime? It's really amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. His attainments in spacetime were already very strong. However, in front of the creator of the ancient road of spacetime, it was insignificant. Back then, in the galaxy universe, the bone progenitor created the spacetime Tao. After that, Fang Chen developed it. Now, Fang Chen's understanding of spacetime had reached a very high level. In terms of control of spacetime, no one could compare to him among the sector lords. However, after coming to the ancient road of spacetime, Fang Chen finally understood. In fact, spacetime wasn't the only Tao. The spacetime Tao that he and the bone progenitor cultivated was only one of the true great Tao of spacetime. The ancient road of spacetime contains many types of spacetime Tao. It's the closest to the great Tao of spacetime. The person who created it is at least an unparalleled expert like the reincarnation Sword Emperor, Fang Chen said softly. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen began to move forward. The ancient road of spacetime was vast and boundless. Fang Chen walked on it as if he was in the starry sky. The stars twinkled and streaked past him. He wanted to touch it with his hand, but he couldn't. 3 days later, Fang Chen stopped on the ancient road of spacetime because he discovered a star in front of him. The spacetime aura on this star was exactly the same as his spacetime Tao. Whoosh! Fang Chen leaped and arrived on the star. He knew that this was not a true star, but something that the master of the ancient road of spacetime had used some powerful method to create. 1. Inside the star, the spacetime power within Fang Chen's body suddenly erupted and merged with the spacetime aura of the star. Dong dong dong. At that instant, Fang Chen's comprehension of the spacetime Tao improved once again. The star-hidden sword suddenly trembled. Fang Chen held the sword hilt and a familiar aura drilled into his body. Glazed goldstone. Fang Chen felt the aura of the glazed golden stone. But soon, his heart trembled. That is the Great Rock Movement technique. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He didn't expect to obtain the Great Rock Movement technique in such an environment and in such a way. In his mind, the rock spread its wings and soared. Every time it flapped its wings, there was a strong rhythm. Fang Chen was stunned. The Great Rock Movement technique was the strongest movement technique of the Great Rock clan. It was fused with the spacetime Tao and was known as the fastest movement technique in the world. And now, it was fully displayed in his mind. So that's how it is. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the Great Rock Movement technique. In the star, the spacetime aura crazily poured into Fang Chen's body as if it was going to burst his body. Somewhere in the starry sky, ancient path. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. The Bloodline King candidate stood on a star and laughed crazily. This star was filled with death chi and a scarlet aura permeated the entire star. As long as I devour all the death chi in this star, I can become the strongest sector lord and even reach an even higher level. He seemed to have seen himself in the future and was very excited. Boom! All of a sudden, a heavy punch came whistling through the air. With a bang, the Bloodline King candidate was caught off guard and his body was sent flying. Fortunately, his physical defense was extremely strong and he only suffered a light injury. Who are you? The Bloodline King candidate stared at the person and said coldly. I want this star. If you want to live, get lost. Tu Wanma's attitude was very arrogant and did not put the Bloodline King candidate in his eyes. Hearing this, the latter laughed eerily. It has been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this. You are not bad. As he spoke, blood chi gushed out from the Bloodline King candidate's body and countless unique bloodline powers appeared crazily. I have yet to meet an opponent in the same realm. You want me to get lost with just you? The Bloodline King candidate scolded. He grabbed with his hand and the blood ball formed by the bloodline power smashed towards Tu Wanma. Worship of 10,000 demons. Tu Wanma roared and demonic aura filled the sky. He held the sky demon's steel fork and pierced towards the blood ball like a demon god. Dong! The blood ball exploded and the bloodline power rushed into the sky demon's steel fork. However, Tu Wanma shook his wrist and the bloodline power was forced out. Your bloodline power is very strong. Unfortunately, I am no longer the Tu Wanma of the past. As he spoke, Tu Wanma walked step by step towards the Bloodline King candidate. He licked his dry lips. I will kill you and sacrifice you to my sky demon's steel fork. Let's go. The Bloodline King candidate seemed to have noticed something and a tinge of fear flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed and left the star. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His figure disappeared as soon as he entered the ancient road of spacetime. You escaped quickly, Tu Wanma said coldly. Then he raised the sky demon's steel fork and stabbed it down with all his strength. Dong, 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 dong. The star shook and all the deathly aura gathered on the sky demon's steel fork. A moment later, cracks appeared on the star and the deathly aura disappeared. Tu Wanma pulled out the sky demon's steel fork and entered the ancient road of spacetime. Next star. Not long after he left, the star could no longer support it and shattered. The ancient road of spacetime trembled. The ancient road of spacetime was mysterious. A few days later, Fang Chen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. The rock movement technique is indeed profound. He had already comprehended the foundation of the rock movement technique. If he wanted to go further, he needed an opportunity. As for the spacetime aura on the star, it had been completely absorbed. It's time to leave. Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the ancient road of spacetime. Along the way, Fang Chen discovered many stars. The energy contained in each star was completely different from the others. It was as if these stars were created for the martial artists who stepped into the ancient road of spacetime. In the following time, Fang Chen found a few similar stars and continued to comprehend the rock movement technique and absorb the spacetime aura. Finally, half a year later, he found the convergence point of the rock movement technique and the Tao of spacetime. I see. On a barren star, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. As long as I have time, I will definitely be able to completely integrate the rock movement technique and the Tao of spacetime. Fang Chen said confidently. Let's test the speed of the rock movement technique first. The rock movement technique was activated and Fang Chen's body disappeared into the void with a whoosh. In the next second, he appeared on the other side of the star. What a fast speed! My initial estimation is that it has at least doubled my previous speed, Fang Chen said. Moreover, when Fang Chen was experimenting with the rock movement technique, he also discovered some other mysteries. For example, traveling through spacetime was even sharper. There was almost no obstruction and it was easy to travel through spacetime. Moreover, it saved more energy in the body. Overall, the advantage of the rock movement technique was too obvious. With my current speed, I'm afraid no one among the sector lords can catch up with me, right? Fang Qin muttered. Of course, nothing was absolute. Although he was confident in his speed, he still had to be careful. Some special treasures or special environments might limit one's speed advantage. I vaguely feel that at the end of the ancient road of spacetime, there is a shocking secret waiting for me to uncover. Retracting his aura, Fang Qin returned to the ancient road of spacetime. He looked at the endless front and muttered, I have to familiarize myself with the ancient road of spacetime as soon as possible. Along the way, I will comprehend the rock movement technique and increase my strength. No matter the time, being strong was the most important. Starlight flickered and the stars rotated, making the ancient road of spacetime less lonely. Fang Qin shuttled through it and moved forward quickly. One day, he sensed a unique aura and he was shocked. Bloodline King candidate? Fang Qin muttered. I didn't expect him to enter the ancient road of spacetime too. Chapter 3174. The ancient road of time and space, the stars move. Standing on the ancient road was like standing in an endless space and time. The majestic aura of space and time was everywhere. Every inch of space contained a completely different aura of space and time. If one could cultivate here for a long time, it would be like heaven for a spacetime martial artist. Now, although Fang Qin hadn't been on the ancient road of time and space for long, his comprehension of the Tao of space and time had risen to another level. If he could completely fuse the rock movement technique with his own Tao of space and time, his speed would rise to the limit. Even if he encountered a World King powerhouse, he would have nothing to fear. But right now, Fang Qin had many things to do. First, he had to deal with the crisis in front of him. Hoo. On the distant ancient road of time and space, a black shadow rapidly shuttled through space and time. In the blink of an eye, it was only 10 feet away from Fang Qin. His body exuded a powerful aura. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Qin. You're the only one left. The first words he said after arriving shocked Fang Qin. Soon, Fang Qin understood what he meant. That day, in the square of the world capital, he had felt the aura of several bloodline king candidates. But now, this person said that he was the only one left. Then, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had already killed everyone else. The only candidate for bloodline king is me. No one else is worthy or qualified to obtain the power of the bloodline king. The black shadow coldly said. His face was full of ridicule, as if he didn't place Fang Qin in his eyes at all. Dong dong dong. At the same time, he stamped his foot and the entire ancient road of time and space trembled. A terrifying aura instantly filled the air. He was using his aura to suppress Fang Qin. Kacha. Sword-shaped runes flashed around Fang Qin's body, directly dispersing the oppressive aura. Is this little trick interesting? Fang Qin shrugged. Humph. The black shadow coldly snorted, killing intent surging. I'm curious, where do you get the courage to be so calm? Is it only because you've become a transcendent? At this point, the black figure licked his dry lips and revealed a sinister look. Before you, those guys were also transcendent. However, they still died in my hands in the end. Do you think you'll be lucky enough to escape? What's the point of saying all this? As the inheritors of the bloodline king, you and I should know that we cannot coexist. Fang Qin muttered, originally, I didn't plan to meet you so soon, but I didn't expect you to come to me yourself. How pretentious. When he saw Fang Qin's arrogant attitude, the black figure's face darkened completely. Voila! He spread out his large hands and suddenly slapped towards Fang Qin. Boundless bloodline power quickly condensed into a palm print, causing the ancient road of time and space to tremble. You have the power of a bloodline monarch. Do you think I don't? Fang Qin stood quietly, with a special bloodline circling around his body. His Emperor Realm defense was fully activated, allowing the terrifying palm print to hit his body. However, his body was not injured at all. Even his clothes did not show any signs of damage. This scene caused the black figure's pupils to shrink, and he cried out involuntarily. Emperor Realm physical body? The mocking look on his face completely disappeared and was replaced with a solemn look. He could not imagine that this guy in front of him had cultivated his physical body to the Emperor Realm. How much potential did this require? He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. The Emperor Realm physical body was too powerful. It would be difficult to kill this guy. I have to admit that you're the strongest candidate I've ever seen. The black figure said, however, the final victory will still belong to me. Boom. The black figure completely released his extraordinary strength and his attack power reached the strongest. Whoosh. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and a loud sword cry resounded through the sky. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and gently swung it. I haven't used this sword move since I created it. Let's test it on you. After that, he fully displayed the 8th move of the invincible sword art, the star-breaking sword. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure was like a breeze, shuttling through the ancient road of time and space. The black figure could not catch a trace of Fang Chen at all. Damn it! The black figure clenched his fists and roared in anger. So what if you're fast? The black figure's fists punched out crazily. This piece of heaven and earth was torn apart. He wanted to force Fang Chen out with absolute strength. However, he did not know that Fang Chen was using the legendary Great Rock Movement Technique, the most powerful movement technique of the pure-blooded Great Rocks from the ancient times. Although he had not fully comprehended it, there were not many people in the Realm City who could catch up with him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure was constantly flickering and the hidden star sword was constantly changing along with his body. In just a breath's time, dense sword light appeared on the ancient road of time and space. These sword light gathered together and emitted a dazzling light. Starlight flickered and intertwined with the sword light. The hidden star sword bore the brunt and rushed toward the black figure with endless sword light. Get lost. The black figure was furious and suddenly punched out. Crack! However, his defense was vulnerable in front of the hidden star sword. The star-breaking sword was too powerful. In just one exchange, the black figure was shrouded by the dense sword light and let out a miserable cry. Boom! All of the sword lights suddenly shattered, and a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Bang! Half of the black figure's body was destroyed by the hidden star sword. The remaining half of his body spurted out blood, his face was pale and his breath was weak. Ah! The black figure roared to the sky and his heart was filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that Fang Chen's strength was too strong and exceeded his expectations. Run! As long as there's life, there's hope. The black shadow was terrified and wanted to escape. Trying to escape? The remaining power of the star-breaking sword was still there. Fang Chen tiptoed and held the hidden star sword in his hand and performed the star-breaking sword again. Poochie! Although the black figure tried to dodge, he still couldn't resist the attack of the sword light. The dazzling sword light instantly sank into the black figure's body. In the next second, half of the black figure's body directly exploded and flesh and blood splattered. His primordial spirit light cluster desperately tried to escape. If I let you escape right under my nose, how am I going to survive in the future? Fang Chen performed the rock body technique and his speed soared to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the black figure's primordial spirit light cluster. Time, stop. Fang Chen said softly. In an instant, the entire time and space completely stopped. However, at this critical moment, a strong storm suddenly blew on the ancient road of time and space. The black figure's primordial spirit light cluster disappeared into it. Dong! Fang Chen's iron fist whistled through the air, but it hit nothing. The spatial storm dissipated in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Fang Chen looked at the disappearing spatial storm and cursed. However, he quickly recovered his mood. The primordial spirit light cluster that entered the spatial storm was a dead end. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his palm and sucked the black figure's flesh and blood to his side. Then, he absorbed all the bloodline power in the flesh and blood into his body. Whoosh! In the flesh and blood of the black figure, Fang Chen found a blood-red bead. Bloodline bead. Fang Chen could feel that this blood-red bead contained an extremely powerful bloodline power. It seemed that all the bloodline power that the black figure had absorbed before was nurtured in it. Then, he absorbed the bloodline bead into his body. Suddenly, all the bloodline power in his body rushed into the bloodline bead. Then, his aura skyrocketed and his strength soared. Bloodline King, Fang Chen murmured with a deep look in his eyes. The more he absorbed the bloodline power, the more Fang Chen felt the terror of the Bloodline King. What is he planning? Why did he choose so many candidates? Fang Chen racked his brains. He had only absorbed a small amount of bloodline power, but his blood had undergone such a huge change. He was extremely shocked. Sitting cross-legged, Fang Chen began to refine the bloodline power. The ancient road of time and space returned to normal. It did not change because of the previous battle. The endless ancient road of time and space was filled with gray mist, as if he was in a fairyland. The aura of time and space filled the entire sky. Fang Chen's body was filled with blood-red aura. Each aura represented a bloodline power. These bloodline powers gathered together to form the strongest bloodline power, which was the power of the Bloodline King. Whoosh! 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 The black hole bloodline power was fully opened, forming a devouring black hole. It swallowed the bloodline bead and began to refine it. A few hours later, Fang Chen retracted his aura and slowly opened his eyes. Bloodline power is really mysterious. There were countless types of bloodline powers in the world. The Bloodline King was able to gather them all together to form a brand new power. This method was definitely unprecedented. The current me is almost invincible among the transcendents. Fang Chen murmured, Bloodline power, Emperor Realm physique, Emperor Realm hidden star sword and invincible sword techniques. If I were to use my full strength, ordinary transcendence would be instantly killed by me. The current him could be considered to have a foothold in the northern region. At the same time, he was curious. When he absorbed all the bloodline power of the candidates and became the only candidate, how strong would he be? He did not dare to imagine. Let's explore the ancient road of time and find the truth of the chaotic time and space. Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the depths of the ancient road of time and space. On a remote star on the ancient road of time and space. This place was desolate and the star had long been destroyed. A ball of Yuan spirit light floated in the star. Damned bastard! He destroyed my body, broke my cultivation, and stole my power. This is a hatred that will not rest until one of us is dead. The black figure roared in anger. One day I will personally kill you. Not only you, but also your wife and daughter, your family and friends. They will all die. The black figure's heart was filled with unprecedented anger. Fang Chen's attack destroyed his tens of thousands of years of hard work. Chapter 3175. In the ancient road of time and space, a figure was looming and moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was submerged in the thick fog. It had been a few months since Fang Chen had entered this place. During this period, he had gained a lot. Especially his attainments in the Tao of time and space, which had reached the peak of perfection. One day, Fang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He frowned slightly as he stared ahead. The immortal star core in his body was trembling slightly. A trace of immortal star power was automatically released and disappeared into the void. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Could there be immortal star power in the ancient road of time and space? Under normal circumstances, the immortal star core was in a static state and would not be disturbed by the outside world. There was only one possibility for this to happen, which was that there was immortal star power in front of the ancient road of time and space. Has the immortal emperor been here before? Fang Chen was even more confused. Let's go. Fang Chen stomped his feet and performed the rock body movement, moving forward quickly. At the same time, he also felt that the immortal star core was unusually active. In the void, there was a trace of immortal star power vaguely guiding Fang Chen forward. Whoosh, whoosh. The essence of the rock body movement was speed. Fang Chen stepped on the star-hidden sword and integrated the power of the glazed golden stone into the rock body movement. His speed rapidly increased by 30%. Shadows were left on the ancient road of time and space. Half a month later, Fang Chen saw an ancient castle, which was surrounded by dazzling gold and jade, surrounded by the aura of space-time. Outside of the castle were numerous stars that protected it. What's that? Fang Chen frowned as he stared at the castle. He could feel that there was a strong power in the castle. Buzz. At this moment, the immortal star core was completely agitated. Whoosh. 5 immortal star cores were separated from Fang Chen's body and suspended above his head. Dong. 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 The violent immortal star power condensed into a star power spear, carrying a strong storm and fiercely rushing toward the golden castle. Crack! When the astral power spear hit the golden castle, it was blocked by a layer of ripples. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sparks flew in all directions as the two of them intertwined, constantly consuming each other's energy. In the end, the astral spear shattered, and the defensive power of the castle was greatly reduced. Fang Chen looked into the distance and vaguely saw the scene inside the ancient castle. Instantly, he was tongue-tied. Inside the castle, there was a thick scepter that emitted a bright light. This was the immortal scepter that had once helped Fang Chen stop his enemies. Scepter of Immortality! Fang Chen cried out. He had been searching for the immortal scepter ever since he came out of the mysterious space. But alas, they had never been able to find it. In fact, they couldn't even find a single trace of it. He had once suspected that the immortal scepter had been broken or suppressed by someone. Why is it here? Fang Chen tried to communicate with the immortal scepter, but to no avail. It seems that the golden castle is blocking the aura outside the ancient road of spacetime. Fang Chen murmured. At the same time, Fang Chen also understood that the immortal star cores had acted strangely because they had sensed the presence of the immortal scepter. What's in the golden castle? On the vast ancient road of spacetime, there stood a golden castle. This ancient castle looked abnormally demonic. Could it be built by the creator of the ancient road of spacetime? Fang Chen slowly walked to the front of the golden castle. The 5 immortal star cores above his head emitted a terrifying power. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and activated his Emperor Realm strength, performing the 8th move of the invincible sword art, Star-Breaking Sword. Swoosh! A cold light illuminated the sky. A terrifying sword light burst out from the tip of the hidden star sword, causing people to tremble. Gotcha! The violent immortal star force was completely integrated into the sword light, and its power reached its peak. This sword could kill a transcendent sector lord, and one could imagine how powerful its attack was. Dong dong dong! The sword light fiercely hit the golden castle, and with an unstoppable force, it broke through the defenses of the golden castle and stabbed into the metallic walls of the castle. The entire golden castle trembled violently. Within the castle, the immortal scepter also noticed this scene. Through the cracks of the golden castle, it sensed Fang Chen's aura. Whoosh! The immortal scepter turned into a ray of light and rushed to the front of the golden castle. Gotcha! The immortal scepter hit the switch, and with a creak, the golden castle's door opened. Come in quickly. The immortal scepter's voice sounded from within. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he leaped and entered the golden castle. Dong! In just a breath's time, the golden castle closed again. Fang Chen looked at the immortal scepter and asked curiously, That day, after you blocked the enemy for me, where did you go? Why did you appear in the ancient road of spacetime? Hearing this, the Immortal Scepter said, I don't know. That day, when I blocked the enemy and was injured, I was smashed into the ground. I don't know what mechanism I triggered, but I inexplicably came here. This castle is very strange. There are restrictions everywhere, and my range of movement is very small. In the past few days, I found the mechanism to open the Golden Castle's door. The Immortal Scepter said. What did you find? Fang Chen nodded and then asked. Those powerhouses who were wandering in the boundary and died in the past walked out of the Golden Castle. The Immortal Scepter said. Come with me. While speaking, the Immortal Scepter brought Fang Chen to a square. In the center of the square there was a black altar. Do you see it? That black altar is the source. The Immortal Scepter said. The moment Fang Chen saw the black altar, his body froze. Around the black altar, spacetime was chaotic, and the origin was reversed. It was the first time he had seen such a strange place. So powerful! Sensing carefully, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim, Don't get close to the black altar. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to walk over, the Immortal Scepter stopped him and said, I wanted to explore before, but every time I got close to the black altar, I would fall into the chaotic spacetime. I even saw a corner of the ancient battle of gods in the chaotic spacetime. What? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. His eyes widened and his heart was full of waves. In the chaotic spacetime, he actually saw a corner of the ancient battle of gods? If your mind is not firm enough, it is very likely that you will get lost in the chaotic spacetime. The Immortal Scepter continued. Dong dong dong. The power in Fang Chen's body suddenly vibrated rhythmically. Fang Chen found that the hidden star sword also seemed to have a strange movement. This was the power of the glazed golden stone. Do you want me to enter the chaotic spacetime? Fang Chen looked at the hidden star sword and asked. The hidden star sword let out a sword cry, as if responding to Fang Chen. He knew that this was a wisp of the pure-blooded rock's obsession. Okay, I'll go and have a look. After saying that, Fang Chen took a step forward and came to the black altar. Suddenly, the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling filled his ears. Fang Chen felt that the world was spinning, as if he was in the reincarnation sword shuttle. It's a bit similar to the world of samsara, Fang Chen whispered, but after sensing it carefully, he still found that there was a little difference. The chaotic spacetime was obviously a level higher than the world of samsara. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chen appeared on a barren continent. The flames of war were everywhere and there was endless smoke. The whole continent was plunged into misery and suffering, and blood flowed like rivers. After seeing this scene, he was greatly shocked. Boom! Suddenly, a demonic beast appeared in the sky. It flapped its wings, and the whole continent was trembling. Die! The next moment, a black shadow roared. With a saber in his hand, he cut through the sky and hacked at the demonic beast's wings. Crack! The rock's wings were cut off and blood spurted out. It dragged its seriously injured body and desperately resisted. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. After saying that, the rock burned its blood essence, and its whole body turned into a sea of fire, burning the sky red. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The black shadow held the saber in his hand and attacked again. Every time he waved the saber, it would increase the rock's injuries. After waving the saber 9 times in a row, the rock's body was directly crippled. Poochie! The rock dragged its broken body and launched the last attack. The next moment, the continent trembled, and Fang Chen's vision turned black, and he returned to reality. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly withdrew from the black altar. Could it be that the rock is the pure-blooded rock in the enchantment? Chapter 3176. Time and space were in disorder, and Fang Chen saw a corner of the past. Moreover, it was a battle between a pure-blooded rock and a mysterious enemy. That battle was extremely tragic, and the entire continent was destroyed. He even wondered if the pure-blooded rock had fallen in that era. In the hidden star sword, the power of the glazed golden stone was constantly surging, and it seemed to be a little unstable. Dong dong dong. A series of shocking sounds sounded in Fang Chen's mind. Suddenly, a series of images appeared in his mind. These images were the tragic battle that he had just seen in the chaotic time and space. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Fang Chen noticed that something was wrong. Immediately, his pupils shrank, and he stared straight at the pure-blooded rock's battle scene. His trajectory. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. His body trembled, and he was stunned on the spot. Every time the pure-blooded rock's body turned, there was a very strange route. And this route just gave Fang Chen a sense of déjà vu. Thinking carefully, wasn't this the rock's movement technique? Thinking of this, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and inserted the hidden star sword in front of him. The aura of the glazed golden stone emerged and quickly drilled into his body. Guard me! Before Fang Chen closed his eyes, he transmitted his voice to the Immortal Scepter. The latter stood in front of the hidden star sword. Don't worry. Fang Chen's palm was constantly gesturing, and the trajectory of the pure-blooded rock flashed in his mind. Every shift made Fang Chen feel very shocked. The rock's aura surrounded Fang Chen's body. Time passed by minute, and Fang Chen's comprehension of the rock's movement technique was constantly improving. Outside the golden castle, suddenly, a mass of black aura appeared on the gray and foggy space-time ancient road. Taking a closer look, it was the primordial spirit light mass of the bloodline monarch candidate. After the battle with Fang Chen, his physical body was shattered, and his soul fled in panic. If he hadn't paid a sufficient price, how could he have escaped so easily? In the past few days, he had been walking the ancient path of spacetime in fear. He was constantly worried that his soul would be destroyed. Today, he suddenly discovered the Golden Castle. What is this? The Bloodline King candidate was extremely excited. At the end of the ancient road of time and space stood a golden castle. Perhaps this castle contained some heaven-shaking secret. At the thought of this, he manipulated his primordial spirit light cluster and quickly approached the golden castle. However, at that instant the space was torn apart, followed by a tremendous demonic aura. Dong! Tu Wanma's feet stomped heavily on the ancient path of time and space. The entire sky seemed to tremble. The stars around the golden castle also collided with each other heavily. Humph! A mere essence soul dares to enter the ancient path of spacetime? Tu Wanma's aura had undergone a completely different change. An unprecedented amount of demonic aura gathered on his body. In the stars of the ancient path of time and space, he had found the demonic inheritance left behind by a peerless demonic cultivator from the ancient times. After inheriting the demonic inheritance, his strength had become even more powerful. Now, he had condensed a demonic heart and was considered a true demonic cultivator. This golden castle belongs to me, Tu Wanma. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Wanma stretched out his hand and grabbed the primordial spirit light mass of the bloodline monarch candidate. Struggling. Looking at the struggling primordial spirit light mass in his palm, Tu Wanma sneered and crushed it with his palm. No, I am the bloodline monarch candidate. If you let me go, I can teach you the bloodline monarch's unique skill. At such a critical moment, he couldn't care less. He had to save his life first. Bloodline monarch? Hearing this, Tu Wanma's eyes narrowed, and his body trembled slightly. Immediately, a look of greed appeared in his eyes. The bloodline monarch candidate. He stared at the primordial spirit light mass, and a terrifying demonic aura appeared around him. It formed a huge whirlpool and pulled the primordial spirit light mass into the whirlpool. What are you trying to do? Seeing this, the bloodline monarch candidate exclaimed. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Tu Wanma's grasp. It is said that the bloodline monarch relied on his powerful bloodline power to reach the peak. Anyone who could obtain his bloodline power would possess powerful strength. Since you are the bloodline monarch candidate, you must have a powerful bloodline power flowing in your body, right? Speaking of this, Tu Wanma smiled eerily. Ever since he had condensed a demonic heart, Tu Wanma's heart had become even darker. In his world, as long as he could increase his strength, he would do anything. 1. The demonic aura whirlpool closed instantly, and the primordial spirit light mass was absorbed by Tu Wanma. In his mind, the primordial spirit of the bloodline monarch candidate was still struggling, but it was soon suppressed by him. 1. A large amount of information appeared in his mind. After a while, Tu Wanma smiled eerily, and a strange smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect World Lord Skyheart to be a bloodline monarch candidate, and his strength has reached such a level. Tu Wanma said in a deep voice, however, as long as you have not stepped into the realm of World King, I, Tu Wanma, have a way to kill you. Bang! Tu Wanma stomped his feet, and the bloodline power in his body surged. The entire sky became incomparably oppressive. His body was covered with a scarlet aura. The bloodline monarch candidate's strength was completely absorbed by him. As expected of the bloodline monarch's strength. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and it has such a powerful strength. If I can kill World Lord Skyheart and absorb his complete strength, my strength will definitely increase. Even if I don't break through to the realm of World King, I will be able to dominate the realm of World Lords. Not long after, Tu Wanma completely controlled the bloodline power of the bloodline monarch candidate. At this time, he slowly raised his head, and his gaze fell on the golden castle. Don't worry, you and I have a common enemy. I will help you take revenge. As Tu Wanma's voice fell, the struggle in his primordial spirit instantly disappeared. The bloodline monarch candidate had completely disappeared from this world. He never dreamed that he would die in the hands of another bloodline monarch candidate, but in the hands of Tu Wanma. As Tu Wanma approached the golden castle, he could feel a powerful seal. Watch me break it with a punch. Tu Wanma clenched his fist, and a monstrous demonic aura revolved around him as he punched out. Dong! The golden castle trembled and swayed. A crack appeared on the seal. Go in. Tu Wanma's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the crack. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly felt a terrifying power surging out from the crack. Hoo! Tu Wanma's figure was forced back. After stabilizing himself, Tu Wanma's black eyes stared at the golden castle. There's someone in the castle. Tu Wanma's voice was hoarse, and his face was extremely gloomy. That aura just now, although it wasn't strong, it gave me a sense of unease. Who is in the golden castle? Tu Wanma thought to himself. Could it be him? He thought of the red-robed old man, but soon he shook his head and rejected this idea. If it was the red-robed old man, he definitely wouldn't stop him. I don't believe that you can stop me for long. After thinking for a moment, Tu Wanma launched a frenzied attack. At this time, in the golden castle, a mysterious power floated around Fong Qin, and there were many rock shadows formed by the power of spacetime revolving around him. The immortal scepter was a little anxious. Tu Wanma is attacking the golden castle, and the seal is loosening. It's taking too long, and I can't stop him. In just one exchange, the immortal scepter could feel that Tu Wanma had completely demonized. He must have received the inheritance of an unparalleled demon emperor and formed a demon heart to demonize, the immortal scepter said. He glanced at Fong Qin, who was still comprehending. Immortal heaven and earth, seal the heavens. The immortal scepter made a crazy decision, and it instantly expanded, standing in front of the golden castle's gate. At the same time, it burned its origin energy to block Tu Wanma's attack. Buzz! At this moment, a loud and clear sword chime resounded throughout the ancient castle. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light whizzed, and the hidden star sword floated in front of the immortal scepter. Master is cultivating, and he can't be disturbed. I'll fight with you, the hidden star sword said. All right. The two emperor weapons worked together to stop the enemy, and the shaking of the golden castle gradually stabilized. The dazzling sword light and the immortal star force intertwined, forming a huge seal that covered the golden castle's gate, firmly sealing it. Chapter 3177. Sword chi and immortal star power intertwined, forming a golden cage that was engraved on the door of the golden castle, blocking Tu Wanma's attack. Damn it! Tu Wanma punched out, and the terrifying power hit the castle door, shaking the space-time ancient path. You want to stop me? Suddenly, demonic chi surged out of Tu Wanma's body. He stomped his foot, and his slender figure stood in front of the golden castle like a demon god. A long time ago, Tu Wanma didn't have this name. According to his words, his goal was to kill all the demons in the world. But now, he had fallen into the demon Tao. 1. Inside his body, a demon heart formed entirely by demon chi floated out. Tu Wanma opened his palm, and the demon heart landed in his palm. In an instant, the sky changed color and the castle shook. The most important and fundamental thing for a demonic cultivator was the legendary demon heart. Once a demonic cultivator could form a demon heart, they would leave the ordinary demonic cultivator and become a noble saint demonic cultivator. Tu Wanma held the demon heart in his hand, and vast power surged out. He clenched his fist and stepped out, arriving in front of the castle door. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, as if the end of the world had arrived. When the power in his fist had accumulated to a certain extent, he suddenly punched out. Boom! A pitch-black demonic chi enveloped his entire fist. When his fist collided with the castle's gate, the terrifying demonic heart released a powerful corrosive power. Even the gate of the castle, which was so strong, was actually corroded into a terrifying crack. The star-concealing sword and immortal scepter behind the castle door quickly retreated. Demon heart! The immortal scepter muttered, and its aura was very heavy. As a weapon that had followed the immortal emperor to battle, it had seen countless demonic cultivators. However, every saint demonic cultivator with a demon heart was extremely terrifying. Boom! Just as the two weapons were thinking, the castle door was blasted open, and Tu Wanma arrived. Emperor weapon! After seeing the star-concealing sword, Tu Wanma's eyes were filled with greed. He licked his dry lips and said in a gloomy voice, I didn't expect to encounter an imperial weapon the moment I entered the ancient castle. This ancient castle is indeed mysterious. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the immortal scepter. His body trembled, his eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied. Is it also an imperial weapon? Tu Wanma cried out involuntarily. A monarch weapon was enough to cause an uproar in the outside world. However, at that moment, the two imperial armaments before him were actually two imperial armaments. Furthermore, he was able to clearly sense that those two imperial armaments were filled with boundless power. It must be the personal weapon of an ancient expert. At the thought of this, Tu Wanma laughed eerily. He stretched out his hand and a monstrous demonic aura shot up into the sky, covering the entire golden castle. Suppress. He wanted to obtain the two imperial armaments. Thus, he decided to suppress them directly. Of course, he also knew that monarch armaments possessed intelligence. The slightest bit of carelessness would allow them to escape. Therefore, he directly activated his demonic heart and used the strongest demonic power to suppress the immortal scepter and the hidden star sword. 1. The hidden star sword released a powerful sword chi, while the immortal scepter released the immortal star power. However, weapons were ultimately weapons. If there was no one controlling them, their offensive power wouldn't be enough to defeat a transcendent world lord. Very easily, Tu Wanma suppressed them. What do we do now? The hidden star sword asked. He has a demonic heart. There's nothing we can do, the Immortal Scepter said helplessly. At this moment, Fang Chen was still sitting cross-legged. His body was filled with space-time aura. He was comprehending the Great Rock Movement technique and fusing space-time Tao. Kacha. Although the Immortal Scepter and Hidden Star Sword were suppressed, Tu Wanma wasn't able to fully control them in a short period of time. After feeling the resistance of the two Imperial armaments, Tu Wanma became even more excited. The heavens are really helping me. If I have these two Imperial armaments, even if I meet a World King expert, I will be able to fight against him. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and continued to suppress the Immortal Scepter and Hidden Star Sword with his demonic heart. Dong dong dong. Within Fang Chen's body, the 5 immortal star cores crazily surged as if they wanted to break out of his body. Voila! Feeling the movement of the immortal star cores, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and saw Tu Wanma attacking. Stop! Fang Chen roared furiously and threw out a punch. Scram! Tu Wanma waved his sleeves, wanting to block. Dong! However, Fang Chen's strength exceeded his imagination. His sleeves were torn apart and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Fang Chen waved his hand and forced the demonic heart back. The Immortal Scepter and Hidden Star Sword were relieved and returned to Fang Chen's side. Tu Wanma, who had stabilized himself, was slightly surprised when he saw Fang Chen. It's you, Tu Wanma said gloomily. That day, the 4 of them planned to kill Fang Chen at the Boundary Mountain. However, the latter's strength exceeded their imagination. He was able to fight against a transcendent world lord. In the end, their plan failed and they returned. Now, after so many years, Tu Wanma's strength had reached another level. After entering the ancient spacetime road, he had formed a world heart by chance. He was confident that he could kill Fang Chen. You're quite lucky, Tu Wanma said coldly. These 2 Emperor weapons are yours? Facing Tu Wanma's question, Fang Chen nodded. Hand them over to me and I can leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you suffer all the tortures in this world. Tu Wanma threatened. Fang Chen shrugged. Have you ever thought that the person standing in front of you is someone who doesn't even fear a transcendent world lord? He Tu Wanma's face was filled with mockery. So what if you're a transcendent? I, Tu Wanma, am destined to be the strongest transcendent in the world capital. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Tu Wanma said arrogantly. He's formed a demon heart. Be careful. The Immortal Scepter said. Fang Chen had naturally heard of the ancient era's demonic cultivators and knew how terrifying a demon heart was. After hearing the Immortal Scepter's words, Fang Chen was a little surprised but soon returned to normal. So what if he had formed a demon heart? If he wasn't strong enough, having a demon heart wouldn't help. Seems like you won't give up until all hope is gone. Tu Wanma saw through Fang Chen's thoughts and opened his palm. His demon heart shone and demonic chi swept across the land. Today I'll kill you. Remember, the person who will kill you is called Tu Wanma. With that, Tu Wanma moved and arrived in front of Fang Chen in a single stride. Scram! Fang Chen punched out, pushing his Emperor Realm's strength to the limit. Boom! The 2 fists collided. Tu Wanma was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Damn it, I don't believe that your physical body is stronger than my sacred demon body. 1. On the surface of Tu Wanma's skin, there were complicated black patterns that were densely packed and all of them were attached to the surface of his skin. In the next moment, his physical body became abnormally strong and demonic chi surged towards Fang Chen. The sacred demon body can crush everything. The sacred devil physique was a special physique that demonic cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Now Tu Wanma had fully activated it. Although the sacred demon body is strong, you're too weak and can't use its full power. Fang Chen shook his head and said softly. Then, the chaotic sword body was activated and the sword runes shone as it went against the sacred demon body. Boom! The chaotic sword body went against the sacred demon body. The two super strong body constitutions started a shocking battle. Gotcha! Tu Wanma took a step out, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. However, Fang Chen blocked it with ease. If that's all you have, just admit defeat, Fang Chen said. You're courting death. Tu Wanma continued to step out and waved his fist. The sacred demon body was connected to the demon heart and exerted its strongest power. Die! Tu Wanma's fists were filled with demonic qi as they slammed towards Fang Chen's body. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the two collided. The demonic qi quickly invaded Fang Chen's body. However, in the next second, Tu Wanma was shocked to find that his sacred demon body could not break through Fang Chen's defense. How is this possible? Tu Wanma cried out involuntarily. Are you done? It's my turn now. After saying that, Fang Chen fully activated his Emperor Realm's strength and the chaotic sword body shone brightly. Dong! 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 There was a deafening explosion in the golden castle. Dust flew and the ground caved in. Chapter 3178. Bang! A wretched figure shot out from the sunken ground. He looked up to the sky and roared in anger. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in a terrifying demonic aura. What is your special body constitution? Tu Wanma asked as he suppressed his anger. He did not believe that there was another body constitution in the world that could defeat his sacred demon body. Chaotic sword body, Fang Chen said casually. Tu Wanma's eyes shrunk and his face turned gloomy. The chaos sword body was the number one body constitution in the primordial chaos world. Fang Chen's attainment in the sword Dao had a lot to do with the chaotic sword body. Tu Wanma was not afraid of the Emperor Realm chaotic sword body. Impossible! Even the chaos sword body can't defeat my sacred demon body. Unless, at this point, Tu Wanma fell into silence. He thought of a possibility. If that was the case, then this guy's potential was too terrifying. Emperor Realm. That was the only explanation that made sense. Your physical body has reached the Emperor Realm? Tu Wanma asked in a hoarse voice. Fang Chen shrugged. What do you have to fight me? Damn it! Tu Wanma clenched his fists tightly as he vented his anger. His face was ferocious as he glared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes. Even if your physical body has reached the Emperor Realm, you can forget about escaping from me. At this moment, Tu Wanma did not hold back anymore. He activated his demon heart and used his strongest attack. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure was faintly discernible as he hid in the void. Like the wind, no one could catch a trace of him. Boom! Tu Wanma punched out again and again. However, each punch missed. In a short while, the golden castle was in ruins. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen used the rock movement skill and his speed increased to the maximum. Tu Wanma could not catch up with him. You can't even catch my figure and you want to kill me? Suddenly, Fang Chen appeared in the void and sneered. Back in the ancient era, Fang Chen saw the battle between the pure-blooded rock and the mysterious enemy. In that battle, the pure-blooded rock used the rock movement skill to the maximum. Every movement was a perfect demonstration of the rock movement skill. It was also because of this experience that Fang Chen entered a state of epiphany, completely comprehending the rock movement technique. Now, he could use the rock movement skill and could fuse it with the spacetime Dao. No one in the sector realm could catch up to his speed. From the very beginning, Fang Chen had been in an undefeatable position. How could slaughter 10,000 demons resist him? Rumble! Tu Wanma let out a hysterical roar as he activated his demon heart to the maximum. Terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc on the golden castle. However, no matter how hard he tried he could not touch Fang Chen. On the contrary, the power of his demon heart was rapidly depleting. Fang Chen found the right time to turn behind him and threw out a punch. Dong! Tu Wanma's body flew out as if he was struck by lightning and landed heavily on the ground. I'm going to kill you! Tu Wanma was enraged. His demon heart flashed and fused with his palm. Boom! Tu Wanma used his strongest attack and hit Fang Chen. Crack! The fist landed and Fang Chen's body shattered. It missed. His strongest attack actually missed. I don't believe you can be a coward forever. Tu Wanma roared. Invincible sword technique. Fang Chen found the right time to appear. He held the hidden star sword and used the star-breaking sword. At the same time, he held the immortal scepter in his other hand and activated the immortal star core. With the two combined, his strength soared. How is this possible? Tu Wanma cried out involuntarily. He felt fear. He had never seen a transcendent sector lord being able to use such strength. Pucci! Tu Wanma's sacred devil body did not have any power to resist. His defense was directly broken, and the hidden star sword stabbed into his body. Fresh blood spurted out and Tu Wanma's aura quickly dissipated. At the same time, the immortal scepter whizzed over. The immortal star power completely imprisoned Tu Wanmo. The scepter expanded and smashed onto his head. Dong! Tu Wanma's head shattered and his primordial spirit was exposed in the void. Run! At this moment, Tu Wanma was terrified. His primordial spirit flew towards the black altar. Voila! Just as he got close to the black altar, his primordial spirit entered the chaotic space and disappeared. I will come back for revenge. Tu Wanma's angry voice could be heard. Fang Chen frowned as he felt a sense of uneasiness. He did not know if it was a good or bad thing to let Tu Wanma escape. His primordial spirit entered the chaotic space. He will most likely die. The immortal scepter said, even if he doesn't die, he is not worthy to be your opponent. The powerful Tu Wanma was one of the top transcendent sector lords. However, facing Fang Chen, he did not even have the strength to fight back. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's strength had reached such a terrifying level. In the entire realm city, and even the northern region, there were few sector lords that could match him. Kacha! The black altar, which seemed to have existed since ancient times, suddenly emitted a crisp sound. Then, cracks began to appear on its surface. What's going on? Fang Chen cried out in surprise, feeling very astonished. He stared at the black altar, wanting to find something. However, in the end, the black altar shattered under his gaze and disappeared into the golden castle. Chaotic space. The disappearance of the black altar triggered a series of effects. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived at the chaotic spacetime from before. However, this time, he did not enter the chaotic space again. Returned to normal? Fang Chen looked around and finally confirmed that the chaotic space had disappeared and the void had returned to normal. What is in the black altar? Why did it cause the space to become chaotic? Fang Chen racked his brains. Perhaps the answer can be found in other places in the Golden Castle. The Immortal Scepter reminded, the Golden Castle is at the end of the ancient path of time, there should be something hidden there. Let's go and take a look. In the following time, Fang Chen brought the Immortal Scepter and hidden star sword and searched the Golden Castle carefully. In the vast void there were two connected miniature universes. At the connecting point of the two universes, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the void. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Time comprehension? The bone progenitor's face was filled with an excited smile. This time comprehension came from his disciple, Fang Chen. What an exquisite time comprehension. It's true that the new generation excels the old. Each generation is stronger than the previous. The bone progenitor's proudest thing in his life was to have such an excellent disciple like Fang Chen. Now, with the bone progenitor's strength, it was more than enough to explore the ancient Saint Chaos. However, he insisted on protecting the Galaxy universe and the Shura universe. More importantly, He wanted to open up a path that no one had taken before and concentrate on studying the way of time and space. Ha! After reading the time comprehension, the bone progenitor stroked his beard and chuckled. As expected of my disciple, if I'm not wrong, he should have established himself in the ancient chaos. The outside world was very big, but the bone progenitor was not lonely. To be exact, on the path of cultivation, he could only be accompanied by loneliness. The bone progenitor found that in the Shura universe, there was an evil god emperor slaughtering the experts of the god realm. Evil warriors should not exist in the first place. With a flick of his sleeve, a strange light flashed. At the same time, in the Shura universe, at the peak of the god realm, many powerful god emperors gathered together to fight against the evil demon. Today I will unify the god realm. You are so evil. You will be punished by the heavens, a god emperor said coldly. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Many god emperors did not back down. Heavenly punishment? To rule the god realm, I am the heavens. The heavenly punishment is decided by me. Who can restrain me? The evil demon laughed arrogantly. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex appeared in the sky. The entire god realm became abnormally quiet. A bright light swooped down and blasted the evil demon's body. Bang! The evil demon's body crashed to the ground, and his body and soul were destroyed. A sigh came from the 9 heavens above. Those who do evil are doomed to destruction. Many god emperors were shocked. They were even more certain that there were more terrifying existences above the god emperors. Chapter 3179. Deep within the Golden Castle. In a courtyard filled with a gloomy aura, a red-robed old man's complexion was gloomy and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. The black altar has disappeared. He was lost, his face expressionless. At the same time, his heart was filled with hatred towards Fong Chen. That damned fellow, for ruining my plans, I will kill you, the red-robed old man viciously said. However, he was also aware of his own limitations. He had personally witnessed the battle between Tu Wanma and Fong Chen, and his heart had been shaken to the core. He never imagined that Lin Ming's strength would have reached such a degree. To step into transcendence in a single step, even in ancient times, that would be an incredible existence. I never imagined that such a monstrous genius would appear in this age of chaos. The red-robed old man's eyes flashed as a light flashed in his mind. Such a monstrous genius of heaven has potential that is countless times greater than Tu Wanma's. It is only a matter of time before he breaks into the World King realm. In the future, he might even become a stable ruler. If such a person could be used by me, that would be for the best. The red-robed old man had borrowed the chaotic space and time around the black altar to arrive in this era. His ambitions were great and he wasn't willing to accept the current situation. He wanted to be resurrected, to be reborn. This had been his wish since the endless years. Unfortunately, when his plans had reached the most critical step, Fong Chen had appeared out of nowhere and disrupted his plans. Let's go. After thinking for a moment, the red-robed old man eerily smiled. He stepped out of the courtyard and quickly walked down a tree-lined path. He knew better than anyone just what this golden castle represented. Hoo. Soon, the red-robed old man saw Fong Chen. Little friend. Before Fong Chen could speak, the red-robed old man took the initiative to speak first. He smiled and said, "Your potential is unparalleled. Now that you have reached the Transcendence realm, you have the qualifications to obtain the inheritance of the Golden Castle." Who are you? Fong Chen could clearly sense that there was a special aura on this person's body. This person came from the past and had already fallen. Who I am is not important. What is important is that the person I have been waiting for has appeared. The red-robed old man spread out his hands and said with a smile, "I watched your previous battle. You are qualified to obtain the treasure. Now, it's up to you whether you want it or not." What's in the golden castle? What is hidden at the end of the ancient road of spacetime? Fang Chen asked all the questions in his heart. The golden castle was created by a powerful existence. Back then, he came to the end of the ancient road of spacetime and deliberately built the golden castle to show his status. The red-robed old man continued, "The inheritance treasure left behind by that expert is hidden in this golden castle. If you agree, I can take you there now." Fang Chen stared at the old man and nodded slowly. "This way." With that, the red-robed old man walked in front with Fang Chen following closely behind. On the elegant and quiet tree-lined path, the more Fang Chen walked, the more uneasy he felt. "How much further?" Fang Chen asked. "We're almost there." The red-robed old man kept a smile on his face. After a while, the red-robed old man stopped and pointed ahead. "Do you see that? The inheritance is in that pagoda." In the depths of the golden castle, a magnificent 9-story pagoda stood in front of them, shining with a dazzling light. The pagoda was surrounded by a heavy aura, giving off a feeling of vicissitudes. The pagoda contains the will left behind by that unparalleled expert. He has already acknowledged you. As long as you get close, it will suck you in. Fang Chen took a step forward and looked at the pagoda up close. The 9-story pagoda had complicated golden patterns on it. The circulation trajectories of these patterns were actually somewhat similar to the heaven sealing tablet. Could it be that the owner of the golden castle is also an array master? Fang Chen murmured. Boom! Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The wild power ruthlessly smashed into Fang Chen's body. Caught off guard, Fang Chen's body was sent flying. Rip! When his body got close to the pagoda, a terrifying suction force pulled him into the pagoda. Humph! You're still too inexperienced to play with me. Seeing this, the red-robed old man sneered and opened his palm. A palm-sized token appeared in his palm. Kid, listen carefully. The red-robed old man said loudly. The environment in this pagoda is extremely harsh. Even a transcendent world lord would find it hard to walk out alive. With your strength, you'll only be able to last for half a year before being completely destroyed. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you swear a martial oath and choose to submit to me, I'll open the pagoda and let you out. Otherwise, you'll stay in the pagoda forever. The red-robed old man's words clearly entered Fang Chen's ears. Despicable. In the first level of the pagoda, Fang Chen stood quietly, his face filled with anger. You want me to submit to you? Dream on. Fang Chen sneered and activated his Emperor Realm strength to attack the pagoda. Dong dong dong. On the pagoda, complex golden patterns formed a powerful seal, blocking Fang Chen's attack. Who? After a while, Fang Chen stopped his attacks. His forehead was covered in sweat. This seal is very strange. It contains the essence blood of an unparalleled expert. It's very difficult to break it. Fang Chen muttered. It's useless. Only I can open the pagoda. The red-robed old man's voice came from outside the pagoda. Fang Chen ignored him and looked at the pagoda carefully. The first level was extremely spacious, as if it was an independent space. It was white as far as the eye could see. What's in this pagoda? Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar could be heard. Immediately after, a Sector Lord Realm beast pounced towards Fang Chen in a frenzy. Bang! Fang Chen sent it flying with a punch. Dong! The beast's huge body landed heavily on the ground, causing dust to fly. It quickly got up and charged towards Fang Chen again. Bang bang bang! With a series of punches, Zhang Xian managed to suppress the demonic beast. Gotcha! The beast's head was smashed by Fang Chen, and it died completely. Buzz! A line of golden words appeared above his head and lit up the entire first level of the pagoda. Fang Chen looked up and his pupils constricted when he saw the line of words. So this pagoda is called the 9-level spacetime pagoda. Fang Chen grinned. Every level has a test. If you want to climb up, you have to pass the test. Moreover, Fang Chen knew that after passing the test on the 9th level, he could leave the 9-level spacetime pagoda. Thinking of this, he was very happy. In this way, he could leave without being threatened by the red-robed old man. In the following time, Fang Chen began to kill the demonic beasts in a frenzy. Only by killing a certain number of beasts could he pass. At this time, outside the 9-level spacetime pagoda, the red-robed old man was still waiting for Fang Chen's response, but there was no response from the pagoda. The complicated golden patterns returned to normal. What? You want to break the seal by force? What a joke! The red-robed old man sneered. I'll wait for you here. I'd like to see how long you can last. The red-robed old man was very confident in his plan. He did not believe that such a monstrous genius would be willing to be trapped in the 9-level spacetime pagoda for a long time. After a long time, he would definitely beg for mercy. Humph! In the mind of the red-robed old man, he was already imagining how to proceed with his plan after controlling Fang Chen. In the 9-level spacetime pagoda, Fang Chen used a day to clear all the beasts on the 1st level. At this time, he had already arrived at the 2nd level. Phew! Heaving a sigh of relief, he rested for a moment and continued to kill the beasts. Although the beasts in the 9-level spacetime pagoda are of different races, they all have one thing in common, which is that their bodies more or less contain a trace of spacetime power. Every time Fang Chen killed a beast, he would absorb the spacetime power for his own use. Let's start the hunt. Poochie! The hidden star sword cut through the sky and slashed a beast not far away. With a crack, the beast's head shattered and fell to the ground. Roar! All the beasts on the 2nd level roared at the sky, wanting to surround and kill this outsider. They quickly surrounded Fang Chen and stared at him like a tiger watching its prey. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Fang Chen exerted all his strength and fought with all his might. Chapter 3180. Using the beasts in the pagoda, Fang Chen could refine his swordsmanship. Since the creation of the invincible sword Dao, it had been perfected many times. However, no Dao was perfect. No matter what, there would always be flaws. What Fang Chen could do was to perfect the flaws as much as possible. Especially the 8th move, the star-breaking sword. With the help of the hidden star sword, it seemed even more natural. Apart from that, as he absorbed more spacetime energy, Fang Chen's attainments in the Tao of spacetime grew stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One could often see a white figure looming in the pagoda. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by a blinding sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, the beasts would all die. The Great Rock Movement technique is indeed powerful, Fang Chen said with a smile as he killed the beast. If it wasn't for the Great Rock Movement technique, he wouldn't have been able to kill the beasts so easily. He had been trapped in the pagoda for half a year. Fang Chen had already arrived at the 7th floor. The beasts in the first 6 floors couldn't pose any threat to him. However, the beasts in the 7th floor were abnormally powerful. The beasts here should be equivalent to a human transcendent sector lord. Fang Chen muttered. Roar. The beasts' roars were endless. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and shuttled through the beasts, killing them one by one. Poochie. A humongous beast suddenly ignited its origin energy and charged at Fang Chen, intending to take him down with it. However, with a flick of Fang Chen's wrist, the star-concealing sword drew a dazzling flower in the air before exploding with a loud bang. The terrifying energy directly engulfed the demonic beast. Although they were all transcendents, Fang Chen's strength was far beyond other transcendents. Even transcendents were no match for him. However, due to the large number of beasts and their various talents, it was a little troublesome to deal with them. While his original body was trapped in the pagoda, the weapon pavilion that his avatar was in also faced some danger. Currently, the weapon pavilion was the most powerful force in the western region. Ever since Fang Chen destroyed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and killed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master, his clone had become the strongest fighting force in the vast western region. Blood City, the headquarters of the Weapon Pavilion. Once upon a time, Blood City was just a normal city. But now, Red City was very prosperous. It had even become the economic center of the western region. Powerhouses were as common as clouds. Countless martial artists came to Red City from thousands of miles away just to get a weapon from the armament pavilion. Today, a group of unknown experts came to Blood City. Their auras were extremely powerful. From now on, the Demon Heaven sect is the dominant force in the western region. If the Weapon Pavilion knows what's good for you, you should disband. Otherwise, the Demon Heaven sect will destroy the Weapon Pavilion. The leader was clad in armor and exuded a powerful aura. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Creak. The doors of the Weapon Pavilion opened, and the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher and Grandmaster Dongfang walked out side by side. Demon Heaven sect? How arrogant! When the Weapon Pavilion destroyed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, where were you? Grandmaster Dongfang looked at them coldly. You want to destroy the Weapon Pavilion? How arrogant of the Demon Heaven sect! The Demon Heaven sect was a rising force in recent years. In the beginning, they were only active in the far west of the western region, and the Weapon Pavilion did not think much of it. After all, in the vast western region, there were countless forces. Forces were destroyed every day, and new forces were born. As long as these forces submitted to the Weapon Pavilion, there would be no problem. But what the Weapon Pavilion did not expect was that although the Demon Heaven sect seemed to be well behaved on the surface, they were developing wildly in the dark. Moreover, they seemed to have a powerful backer behind them. In just a few years, they had developed rapidly, especially recently, their momentum had surpassed that of the Weapon Pavilion. Just as the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher and Grandmaster Dongfang were discussing countermeasures, the Demon Heaven sect came knocking on their door. Go back and tell the higher-ups of the Demon Heaven sect that if they want to fight, the Weapon Pavilion will accompany them. Having said that, the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher turned around and walked back to the headquarters of the Weapon Pavilion. Humph, the Weapon Pavilion is only SOSO. The armored man sneered. Grandmaster Dongfang's body came to an abrupt stop. He turned his head and said, "Say that again?" I said, "The Weapon Pavilion is trash." The armored man said word by word. "What? Are you angry? Kill me if you can, but I don't think you have the guts. After all, I have the Demon Heaven sect behind me. The Weapon Pavilion does not dare to bear the anger of the Demon Heaven sect." Before the armored man could finish his words, Grandmaster Dongfang made his move. Die. Grandmaster Dongfang flicked his finger, and a dense number of darts shot out. Ding ding ding. The armored man was prepared and easily blocked them. Grandmaster Dongfang, you're good at refining weapons, but you're not good at fighting, right? The armored man took a step forward and arrived in front of Grandmaster Dongfang in an instant. There was a strange force in his palm, and he blasted it toward Grandmaster Dongfang's head. However, just as his palm was about to hit Grandmaster Dongfang's body, he could not move it no matter how much force he used. He turned his head abruptly and saw an unfamiliar man pulling his arm. "Get lost." He punched back and forced the unfamiliar man to retreat. Whoosh! Fang Qin stood in front of Grandmaster Dongfang and stared at the armored man. "Who is the Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain to you?" A trace of panic flashed across the armored man's face. "How did you know? You have his aura on you." "Humph, since you know the Patriarch's name, you still dare to attack?" Fang Qin grinned and took a big stride forward, arriving in front of the armored man. The latter could not resist at all and was suppressed by Fang Qin. Fang Qin's big hand grabbed the armored man's neck and said coldly, "I'm looking for him." Crack! The armored man's neck was broken. The few people who came with the armored man were frightened and kept retreating. Go back and tell the higher-ups of the Demon Heaven sect that if they challenge the authority of the Weapon Pavilion again, they will be destroyed." Fang Chen waved his sleeve and sent them flying. The entire Blood City was filled with enthusiastic applause. Countless people were shouting the Demon King's name excitedly. Since a few years ago, the Demon King had become a legendary figure in the Western region. Everyone knew that the Weapon Pavilion had a powerhouse. He was called the Demon King and could command thousands of demons. But no one had ever seen him attack. Some people even suspected that it was a lie made up by the Weapon Pavilion. But today the Demon King attacked. The Demon Heaven sect has gone too far. I beg the Demon King to destroy them. As long as the Demon King is here, the Weapon Pavilion will still be the dominant force in the Western region. Demon King. A lot of people were shouting. Demon Hand sect. What? The Demon King recognized the secret technique of the Tianshan Palace? The Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain frowned. Who is this Demon King? Is he Fang Chen? Patriarch. The Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain waved his hand and said, "You can leave first." Back then, he was the Patriarch of the Tianshan Palace. However, he was forced into a corner by Fang Chen and eventually became an evil martial artist. He left the eastern region and wandered the world. Finally, a few years ago, he heard that the Weapon Pavilion in the eastern region was created by Fang Chen. He stayed here for a few years and built the Demon Heaven sect single-handedly. The reason why he was unwilling to attack the Weapon Pavilion was that he was afraid that Fang Chen had a backup plan. I can't wait any longer. Maybe Fang Chen already knows that I'm here. The Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain made a decision. No matter who this Demon King is, I must kill him. After I destroy the Weapon Pavilion, I'll head to the southern region. Wherever Fang Chen goes, wherever he goes, I'll personally destroy them. The Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain was full of hatred for Fang Chen. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Pass down my order. The Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain summoned the steward. From today onwards, the Demon Heaven sect officially challenges the Weapon Pavilion. Patriarch, are we really going to war? The steward was a little worried. The Weapon Pavilion is the true overlord of the Western region. They have a strong foundation. Back then, even the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was destroyed. Our plan is not perfect, the Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain interrupted the steward. There's no time. Send the troop. Seeing this, the steward did not say anything else and quickly went to make the arrangements. The Patriarch of Tianshan Mountain's face turned cold. Demon King, you claim to be able to control thousands of monsters? I'd like to see how capable you are. Can you help Fang Chen and protect the Weapon Pavilion? G_Cup Female Idol's first video. Valiantly wins the championship. Please follow the WeChat public account. Mainvla 123. Long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 3181. Western Region, Blood City. Today, the atmosphere in Blood City was tense. In the huge city there were countless martial artists on the street. Their faces were filled with solemnity. Everyone knew that a great war was coming. It would determine whether they could survive or not. The Demon Heaven sect's army had already arrived at the city. They were waiting for the ancestor of Tianshan sect's order to attack. By then, it was unknown whether the Weapon Pavilion could stop them. I didn't expect the Demon Heaven sect to have developed to this stage. They're too powerful. Yeah, the Demon Heaven sect has been holding back until today. I wonder if the Weapon Pavilion can stop them? With the Demon King around, the Demon Heaven sect is nothing. All the martial artists in the streets and alleys of the city were discussing softly. Kaboom! At a certain moment, a suffocating force came from outside Blood City. Everyone's face changed. Their hearts raced as they retreated. They're here. The war was finally about to begin. They knew that the leader of the Demon Heaven sect was here. Dong. Outside Blood City, the aura shook. The ancestor of Tianshan's sect stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He exuded an evil aura. His dark eyes looked through Blood City and looked at the headquarters of the Weapon Pavilion. People of the Weapon Pavilion, listen up. From today onwards, the Demon Heaven sect will be the only dominant force in the Western region. If you know what's good for you, you'd better disband. Otherwise, the Demon Heaven sect will attack and wash Blood City with blood. A deafening voice resounded in the sky. The faces of the martial artists in Blood City changed drastically, their hearts filled with worry. However, the Weapon Pavilion was still calm. No sound came out. Boom. The city gate of Blood City suddenly suffered a heavy blow. It shattered into pieces and the city walls collapsed. Many of the martial artists' faces were extremely pale. This is just a greeting gift. If the Weapon Pavilion doesn't respond, I'll flatten Blood City. The ancestor of Tianshan's sect punched out and shattered the city gate. Dust flew up. The violent force swept across the sky. After the ancestor of Tianshan's sect spoke, the headquarters of the Weapon Pavilion was still calm. It was as if they didn't care about the Demon Heaven sect. Many martial artists of the Demon Heaven sect were furious. Ancestor, why are you talking to them? Just attack and destroy them. As he spoke, one of them stomped his feet and leaped into the Blood City. Die. His gaze swept across the streets of Red City and finally landed on a group of weak martial artists. Those who dare to obstruct my demonic heaven sect will be killed without mercy. After he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a terrifying power rushed down. No. A few weak martial artists were frightened out of their wits and screamed miserably. They closed their eyes in pain, feeling despair. Crack. However, at this critical moment, the body of the Demon Heaven sect's expert collapsed without any warning. He fell onto the street and lost all signs of life. At the same time, his attack quietly dissipated. Yes, Lord Demon King. The Demon King has come out. The faces of the warriors who were saved by Fong Chen were filled with excitement as they shouted crazily. All the warriors in the city were shouting the Fei King's name. You are the Demon King? Fong Chen's back was facing the Tianshan Patriarch, so the latter did not recognize him. Humph, how dare you kill the people of the Demon Heaven sect? You are courting death. The Tianshan Patriarch snorted coldly and flicked his finger. An extremely evil demonic aura shot out. Crack. Fong Chen stood quietly, allowing the aura to land on his body. The Tianshan Patriarch was shocked to find that his attack could not break through Lin Fan's defense. How is this possible? He exclaimed, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. However, in the next second, his heart was even more shaken, and a storm raged in his heart. Fong Chen slowly turned around and said with a smile, Tianshan Patriarch, how have you been? Seeing Fong Chen's face, the Tianshan Patriarch's body trembled slightly and he took a few steps back. It's you. After a short moment of shock, the Tianshan Patriarch glared at Fong Chen. You destroyed my Tianshan palace back then, and now you dare to appear before me? You are just a stray dog. What right do you have to order me around? Fong Chen sneered. I didn't kill you back then, but you came to the Western region and tried to destroy the weapon pavilion that I built. You deserve to die. Humph. The Tianshan Patriarch flung his sleeve and snorted. I admit that I was not as strong as you back then, but I have been cultivating hard all these years. I have paid a heavy price for revenge. I have been waiting for this day. As he spoke, the Tianshan Patriarch's body was filled with powerful energy. He took a step forward and arrived above the Blood City. Disciples of the Demon Heaven sect, listen up. The Tianshan Patriarch waved his hand and gave the order. Attack with all your might and destroy the Blood City. Kill. Following the order of the Tianshan Patriarch, all the experts of the Demon Heaven sect attacked. In an instant, the Blood City turned into a battlefield. We will not allow you to destroy the Blood City. The Imperial Master and Master Dongfang came together, and stood at the front. They were ready to die. A bunch of ants. There is nothing to be afraid of. Fang Chen remained calm and waved his hand to stop the Imperial Master and Master Dongfang. With me around, the Blood City will not be destroyed. On the contrary, the Demon Heaven sect will be wiped out. Brat, you're still trying to talk your way out of this? I would like to see how you are going to stop the people of the Demon Heaven sect. The Tianshan Patriarch seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts. In a flash, he stopped Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled. Do you think that you can destroy the Blood City by stopping me? What do you think? The Tianshan Patriarch sneered. When the people of the Demon Heaven sect destroy the Blood City, it will be your death. Fang Chen shook his head, his face full of mockery. Actually, from the very beginning, I've never treated you as an enemy. That's because you're simply unworthy. As soon as Fang Chen finished his words, his aura surged. It's time to show the world my strongest power. As he muttered, he waved his sleeves. The void trembled and cracks appeared. The entire place was filled with a terrifying power. Whoosh! One after another, powerful beasts appeared in the Blood City. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the beasts had all appeared. Go ahead, Fang Chen said. Roar! Many of the beasts let out furious roars toward the sky. All these years, they had been cultivating diligently. Today, they could finally go on a killing spree. Attack! The leading beast roared. Then, like thousands of horses galloping, the army of beasts instantly drowned the people of the Demon Heaven sect. Screams of agony could be heard. How is this possible? The smile on Tianshan Mountain's patriarch's face froze. His face was filled with fear. No, this is impossible. He had never dreamed that Fang Chen would have such a powerful army of beasts. No, I have to take the initiative. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the Tianshan Patriarch's eyes. If I capture him, I can control the army of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The Tianshan Patriarch attacked, trying to suppress Fang Chen. However, as soon as Fang Chen made his move, he completely lost all hope. Bang! With just one punch, he was sent flying. Dong! His body landed heavily on the ground. Pft! The Tianshan Patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his body was cold. His strength. Fang Chen stepped on the Tianshan Patriarch's body. I've said that you are not qualified to be my enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped on the Tianshan Patriarch's body and crushed it. At the same time, the battle with the army of beasts had ended. At a glance, it was a ruin. The people of the Demon Heaven sect were all annihilated. No one was left alive. The martial artists who were still worried were completely dumbfounded. Even the powerful demonic Heaven sect was annihilated in a few breaths of time. There was only one thought in their minds. The Demon King was too powerful. The savage, desolate demonic beast army's powerful attack shocked everyone. Now, everyone finally knew why Fang Chen was called the Demon King even though he was a human. This, even Master Dongfang and Imperial Master Xian Bing were stunned. They were ready for a bloody battle, but the battle was over in just one move. They looked at Fang Chen with complicated gazes, their hearts filled with emotions. Chapter 3182. The Heavenly Mountain Old Ancestor was in charge of the Heavenly Mountain Palace and was almost destroyed by Fang Chen. After that, he fell into the evil path and cultivated evil technique. He was despised by many experts in the boundless world and was forced to flee the eastern region. Who would have known that he had been hiding in the western region all these years and created the demonic Heaven sect to take revenge on Fang Chen? Unfortunately, he didn't expect this to happen. The Demon King's strength was simply too great. Furthermore, the army of demonic beasts under his command was incomparably powerful. The members of the demonic Heaven sect were all personally nurtured by him and were all very strong. However, they still couldn't withstand the attacks of the beast. After this battle, The weapon pavilion had completely stabilized its position as the overlord of the Western region. It could be expected that in the next 10,000 years, there wouldn't be any faction that could threaten its position. At the same time, the Demon King's name was known throughout the entire Western region. Every martial artist's expression changed when they talked about him. Unknowingly, the Demon King had become the totem of the weapon pavilion and everyone's belief. They thought it would be a fierce battle, but it ended in such a dramatic way. Even the Imperial Teacher and Master Dongfang didn't expect this. The two of them sighed. Especially the heart weapon Imperial Preceptor. When Fang Chen first arrived at Blood City, he was a nobody. Now, it had only been a short time and he had already grown to such a terrifying level. The Western region calmed down. However, what happened here didn't affect the main body. The ancient road of spacetime, the Golden Castle. Fang Chen had already reached the 9th level of the spacetime pagoda. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. At a glance, the densely packed demonic beasts were charging at Fang Chen in a frenzy. In the void, the resplendent sword light flashed. Every time the hidden star sword stabbed out, a beast would die. In this half a year, Fang Chen's attainments in the invincible sword technique had increased by a lot. The power of the 8 great sword moves had increased to a certain extent. Even his attainments in the spacetime Tao had increased by a lot. Now, his control of spacetime was more mature and the power of time stop was stronger. In short, everything was going in a favorable direction. The demonic beasts in the 9th level of the time-space pagoda were all very strong. Almost every one of them had the strength of a peak transcendent world lord. Facing such an encirclement, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. However, he had the help of the sealing heaven tablet. 1. In the sky sealing tombstone continued to expand as it floated in the air. Streams of light flowed as strands of sealing energy descended. In the blink of an eye, the entire 9th floor was sealed off. Transcendent demonic beasts were also trapped inside. Star-breaking sword. Fang Chen's wrist shook. The hidden star sword drew a strange trajectory, and instantly beheaded a demonic beast that was close to him. Roar. The heaven-sealing steel was the ultimate treasure of the heaven-sealing Great Emperor. It contained the heaven-sealing Great Emperor's supreme understanding of the Tao of sealing. Until now, Fang Chen had not fully understood it. However, even so, the power of the sealing heaven monument was enough to make the world tremble. Now, these peak transcendent demonic beasts were trapped in the seal, unable to do anything. Even a world king powerhouse would be in danger if surrounded by so many transcendent demonic beasts, right? Fang Chen muttered. With the help of the sealing heaven tablet, he was already in an invincible position. In the following time, Fang Chen began to slaughter the demonic beasts. As time passed, the speed at which he killed the demonic beasts became faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. A few hours later, when the last beast was slain, Qin Nan's eyes lit up. There was a great change in the space-time pagoda. In the sky, a large amount of space-time power crazily gathered, forming a terrifying vortex. Then, a beam of light condensed from space-time power swooped down and rushed into Fang Chen's head. Dong dong dong. Fang Chen's body vaguely emitted a strange power. Boom. After the space-time power drilled into his body, Fang Chen's figure constantly flashed. The rock movement technique was completely released. Hoo hoo hoo. In almost the blink of an eye, the rock movement technique and the space-time power completely fused together. Xiao. Fang Chen's body turned into a line and shuttled through the space-time pagoda at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Voila! He was still on the 9th floor a second ago, and the next second, he was already on the 1st floor. Who? Fang Chen stopped in his tracks with an excited smile on his face. I didn't expect to be able to fuse the space-time power with the rock movement technique under such circumstances. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The rock movement technique was powerful, but after fusing with the space-time power, there was a mutation. The current rock movement technique is even faster, and it can pass through all obstacles. As long as it's not an Emperor-level seal, it can't stop me," Fang Chen muttered. Imperceptibly, Fang Chen had taken an astonishing step. In the 9-level spacetime pagoda, Fang Chen had gained a lot. But now, with a thought, he left the spacetime pagoda. Outside the spacetime pagoda, the red-robed old man sat cross-legged, waiting for him. Suddenly, the spacetime pagoda rumbled, and he opened his eyes. "Humph, can't hold on any more?" The red-robed old man sneered. There were countless monsters in the spacetime pagoda. How could a mere transcendent world lord resist? Creak. However, at this moment, the spacetime pagoda suddenly opened, and a figure walked out. The red-robed old man was stunned. Why did the spacetime pagoda open? When he saw Fang Chen's figure, he cried out, "You, how did you come out?" Fang Chen looked at the red-robed old man with ridicule. "What? You didn't expect it, did you?" The red-robed old man stood up and coldly said, "You think you can escape from my hands just because you came out of the spacetime pagoda? I'll say it again, submit to me and you can continue living." "You want to kill me? Can you do it?" Although the red-robed old man was strong, he hadn't reached the World King level. Fang Chen was confident he could defeat him. "Brat, don't make a mistake," the red-robed old man said. "You should know that we died in the past, but we were able to appear here. The root of all of this is the Black Altar. Now, the Black Altar has been destroyed and the others have scattered, returning to the past. Only I am able to remain here. Do you know why?" Fang Chen didn't understand. He looked at the red-robed old man. "Because, in the past, when I died, I left behind a trace of my mark here. Countless years later, in the chaotic space-time, I sensed the mark and activated it, allowing me to remain here." The red-robed old man said, "It is extremely difficult to revive. I need your help." "And if I don't help?" Fang Chen shrugged. "Then you can die." The red-robed old man's figure flashed, rushing towards Fang Chen. "Die." He directly used his invincible sword technique. At the same time, his 5 immortal star cores trembled, his strength rising to the limit. Poochie! With a slash, the world shook. In just a single exchange, the red-robed old man was sent flying. Dong! The red-robed old man's body landed heavily on the ground. His face was a little pale. "Your strength." The red-robed old man widened his eyes in disbelief. After a long time, he sighed and said, "As long as you are willing to help me, I will tell you the secret of the end of the ancient road of space-time." Fang Chen frowned slightly and stared at the red-robed old man. Crack! Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. Then, the soil moved as if something had drilled out of the ground. "Ha ha ha, finally out!" A few hearty laughter spread through the void. They were extremely excited and broke out of the ground. "I'm starving." Crack! Crack! When they saw the red-robed old man, they immediately grabbed him and began to chew on him. "No!" The red-robed old man screamed miserably, but he was powerless to stop them. "Don't you want to know the secret of the ancient road of spacetime?" The red-robed old man roared angrily. He wanted Fang Chen to help, but he completely collapsed after saying that. "Isn't this guy too weak?" a voice was heard. At this moment, Fang Chen's body was trembling. His face was full of an excited smile. "You guys, hey, there's a human here." A mouse turned his head to look. However, before he finished speaking, he was stunned on the spot. "Boss." The other 4 guys turned around abruptly and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. "Ha ha ha ha, boss, we missed you so much." Xiao Huang rushed to Fang Chen's side. "Boss, I finally see you. In the future, we brothers can travel together again." Chapter 3183. Back then, when the universe was in crisis, Fang Chen's original body went there in person. After solving the crisis, he returned to Tianshuyuan in the southern region and destroyed the corpse demon. The 5 little guys were in seclusion, so Fang Chen did not disturb them. Who would have thought that after so many years, these 5 little guys would meet him on the ancient road of time and space? When he saw them for the first time, Fang Chen was also very shocked. This was the ancient road of time and space, and he was in the Golden Castle. The 5 guys came out of the soil right under his nose. How could he not be shocked? "Boss, we missed you." After so many years, the 5 guys did not change much. Little Mouse stuck to Fang Chen's side and was very happy. After a long while, the waves in Fang Chen's heart gradually calmed down. He glanced at the 5 guys. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, Pangolin, Xiaohai, and the old faker. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. "How did you come out of the soil?" Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. "Boss, the 5 of us are too weak. At that time, we were in seclusion in Tianshuyuan. Later, we awakened our supernatural powers and our strength improved. When we were bored, we started to dig holes, and then we came here," Little Mouse said with a smile. "Yeah, boss, you still don't know. The supernatural powers awakened by Brother Mouse are too terrifying. As expected of the divine sky-devouring rat clan, their digging skills are the best in the chaos," Xiao Huang said. Now, Xiao Huang had already become the strongest of the royal ant clan. Even he couldn't help but praise Little Mouse. One could imagine how powerful the latter's supernatural powers were. "You dug holes here?" Fang Chen widened his eyes and looked at the 5 guys. "Yeah, is there a problem?" Little Mouse asked. "By the way, boss, where is this place?" Xiao Huang was a little puzzled. He looked around and found nothing. "Boss, why have you come to the southern region? Do you have something to deal with?" Fang Chen was speechless. Did these guys think that they were still in the southern region? He couldn't imagine that the 5 fellows in front of him actually dug from the southern region to the northern region. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Even in history, no one had ever heard of such a thing. "This is the northern region." Fang Chen shook his head and said calmly. "What? The northern region?" Xiao Huang and the others were shocked. Only the Little Mouse nodded lightly and muttered to itself, "No wonder it took me more than 10 years to dig through. It turns out that I have unknowingly dug to the northern region." Looking at the 5 guys in front of him, Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the outside world knew that the Little Mouse had dug from the southern region to the northern region, it would cause a huge commotion. "What is your innate ability?" Fang Chen was even more curious. What kind of innate ability did the Little Mouse awaken to be able to break through the barrier of the northern region and come here? After all, this was the ancient road of spacetime. Buzz. The Little Mouse's mind moved and a layer of ripples covered the surface of its skin. A terrifying power rippled out. The Little Mouse's little claws suddenly grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a mighty purple power covered its little claws. Whoosh! Its little claws tore the void apart and a spatial storm emerged. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, the spatial storm dissipated and the purple power on the Little Mouse's body was withdrawn. This, Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and stared at the void. He was extremely shocked. "What a mysterious rule," Fang Chen muttered. When the Little Mouse used its innate ability just now, he vaguely sensed an extremely terrifying rule. If this power was multiplied to the peak, it would definitely be able to destroy the world. "Boss, how's my innate ability?" The Little Mouse laughed and said, "Ever since I awakened this innate ability, the few of them are not willing to spar with me at all." "You still dare to say that? Don't you know how sharp your claws are?" Xiao Huang could not help but ridicule. "That's right. Your claws can easily break through our defense. How can we fight? If we are scratched by you, we will need at least a few months to recover." Even Pangolin, who had the strongest defense, could not help but shake his head. "Who asked you to be so weak?" the Little Mouse said arrogantly. "By the way, boss, who was the person we ate just now?" It was only at this moment that the Little Mouse and the others remembered the red-robed elder. "After digging for more than 10 years, I used up too much energy and was too hungry. When I saw that person, I couldn't help but eat him," the little mouse said awkwardly. Fang Chen shook his head. It's okay. Even if you didn't eat him, I would have killed him. Fang Chen gently stroked the little mouse's head and said, Since we have met here, let's fight together for the rest of the time. The five guys' blood was boiling in their bodies. That's great. It's been a long time since we fought side by side with Boss. Ah. In the following time, Fang Chen had been chatting with the five brothers. Until 3 days later, the little mouse and the others still wanted to continue. However, Fang Chen could vaguely feel that the golden castle was filled with a dangerous aura. Let's leave this place first, Fang Chen said. Whoosh. Using the rock body technique, he quickly left the golden castle with the Wu brothers. Not long after he left, a gap suddenly appeared where the black altar had disappeared and an extremely powerful force emerged. In an instant, the entire golden castle was shrouded by this powerful force. Then, one after another, powerhouses mysteriously descended. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely discover that these people were the same as the red-robed elder. They all came from the past. In the ancient road of time and space, a gray aura filled the air. The five little guys were very curious and looked around. Is this the ancient road of time and space? The little mouse asked. Be careful. After passing the golden castle, Fang Chen continued to move towards the end of the ancient road of time and space. A few days later, they stopped in front of a star. Boss, the demonic power on this star is very strong. It's suitable for us to cultivate, the little mouse said. Fang Chen nodded and took a step forward, stepping onto the star. Dong dong dong. The powerful forces of the demonic race continued to attack. The Emperor Realm defense was fully activated, blocking it. As for Little Rat and the other four, they were like dragons in the sea, happily absorbing the power of the demon clan. How good would it be if it could always be like this? Looking at the five guys, Fang Chen muttered. But soon, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Where there were people, there would be the underworld. Where there was the underworld, there would be conflict. Only by becoming stronger would he have the right to protect the people he needed to protect. Fang Chen was still immersed in the joy of reuniting with his brothers and didn't notice the changes in the ancient road of time and space. The changes in the Golden Castle caused a series of effects. Rumble. In the World City's barrier, a terrifying phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky, shocking all the sector lords. So. 4 figures came to the foot of the barrier mountain. The secret manual has appeared. The Shinshin School's sector lord Blazing Heart said excitedly. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't have the chance to enter the last time the secret manual opened. This time, I definitely won't miss it. After saying that, Blazing Heart's figure flashed and arrived in front of the ancient road of time and space. Whoosh! He took a step forward and disappeared into the ancient road of time and space. How can I, Jing Lang's sector lord, miss out on such a secret manual? My poison Tao has also reached a critical point. I need the pressure of a life and death crisis to break through. Merciless Hand and Jing Lang's sector lord also entered the ancient road of time and space. In the end, only Ouyang Luoxue was left. She stood there quietly. Her beautiful figure was perfectly displayed. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and there was a hint of coldness on her face. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at the void. If you don't want to die, don't enter. After saying that, she also entered the ancient road of time and space. Hoo. Many sector lords appeared in the dark. Their eyes were filled with greed. The path of the martial Tao has always been bumpy. If we are frightened by such a small difficulty, how can we increase our strength? Some people didn't even think and directly entered. And some people's faces turned pale when they thought of Sky Heart Sector Lord. Surviving is the most important thing. Not long after, a portion of the Sector Lords entered the ancient road of time and space. There were also some who continued to hide and cultivate, striving to enter the transcendent realm. Chapter 3184. The ancient road of time and space was filled with grayness. At a certain moment, demonic qi filled the sky. The 5 of them were absorbing the demonic qi while Fang Chen was protecting them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a deafening roar could be heard from the center of the planet. In the next moment, Little Mouse and the other 4 opened their eyes. Rip! The ground cracked and a huge body broke out of the ground. Its body contained an extremely powerful energy. Ancient divine rhinoceros. Little Mouse's face darkened as he said coldly, "Be careful. The ancient divine rhinoceros's innate superpower is extremely powerful. Its horns can pierce the heavens." "Humph, it's just a cow. Let me restrain it." The old faker transformed into a divine tree. Its main body kept expanding and took root on the planet. The branches swayed and shone crazily. A terrifying energy surged out. In the blink of an eye, the dense branches intertwined and trapped the ancient divine rhinoceros. Roar! The ancient divine rhinoceros stared at the old faker with its gong-sized eyes. "This planet is my territory," Yi Futian said. The ancient divine rhinoceros spoke in human language and roared angrily. It swung its head fiercely, and a powerful force whizzed out and hit the old faker hard. Crack! The branches that were trapping the ancient divine rhinoceros broke and fell to the ground. "It hurts!" The old faker screamed and controlled the branches even more crazily to restrain the ancient divine rhinoceros. Attack! With Little Mouse as the leader, the 4 of them attacked at lightning speed. Splash! Little Mouse used its innate superpower the moment it attacked. Its claws were surrounded by a thick purple aura. It leaped onto the back of the ancient divine rhinoceros, and its claws, which were filled with endless power, viciously clawed at the ancient divine rhinoceros. Crack! Although the ancient divine rhinoceros had a strong defense, it was still torn apart by Little Mouse. Rumble! The ancient divine rhinoceros was infuriated. It shook its body, wanting to send the Little Mouse flying. However, the Little Mouse's body was extremely agile. The ancient divine rhinoceros could not catch its tracks at all. At the same time, Xiao Huang transformed into the royal ant tribe. His body expanded, and the antennae on his forehead wriggled crazily, wrapping around the ancient divine rhinoceros. When Xiao Huang's tentacles wrapped around the ancient divine rhinoceros's 4 feet, Xiao Hai and Pangolin attacked at the same time. Dong dong dong! Pangolin's defense skyrocketed. Outside his body, there was a layer of powerful armor. When he saw that the ancient divine rhinoceros was enraged, he ignored his injuries and stood in front of the ancient divine rhinoceros horns. Crack! The pangolin's defense was penetrated, but the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros were not in a good condition either. Break! Pangolin's eyes were bloodshot. He screamed in his heart. The armor on his skin instantly turned into a ball of fiery light, restraining the ancient divine rhinoceros horns firmly. Faster! Pangolin roared at the others. The ancient divine rhinoceros's strongest point was its horns. Now that it was restrained, its attack power was greatly reduced. Old bull, die! Little Mouse's claws quickly scratched the ancient divine rhinoceros's body. In the blink of an eye, the ancient divine rhinoceros's back was covered in blood and flesh. Little Mouse's claws could dig through the ancient path of time and space. A mere ancient divine rhinoceros was nothing. Not far away, Fang Chen stood in the air, watching the battle. Originally, he was worried that the ancient divine rhinoceros would be enraged and that the 5 of them would not be able to withstand it. But now it seemed that he was overthinking. After so many years, the 5 of them have become more and more coordinated. Fang Chen grinned. Every one of them knew their own strength. When they cooperated with others, they could learn from each other's strengths to offset their weaknesses. When they attacked together, their combat power was off the charts. The old faker's strongest ability was entanglement. There were countless branches and leaves on his main body. As long as he did not die, the branches and leaves would never be extinguished. Therefore, He used his special ability to restrain the ancient divine rhinoceros in a very small space so that it could not engage in a large-scale battle. Next was Little Mouse. He used his claws to perform his special ability, causing the ancient divine rhinoceros to enter a state of rage and attack it crazily. At this time, Xiao Huang also activated his antennae and entangled the ancient divine rhinoceros's forefeet so that it could not move. When the ancient divine rhinoceros activated its horns and launched a thunderous attack, Pangolin used his strongest defense to restrain the ancient divine rhinoceros's horns. As for Xiao Hai, he spat out seawater and drowned the ancient divine rhinoceros. Their cooperation was smooth and fluid. The ancient divine rhinoceros's overall strength was stronger than the 5 of them. But when the 5 of them worked together, they suppressed the ancient divine rhinoceros until it could not resist at all. Boom! After a while, the ancient divine rhinoceros's huge body fell to the ground with a loud boom. It had no vitality left. It was dead. Huff! The 5 of them transformed into their human forms and panted heavily. "This guy is too clumsy," Little Mouse said. "If he is as agile as us, how are we going to fight?" Xiao Huang said. Xiao Hai and Pangolin nodded. The latter's injuries were quite serious. After all, he had directly restrained the ancient divine rhinoceros's horns. In the following time, the 5 of them began to divide the ancient divine rhinoceros's body. Fang Chen watched the entire process. He could not help but sigh. Things had changed with the passage of time. The 5 of them had become more mature. Dong! Just as the 5 of them were in high spirits, the ground suddenly trembled and the stars shook. An extremely dense demonic qi came from underground. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. In a flash, he appeared in front of the 5 of them. "Be careful. There seems to be an unknown creature underground," Fang Chen said. "Could there be a herd of ancient divine rhinoceros underground?" Little Mouse's expression also changed. Roar! A roar could be heard coming from underground. Rumble! Cracks appeared on the ground and demon qi soared into the sky. The stars shook and all the demon qi gathered at the center of the stars. Retreat! All of a sudden, Fang Chen let out a cry of surprise, and led the 5 of them back onto the ancient road of spacetime. Crack! The ground cracked and a huge body appeared. "You killed my child. I will tear you to pieces." The ancient divine rhinoceros's aura was even stronger. "A realm king," Fang Chen murmured with a grave expression. Boom! The horns of the divine rhinoceros suddenly expanded and pierced through the sky. Starlight fell and the entire planet turned into a battlefield of azura. Strong winds blew and the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard incessantly. "This guy is too strong. We can't resist at all," Little Mouse said in a low voice. Their gazes landed on Fang Chen's figure, as if they were asking for his opinion. Fang Chen originally wanted to avoid the attack, but when his gaze fell on the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros, his eyes burned. That is, in the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros, there was a thumb-sized star core. Fang Chen was very familiar with this star core, because he had the same 5 star cores in his body. How is this possible? Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Why would there be an immortal star core in the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros? Could it have killed a human who had condensed an immortal star core and absorbed its power? But when he thought of this, Fang Chen immediately denied it. Because once a human martial artist condensed an immortal star core, it would be compatible with his bloodline. After he died, the immortal star core would shatter and turn into immortal star power. Therefore, the only explanation was that the ancient divine rhinoceros had condensed immortal star power. How terrifying was that? Demonic beasts were very different from humans in the first place. However, this ancient divine rhinoceros could condense an immortal star core. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with vigilance. His intuition told him that the ancient divine rhinoceros's strength was far from what it looked like. Roar! The ancient divine rhinoceros roared into the sky. When it stomped its feet, the entire star shook. You killed my child. All of you must die. A deafening roar came from the ancient divine rhinoceros's nostrils. It said coldly. Its horns expanded and emitted a terrifying power that pierced through the sky. Dong dong dong. With every step the ancient divine rhinoceros took, it would release a powerful force. The 5 of them looked grave. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to resist the ancient divine rhinoceros. All of you retreat first. I will stop it. Chapter 3185. This divine rhinoceros was clearly much stronger than the one they had killed before. According to Fang Chen's senses, it was at least at the peak transcendent world lord level. It might even be able to fight against a world king level expert. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless. After entering the ancient spacetime path, this was the strongest enemy Fang Chen had encountered so far. Roar. The divine rhinoceros's entire body changed. Its skin flashed with complex runes. Crimson blood flowed through the veins, illuminating the entire planet in an incomparably bright red. Rumble. The star shook. The sky was dyed red with blood. The blood and the runes gathered towards the horns of the divine rhinoceros. In the blink of an eye, the blood had gathered on its horns. 1. After the blood and the immortal star core fused, the horns became even stronger. Kacha. The divine rhinoceros gently twisted its head. Wherever its horns passed, the sky would be torn apart. An unfathomable crack would instantly appear. Within the crack, a wild storm swept through the world. Die. The divine rhinoceros stomped its feet. Its huge body charged towards Fang Chen's ancient spacetime path. Hoo. Although the divine rhinoceros's body was huge, it wasn't clumsy at all. Its speed was fast to the extreme. Fang Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the divine rhinoceros's movement technique to contain the Tao of spacetime. As expected of a demonic beast that cultivated in the ancient spacetime path. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The divine rhinoceros's strongest point was its horns. However, the divine rhinoceros he encountered on this star actually had such great attainments in the Tao of spacetime. From this point, one could see how powerful the ancient spacetime path was. Its speed isn't slow, but Fang Chen grinned. His figure flashed, and he disappeared into the void. Kacha. The divine rhinoceros's horns ruthlessly pierced into the place where Fang Chen disappeared. The void was torn apart. Roar. The divine rhinoceros roared towards the sky. Its attack missed and it was furious. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the following time, the divine rhinoceros used its absolute strength to control its horns, cutting through every inch of the star's void. Dong. Finally, Fang Chen was forced to reveal himself after a bombardment. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and blocked the rhinoceros horns. Crack! The sound of metal clashing rang out and sparks flew in all directions. A powerful sword chi burst out from the hidden star sword and forcibly blocked the attack from the 2 horns of the divine rhino. Foolish humans! Seeing this, the divine rhinoceros let out an angry roar from its nostrils as it mocked. In the next second, the rhinoceros god's huge body directly pressed towards Fang Chen. At the same time, the immortal star nucleus in its 2 horns exploded, and the terrifying immortal star power increased the power of its 2 horns by at least 30%. His attack power soared, giving Fang Chen a lot of pressure. Star-breaking sword. Without hesitation, Fang Chen performed the 8th move of the invincible swordsmanship, star-breaking sword. The star-hidden sword suddenly swung out. On the tip of the sword, a cold star flickered. A terrifying sword light whizzed out. Crack! The rhinoceros god was enraged and his attack power had reached a terrifying level. The power of its 2 horns was unparalleled. Although the invincible swordsmanship was powerful, it could not completely block the attack of the rhinoceros god. Crack! After the sword light collided with the horns of the rhinoceros god, it shattered and Fong Qin was forced to retreat. Crash! Using the rock body movement, Fong Chen's body merged with heaven and earth. I don't believe that you can keep dodging. The rhinoceros god was enraged. Scorching flames shot out from its eyes. Its feet stepped on the ground, and its two horns released an unparalleled pressure. Buzz! Strange changes happened to its two horns. All the demonic chi in the star was crazily absorbed by it. In the blink of an eye, the vast demonic chi began to envelop the star. Oh no, the rhinoceros god wants to trap Boss with its demonic chi. Little Mouse said worriedly. We have to fight alongside Boss. The five of them looked at each other and nodded. They stepped into the star one after another. Dong! In a few breaths' time, the star was completely sealed by the powerful demonic chi. Roar! 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 The rhinoceros god roared to the sky. This star is my territory. All of you must die. Whoosh! Scorching flames shot out from the rhinoceros god's nostrils and instantly turned the star into a sea of fire. The five of them were directly swept away. Kill! The five of them attacked together, but they could not stop the rhinoceros god. At the critical moment, Fong Qin took action. He used his Emperor Realm's strength to forcefully blast the rhinoceros god's huge body away. Then, he took out the heaven sealing tablet. A terrifying sealing power fell and shrouded the star. In this way, the demonic chi seal could not affect Fong Qin too much. He could go all out and fight. Invincible swordsmanship. It was still the invincible swordsmanship, but this time, Fong Qin attacked with all his strength. The star-breaking sword flashed with dazzling sword light. 5 stellar cores floated above his head, and his attack power skyrocketed. Immortal stellar core? Seeing this, Niu Qi's pupils shrank and he cried out. You have also condensed an immortal stellar core? Hearing this, Fong Qin could finally confirm that the rhinoceros god in front of him had obtained part of the immortal emperor's inheritance and had condensed an immortal stellar core with his own efforts. Humph! I will become stronger after absorbing your immortal stellar core. They were originally enemies. At this moment, the rhinoceros god hated Fong Qin even more. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Whoosh! The hidden star sword burst out with endless power and rushed towards the rhinoceros god. Clang! The rhinoceros god's horns blocked the hidden star sword. Emperor weapon! The rhinoceros god cried out when he felt that his horns were pierced by the hidden star sword. Damn you, you actually have an emperor weapon. The rhinoceros god's attack became even more violent. Its horns seemed to be able to pierce through the star. However, Fong Qin did not fight it head-on. Instead, he chose to use a roundabout tactic. He constantly used the Great Rock Movement technique to sneak attack the rhinoceros god. After a while, the rhinoceros god roared crazily. There were many injuries on its body, but it still couldn't find any traces of a human. Little Mouse and the other 4 also found the right time to use their innate abilities to restrain the rhinoceros god. Gradually, the rhinoceros god was in a desperate situation. In the ancient road of spacetime, the Blazeheart Realm Lord was moving forward rapidly when he suddenly felt a powerful battle. Someone is fighting. His eyes flickered and he quickly moved forward. Soon, he arrived before the star. That is, the entire star was shrouded in monstrous demonic chi. He couldn't see the situation inside, but he could feel that the battle was extremely powerful. Who is fighting? The Blazeheart Realm Lord thought of a person. It was an expert who died in the past, or Tu Wan Mo. Tu Wan Mo shouldn't be this strong. It must be an expert who died in the past. Thinking of this, the Blazeheart Realm Lord's eyes moved as he approached the star. The battle's fluctuations are too great. I think both sides will suffer in the end. I will wait here. After saying that, the Blazeheart Realm Lord waited wholeheartedly. In the star, monstrous demonic chi filled the sky. Emperor Realm energy surrounded Fong Qin as he held the hidden star sword in one hand and the immortal scepter in the other. The 5 of them stood behind him. On the opposite side, the rhinoceros god was in a sorry state. Blood was spurting out. It was heavily injured. Damn it! The rhinoceros god's eyes stared at Fang Qin. It couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. One of the rhinoceros god's horns was cut off. On the other horn there was a sword hole. Fang Qin attacked with all his strength. With the help of the sealed sky monument's powerful sealing energy, the 5 of them gradually gained the upper hand. Most importantly, Fang Qin used the Immortal Star Core and Immortal Scepter as a foundation to break the Immortal Star Core in the rhinoceros god's horns. The destruction of the Immortal Star Core had a great impact on the rhinoceros god. Its strength was greatly reduced. You killed my children and broke my horns. I will tear you into pieces. As its voice fell, the complicated patterns on the rhinoceros god's skin instantly shrank and disappeared. At this moment, the rhinoceros god's body underwent a great change. Roar! The rhinoceros god let out a shocking roar from its nostrils. A terrifying aura spread out. Not good. The rhinoceros god is going to use a forbidden secret technique. The little mouse exclaimed. The rhinoceros god's forbidden secret technique. It is said that its battle prowess can increase by a level in a short period of time. Let's go. We can't wait any longer. Xiao Huang said in a deep voice. Chapter 3186. In the ancient era, the divine rhinoceros race possessed powerful innate abilities. The bloodline in their bodies was powerful to the extreme. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them the king of demons. However, as time passed and the age of chaos arrived, the ancient divine rhinoceros was almost extinct. Their bloodline became thinner and thinner. Now, there were only a few who could use the forbidden technique. Seeing the changes in the divine rhinoceros body, the little mouse's expression changed. As a member of the demon race, it knew better than anyone how powerful the ancient divine rhinoceros forbidden technique was. Roar! As it was thinking, the divine rhinoceros body continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it was comparable to a small mountain. It took a step forward and the earth shook. The most terrifying thing was that its horns were flowing with a sinister and terrifying power. Divine Rhinoceros World Annihilation. The divine rhinoceros roared, and its horns soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. The sinister and terrifying power on the surface of its horns instantly covered the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky and a storm was coming. The sky changed color. Boom! Boom! The divine rhinoceros attack power increased by a level. Its aura also became incomparably powerful. That's the aura of a world king. Fang Qin exclaimed and his expression changed. Although with his strength, if he attacked with all his strength, he could still escape unscathed from a world king powerhouse. However, the divine rhinoceros in front of him was different. It had used the forbidden technique, and the power of its bloodline had completely fused with its horns. The power that erupted from it wasn't something an ordinary world king could compare to. He had the intention to retreat. With a wave of his hand, he sent the 5 of them into Dark Cave Mountain. Then, he stepped on the hidden star sword and put away the sealed sky monument. He passed through the demon chi seal and rushed towards the ancient road of time. Roar! Behind him, the divine rhinoceros roars were endless. Wherever its horns passed, the void collapsed and spatial storms emerged. Terrifying vortexes appeared one after another and were about to catch up to Fang Qin. Great rock movement technique. Fang Qin's speed suddenly soared and he directly rushed onto the ancient road of time. It's him. After seeing Fang Qin, the Blazeheart Realm Lord's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. This guy's life is really tough. Voila! The Blazeheart Realm Lord moved horizontally, blocking Fang Qin's path. Skyheart Realm Lord, how have you been? Blazeheart Realm Lord grinned. Get out of the way. The situation was urgent. Fang Qin couldn't care less and scolded him directly. Humph. No matter what, the Skyheart Realm is still considered a subsidiary power of my Shinshin school. Yet, you publicly killed the Sky Heart Realm Lord and ignored the threat of my Shinshin school. You even killed the envoy we sent over. With all these crimes added together, it's enough for you to die 10,000 times. The Blazeheart Realm Lord seemed to have noticed that there were powerful demonic beasts chasing after Fong Qin on the star. He was deliberately stalling for time and obstructing the ladder. Scram! Fong Qin fiercely punched out, forcing the Blazeheart Realm Lord to retreat. Die! The Blazeheart Realm Lord acted with lightning speed. He spread out his hands as his heart force gushed forth, blocking Fong Qin's attack. At the same time, he blocked Fong Qin's path. You are courting death. The hidden star sword cut through the vast sky, and the star-breaking sword was displayed. Xiao! A resplendent sword light, along with endless sword qi, pierced towards the Blazeheart Realm Lord at an extremely fast speed. Not good. The Blazeheart Realm Lord sensed the terror of the sword qi and didn't face it head-on. Bang! Just as his body moved, he was sent flying by a fist light. Fong Qin's body rapidly disappeared into the depths of the ancient space-time path. Damn it! The Blazeheart Realm Lord was enraged, but Fong Qin had already disappeared. Roar! At this moment, the divine rhinoceros furiously chased after him. Where is he? The divine rhinoceros was enraged. When it saw the Blazeheart Realm Lord, its horns flickered with light, wanting to kill him. Stop! The Blazeheart Realm Lord was shocked and hurriedly shouted, We have a common enemy. If you want to kill him, I can help you. You? The divine rhinoceros stopped attacking. Its huge eyes stared at the Blazeheart Realm Lord. Monstrous demonic chi swept him up and pulled him into the demonic chi star. On the ancient space-time path, Fong Qin executed the Great Rock Movement technique, moving swiftly. At the same time, a strange scene took place in Dark Cave Mountain. I'm a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient era. Although you guys are demonic beasts, you can't compare to me. The pure-blooded cub stared at the five fellows and grinned. Little Flame stood beside the pure-blooded cub. He didn't recognize Little Mouse and the others. On the other hand, Fong Shi, Kong Jiu, and Heaven Heart were excited when they saw Little Mouse and the others. Why are you guys here? Heaven Heart asked with a smile. It's a long story. Little Mouse gave a simple explanation of the situation. You don't even know how to brag. You guys want to dig through the ancient space-time path? Clearly, the pure-blooded cub didn't believe them. What? Do you want to fight? Little Mouse asked. Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you guys. Boom. The battle erupted. The pure-blooded cub released a powerful pure-blooded bloodline while Little Mouse released its innate ability. Rumble. The battle between the two was extremely intense. Let's go together. Xiao Huang and the others looked at each other, smiled strangely, and joined the battle. By the time Fong Qin noticed the battle in Dark Cave Mountain, they were almost done fighting. Although the pure-blooded cub was strong, Little Mouse and the others worked together seamlessly and were even stronger. Boom! With a loud sound, the two sides scattered. Crash! At this moment, Fong Qin entered Dark Cave Mountain. Boss, where did this guy come from? Little Mouse and the others asked. Seriously, you have a pure-blooded descendant like me, but you still want to take these guys as your spirit pets? The pure-blooded cub said disapprovingly. What are you talking about? Do you want to be beaten up again? Seeing these fellows bickering, Fong Qin felt helpless. All right, stop bickering. Fong Qin introduced them to each other and said, You are all my brothers who have fought with me in the world. There will be many opportunities to fight side by side in the future. I don't want you to be at odds with each other. Whether you are a pure-blooded descendant or an ordinary demon, as long as you cultivate hard, you will reach the peak one day, Fong Qin said in a low voice. The pure-blooded cub waved its paw. Boring, I'm not going to play with you. Then, it jumped onto Xiaohua's shoulder and walked away. Let's go and teach this guy a lesson. Little Mouse and the other four stealthily followed them. Fang Chen did not pay any attention to them. They knew their limits. "Father, are you okay?" Fang Shi asked worriedly. Fang Chen stroked his daughter's forehead and smiled. "I'm fine, don't worry." Sure enough, as Fang Chen expected, in just 3 days, the pure-blooded cub got along well with the other 5 fellows. Although they often bickered, they had already acknowledged each other. Fang Chen was also very happy about this. In the ancient road of spacetime, Fang Chen felt that he was infinitely close to the end. The power of spacetime was even stronger. What is at the end of the ancient road of spacetime? Fang Chen was very puzzled. Why did the owner of the ancient road of spacetime create such a huge ancient road of spacetime? In addition, the existence of the Golden Castle made Fang Chen feel even more incredulous. 3 months later, Fang Chen came to the end of the ancient road of spacetime. On this day, the ancient road of spacetime shook as if it was about to shatter. Fang Chen saw the end of spacetime. Stars twinkled as if he was in the world of reincarnation. That is, at the end of spacetime, under the stars there was a phantom. Every time it moved, it would release a vast power of spacetime. Using remnant thoughts to outline the Tao of spacetime? Fang Chen was shocked. How strong was this unparalleled powerhouse? His comprehension of the Tao of spacetime had reached an unimaginable level. Just the creation of the ancient road of spacetime was a big deal. Now, he even left behind a remnant thought. For countless years, it had been here, sketching the trajectory of the Tao of spacetime. In an instant, Fang Chen's body stiffened and his eyes were blank. The power of spacetime surged around him as if he had entered a state of epiphany. At the end of the ancient road of spacetime, the flickering phantom suddenly stopped and looked up at Fang Chen with a gratified smile. The Tao of spacetime is vast and boundless. To be able to have an epiphany here is really rare. I hope you can comprehend the ultimate meaning of the Tao of spacetime and bring it to greater height. After saying that, the phantom gradually faded until it disappeared. After it disappeared, at the end of the ancient road of spacetime, the power of spacetime condensed into small handwriting. At the end of the handwriting, the words King of Spacetime were written. The King of Spacetime dared to call himself the King of the Tao of Spacetime. One could imagine how powerful his attainments were. Chapter 3187. A series of images appeared in Fang Chen's mind. And this scene was exactly what he had just comprehended from the movement of the shadow. In that instant, it was as if a door to the peak of time and space had opened. Fang Chen was quickly comprehending. His body sometimes moved, sometimes passed through time and space, sometimes stopped. The great rock movement technique was displayed to the extreme. His speed was unparalleled among sector lords. Even compared to world kings, he wasn't any weaker. Time and space was a Tao born from the combination of time and space. Before this, Fang Chen's attainments in space were very high. However, his attainments in time were slightly weaker. But now, the flow of time around him seemed to be constantly changing. The void flickered, as if his comprehension could cause changes in the ancient path of time and space. While Fang Chen was comprehending, the other transcendent sector lords, including Blazeheart's sector lord, were all heading towards the end of the ancient path of time and space. The changes in the ancient path of time and space made them puzzled. This powerful fluctuation comes from the end of the ancient path of time and space. Blazeheart's sector lord's figure flashed as he sped along the ancient path of time and space. At the same time, Bright Wolf sector lord, Merciless Hand sector lord, and Ouyang Luoxue were also traveling. Hoo! Her clothes were as white as snow, and her body was beautiful. No matter where she went, she would give off a different feeling. Ouyang Luoxue was traveling when a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Tu Wanma. Ouyang Luoxue recognized this person. It was Devil Hand Sect's sector lord Tu Wanma. The current Tu Wanma was very different from before. Demonic energy filled the sky from his body as if a demon god had descended. Tu Wanma's tall figure blocked Ouyang Luoshua's path. His pitch-black eyes sized her up. Ouyang Luoshua frowned. She was very displeased because she saw some filth in Tu Wanma's eyes. Get out of the way! Ouyang Luoshua coldly scolded. Ha ha! Ouyang Luoshua, do you still think this is the Ouyang family? Tu Wanma suddenly let out an eerie grin as he opened his hand. A terrifying demonic aura sprang into the sky, sealing off the place. He pointed at Ouyang Luoshua and said greedily, "Only I, Tu Wanmo, am worthy of such a perfect woman like you." Scram! Ouyang Luoshua's expression changed, and an icy cold aura emanated from her body. She clenched her fist tightly and punched out. Rumble! There was an explosion in front of Tu Wanma. A halo completely condensed from demonic chi blocked Ouyang Luoshua's attack. What? Are you angry from embarrassment? Tu Wanma said, I, Tu Wanma, am destined to become the main character of this era. If you follow me, you will definitely reach the peak in the future. Damn it. As the daughter of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Luoshua had countless suitors. However, no one dared to speak rudely to Ouyang Luoshua. Tu Wanma didn't seem to be afraid at all. He looked mockingly at Ouyang Luoshua. This is the ancient road of time and space. Even if I kill you, your Ouyang family won't know. Who? As he spoke, Tu Wanma's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ouyang Luoshua. Ouyang Luoshua stomped her feet and prepared to counterattack. However, at this moment, Ouyang Luoshua was shocked to find that she couldn't move her body. Ouyang Luoshua panicked. Her heart raced and she wanted to struggle. However, Tu Wanma waved his hand and suppressed her. How is this possible? Ouyang Luoshua didn't understand. How did Tu Wanma become so strong all of a sudden? What a beauty! It's a pity that I can't touch you now. Tu Wanma had an obsession in his heart. Before he resolved this obsession, he couldn't be distracted. After I kill World Lord Tianxian, I will spend the night with you. Tu Wanma looked greedily at Ouyang Luoshua. He didn't hide his thoughts at all. Aren't you afraid of my Ouyang family's revenge? Ouyang Luoshua gradually calmed down from her initial panic. Ouyang Luoshua regained her usual aloofness and said indifferently, Ouyang family? Tu Wanma smiled eerily and restrained her. Several days later, at the end of the ancient road of spacetime, World Lord Blazeheart was the first to arrive. When he saw Fong Chen, he was furious and wanted to kill him immediately. Hoo. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. World Lord Blazeheart turned his head and saw World Lord Merciless Tyrant and Jing Lang. I didn't expect World Lord Blazeheart to be the first to arrive. Jing Lang nodded. World Lord Blazeheart, what's at the end of the ancient road of spacetime? Did you discover anything? World Lord Merciless Tyrant asked. World Lord Blazeheart pointed at Fong Chen. It's him. World Lord Merciless Tyrant and Jing Lang were surprised. This fellow seems to be comprehending something. Did he obtain the inheritance of the ancient road of spacetime? Thinking of this, World Lord Merciless Tyrant's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. Let's attack together and force him out of the inheritance. World Lord Jing Lang and World Lord Blazeheart nodded. Voila! World Lord Merciless Tyrant had stepped into the transcendent realm, and his attainments in the Poison Tao were even stronger. However, he would never forget Fong Chen's comprehension of the Poison Tao. He must be hiding a secret art of the Poison Tao on him. Once I obtain it, I'll definitely be able to step into the World King realm. World Lord Merciless Tyrant had his own selfish motives in dealing with Fong Chen. He took the lead and waved his hand. A terrifying poison gas instantly spread out and submerged Fong Chen. Ha, what a foolish fellow. Even a world king will undoubtedly die after being enveloped by my poison gas. World Lord Merciless Tyrant laughed heartily. World Lord Jing Lang and World Lord Blazeheart also praised, as expected of the most monstrous World Lord in the history of the 10,000 Poisons sect. World Lord Merciless Tyrant, your attainments in the Poison Tao are truly breathtaking. This fellow is enveloped by World Lord Merciless Tyrant's poison. Unless a miracle occurs, he'll undoubtedly die. The three originally wanted to join forces to deal with Fang Chen, but the moment World Lord Merciless Tyrant took action, the battle was over. The two of them were happy and relaxed, so they stopped. Within the billowing poison gas, Fang Chen was still sitting cross-legged, unaffected. The terrifying poison gas was extremely corrosive. Fortunately, Fang Chen's physical body had reached the martial emperor level. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin blocked the corrosion of the poison gas. His comprehension of the space-time Tao had also reached a bottleneck. The space-time Tao is ever-changing. To comprehend it, one must become one with space-time. Fang Chen muttered to himself. In an instant, vast space-time power surged out of his body. Whoosh! He suddenly opened his eyes. His many years of accumulation had naturally come to fruition. The space-time power in his body had undergone a fundamental change. Whoosh! At the same time, at the end of the ancient road of space-time, a dazzling light entered his mind. This is the space-time king's inheritance. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to obtain the space-time king's inheritance while comprehending the space-time Tao. I spent my entire life trying, but I still couldn't see through space-time. I hope that a successor can inherit my comprehension and help me fulfill my wish. A sigh came from the void. Fang Chen was just about to check the space-time king's inheritance in his mind when he suddenly felt his entire body burning. Poison gas? He subconsciously lowered his head and discovered that a monstrous poison gas had enveloped him. Realm Lord Merciless Hand? Fang Chen's expression instantly darkened. Of the many Realm Lords within the barrier of World City, only Realm Lord Merciless Hand could release such a powerful poison gas. Fang Chen didn't even think about how Realm Lord Merciless Hand had entered the ancient road of spacetime. You want to compete in the poison Tao with me? Fang Chen sneered. He spread out his hand and the poison gas instantly spread out. Hiss. The poison gas instantly crushed Realm Lord Merciless Hand's poison gas upon contact. Crack! The monstrous poison gas enveloping Fang Chen disappeared. The three of them were discussing how to force Fang Chen to hand over the inheritance when they suddenly discovered that the poison gas had disappeared. How is this possible? Realm Lord Merciless Hand involuntarily cried out. He was extremely confident in his poison Tao technique. However, he didn't understand how Fang Chen had withstood it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a realm king might not be able to block my poison Tao attack. How could a mere transcendent realm lord block them? Realm Lord Merciless Hand frantically shook his head, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. Realm Lord Merciless Hand, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and gloomily said, "Back in the Golden Valley, I gave you a chance, but you refused to repent and even tried to kill me. Tell me, how can I let you go?" Chapter 3188. As for you, Realm Lord Blazeheart, you tried to stop me when I was being chased by the rhinoceros. How can I let you off? Fang Chen said calmly, his words filled with killing intent. Realm Lord Jing Lang of Black Wolf Mountain? We don't know each other. Why do you want to deal with me? You killed my Shinshin school's envoy. That's a capital offense, Realm Lord Blazeheart said coldly. Cut the crap. Hand over the inheritance at the end of the ancient road of spacetime and I won't interfere in this matter, Jing Lang said coldly. Fang Chen's eyes swept across the three of them and a mocking smile appeared on his face. I have indeed obtained the inheritance, Fang Chen said, but so what? Their expressions changed when they heard this. The poison on Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's body instantly spread out. Hand over the inheritance or die. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. Fang Chen disdained Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's threat. Oh right. If you lose to me again, I won't show any mercy and will definitely kill you. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant launched a swift and violent attack. Hoo. At the end of the ancient road of spacetime, a wild poison filled the entire void. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant had used his strongest move. His poison could corrode the void, but it couldn't do anything to Fang Chen. I'll let you see what the true poison Dao is. Fang Chen flicked his finger and the poison in his body turned into a stream of light and shot out. Whoosh! The poison penetrated Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's defenses and directly entered his body. Poochie! Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. His body began to convulse and his expression changed drastically. Damn it! He desperately urged the energy in his body to force out the poison, but it was to no avail. Let's attack together. At the sight of this, Realm Lord Jing Lang and Realm Lord Yen Xin finally felt how terrifying Fang Chen was. The two of them joined forces and attacked. Invincible Sword Art. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and his aura rose to the peak like a god. If it was before, I might be afraid of you joining forces, but now, his actions showed his attitude. The hidden star sword pierced through the void, bringing along boundless power as it pierced towards Realm Lord Jing Lang. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's sword chi and retreated. You can't escape. Fang Chen's speed suddenly soared as he arrived in front of Realm Lord Jing Lang. Crack! The tip of the hidden star sword pierced into Realm Lord Jing Lang's body with incomparable sharpness. Roar! Realm Lord Jing Lang faced the sky and howled. His body wriggled, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the appearance of a black wolf. This was the ultimate technique of the Black Wolf Mountain Wolf transformation. Once he transformed into a wolf, his attack power would increase exponentially, but it would not last for long. After a while, his body would become extremely weak. Therefore, he had to kill Fang Chen while he was in his wolf form. Crack! Realm Lord Jing Lang, who had transformed into a wolf, roared madly and forced back the star-concealing sword's attack with a punch. Rip! There was a terrifying sword hole on his body. Blood spurted out but his aura rose. In the blink of an eye, Realm Lord Fang Lord's aura rose to the peak. It's useless. Fang Chen took a step forward and unleashed his full power. The hidden star sword was like cutting tofu as it easily broke through the defenses of the wolf-transformed world overlord Jing Lang and ruthlessly pierced into his body. No! Realm Lord Fang screamed in fear. He felt his life force fading away as though he was about to die. Bang! In the next moment, Fang Chen used his Emperor Realm strength and punched Realm Lord Fang Lord's head. Dong! Realm Lord Fang Lord's body fell on the ancient spacetime road. A transcendent Realm Lord had fallen. It was a shocking scene. Even the injured Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant and the attacking Realm Lord Fang Lord were shocked. How is this possible? Never in their dreams would they have thought that Fang Chen's strength was actually powerful to such an extent. That was Realm Lord Fang Lord. Although he wasn't the strongest among the transcendent Realm Lords, he was on par with them. However, Fang Chen had killed him with a single strike. How terrifying was his attack power! Retreat! As he thought of this, the Blazeheart Realm Lord felt fear in his heart as he retreated. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant hurriedly got up and dragged his injured body away. Die! The hidden star sword pierced through the void and pierced Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's body. Bang! Realm Lord Fang Lord fell to the ground and lost his life force. Dong dong dong! After that, Fang Chen took a step forward and appeared in front of the Blazing Heart Realm Lord. Bang! Fang Chen stomped down on the Blazeheart Realm Lord, causing him to lose all his combat strength. No, you can't kill me. For a transcendent world overlord like the Blazeheart Realm Lord to beg for mercy in front of Fang Chen, if it was in the past, it would be impossible. I won't kill you. Fang Chen flicked his finger and sealed the Blazeheart Realm Lord before tossing him into the dark cave mountain. Princess Xian was still in the Shinshin school. He wanted to use Realm Lord Fang Lord's life to exchange for her freedom. Thinking about it, if the Heart God sect valued the Blazeheart Realm Lord, they would definitely agree to this transaction. At the end of the ancient space-time path, the sky changed color and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. Fang Chen stood there with the hidden star sword in his hand like a god of death. In just a few breaths of time, 2 transcendent realm lords died and 1 was injured. If such a battle result was spread out, it would shock the entire realm capital and even attract the attention of the major powers in the immemorial realm. Hoo! Far away in the horizon, Tu Wanma was rushing forward with Ouyang Luoxue in his hand. At this moment, Ouyang Luoxue was sealed and couldn't struggle at all. She could only let him carry her. Fang Chen sensed something and turned around. When he saw Tu Wanma, he was shocked. Why is it him? Fang Chen's heart shook. He personally destroyed Tu Wanma's body and forced him into the Black Altar. After that, the Black Altar disappeared and everyone thought that Tu Wanma had died. Who knew that not only did he not die, he even appeared in the ancient space-time path. His hand. Fang Chen discovered Ouyang Luoxue. With just a glance, he felt that she was sealed. Could it be Fang Chen seemed to have thought of something? A cold, killing intent flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Realm Lord Tian Xan. While thinking, Tu Wanma had already reached the end of the ancient space-time path. That day, you destroyed my body and forced me into the Black Altar. I swore that if I could survive, I would kill you. Now I, Tu Wanma, am back for revenge. Pung! Tu Wanma threw Ouyang Luoxue to the side and looked coldly at Fang Chen. Kill yourself here and I can leave your corpse intact. Fang Chen ignored Tu Wanma and looked at Ouyang Luoxue. The latter's eyes flashed with a complicated light. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything. After I kill you, Ouyang Luoxue will become my woman and the ancient space-time path will become my territory. Tu Wanma's demonic aura filled the sky and he was extremely arrogant. Fang Chen frowned and shifted his gaze from Ouyang Luoxue to Tu Wanma. I once destroyed your physical body and I can still do so now. I suffered in the Black Altar and finally obtained a supreme demonic cultivation technique. I'm invincible among transcendents. What do you have to fight me? Tu Wanma's face was filled with disdain. Fang Chen pointed at the chaotic space and said, Before you came here, I killed Black Wolf Mountain's Jing Lang Sector Lord, 10,000 Poison Sect's Merciless Hand Sector Lord, and suppressed Shinshin School's Blazing Heart Sector Lord. Are you trying to scare me? Tu Wanma naturally didn't believe that Fang Chen had the strength to fight 1 against 3. He thought that Fang Chen was trying to scare him. Let Ouyang Luoxue go, Fang Chen said in a low voice. What? Going easy on her? Tu Wanma sneered. You want to be a hero and save the beauty? Let's see if you have the ability. Don't lose your life before you can save her. I'll say it one last time. Let Ouyang Luoxue go. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Back then, Ouyang Luoxue had fought side by side with him to kill the evil corpse Devil Clan. Therefore, he couldn't just watch her fall into Tu Wanma's hands. Exchange it with your life, Tu Wanma said. Fang Chen looked up and killing intent flashed in his eyes. I wanted to let you live for a few more minutes, but since you're in a hurry to die, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he said that, the space-time power on the ancient space-time path condensed and lightning appeared. Chapter 3189. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body turned into a beam of light, traveling through the void at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, he appeared beside Ouyang Luoxue. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards her. He wanted to save Ouyang Luoxue before the battle. However, Tu Wanma seemed to have guessed that Fang Qin would do this. He snorted coldly. Monstrous demonic qi surged out and enveloped Ouyang Luoshue's delicate body. Whoosh! Then, he controlled the demonic qi and forcefully pulled Ouyang Luoshue's body behind him. You want to save her? In your dreams. Seeing Fang Chen's plan fail, Tu Wanma sneered. It's too early for you to be happy. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Tu Wanma. He froze and then flew into a rage. At this moment, Fang Chen used his iron fists to break the demonic qi binding Ouyang Luoshua and grabbed her arm. Let's go. The rock movement technique was extremely fast. It was the pride of the pure-blooded rock clan. Fang Chen had learned all the techniques and merged his understanding of the way of time and space into it. His speed had reached a higher level. It was both real and illusory. Fang Chen's body flashed continuously in the void and finally returned to the end of the ancient road of time and space. He put Ouyang Luoshua aside and tapped her body a few times. Her power that had been imprisoned was instantly restored. Wait for me at the side, Fang Chen said in a low voice as he turned around and stared at Tu Wanma. A wisp of a complicated expression appeared on Ouyang Luoshua's face. Who would have thought that a nameless and weak martial artist would save her at the most critical moment? At this moment, a ripple flashed through Ouyang Luoshua's heart. I'll help you. But in next to no time, Ouyang Luoshua recovered her icy cold appearance, and her red lips opened lightly as she spoke in a cold voice. It's okay. I can deal with him alone, Fang Chen said confidently. You're courting death. Tu Wanmo roared into the sky. His heart was filled with rage. Fang Chen had saved her right under his nose. This was a humiliation to him. He wanted to personally tear this damned bastard to shreds. I want you dead. Tu Wanma opened his arms and waved them. Suddenly, a thick demonic aura shot up from the ancient road of time and space, covering the entire sky. Demonify! Tu Wanma stomped his foot and roared. At the same time, a violent wind blew in the sky, causing the void to tremble. Tu Wanma clenched his fists, and a monstrous demonic qi gathered on his fists. Demon Killing Fist. Tu Wanma's fist suddenly punched out. The demonic qi fist tore through the void wherever it passed. Even the ancient road of spacetime trembled. Ouyang Luoshua could clearly see that the spacetime power that surrounded the ancient path was swiftly dispersing. Be careful, the corrosive power of the fist shadows is very strong. Ouyang Luoshua reminded him worriedly. As the daughter of the Ouyang family, she had seen a lot since she was young. Naturally, she could see how terrifying Tu Wanma was. At this moment, Tu Wanma had completely demonified. The demonic nature hidden deep in his heart had completely exploded. His attack power was terrifying. The power of this fist was something that no transcendent world lord in the world capital could block. Even the most outstanding transcendent world lords of the Ouyang family might not be able to escape unscathed from Tu Wanma. Can he block it? Ouyang Luoshua's eyes flashed as she murmured. She knew that she wasn't as strong as Tu Wanma. If she attacked now, she would definitely affect Fang Chen. Therefore, she was staring at the battlefield without blinking. If Fang Chen appeared to be at a disadvantage, she would immediately step in. Emperor Fist. Fang Chen's body was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tu Wanma. Two incomparably powerful fists collided with each other. Demonic fist against Emperor Fist. Rumble. The earth shook and mountains shook. Even the end of the ancient path of time and space was shaking. Demonic aura filled the sky above the demonic fist. Upon contact, it quickly enveloped Fang Chen's fist and tried to corrode it. However, Fang Chen's Emperor Fist gathered all the power of the Emperor realm. It wasn't any weaker than the demonic fist. Gotcha! Under Fang Chen's control, the Empyrean Fist shattered the Fiend Fist with an unstoppable momentum. Dong dong dong. After the demonic fist was crushed, a terrifying shockwave rushed over and forced Tu Wanma to retreat. After stabilizing himself, Tu Wanma's face became even darker. Damn it! He was the strongest world lord and couldn't be challenged. Today I will kill you! Tu Wanma roared into the sky. His body was completely covered by demonic aura. Extreme demonification. Tu Wanma seemed to have gone mad. His forehead was filled with black marks. Be careful, he's completely demonified. Ouyang Luoxue clenched her fists. She was very worried. The demonification allowed Tu Wanma to have strength comparable to a peak transcendent world lord. Now, after the demonification, his battle strength had soared. He was comparable to someone who had just stepped into the World King realm. Boom! Terrifying air currents spun in the sky, forming a terrifying whirlpool. Tu Wanma stood under the whirlpool. His black hair draped over his shoulders like a peerless demon god. I have to admit that your strength has exceeded my imagination. Tu Wanma raised his finger and pointed at Fangchen. However, the ancient path of time and space can only be completed by me. All of you will become my stepping stones. Boom! Suddenly, a black star appeared on the side of the ancient path of time and space. This is Fangchen was stunned. Tu Wanma had actually taken the star and hid it behind his back. You should be proud to die in the demonic energy star that I personally refined. Dong dong dong. The moment the demonic energy star appeared, it caused the ancient path of time and space to shake. Even Ouyang Luoxue's face turned pale. A dark and terrifying aura came from the air. It was very oppressive. Ouyang Luoxue's body kept retreating. She didn't have Fangchen's Emperor Realm body, so she couldn't block the demonic energy. Roar! Tu Wanma opened his hands and grabbed the demonic energy star. The huge demonic energy star kept shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it was the size of a palm. Tu Wanma clenched his fist. The star surged and demonic energy filled the sky. Die! Fangchen didn't expect Tu Wanma to directly throw the star at him. Hoo! Fangchen didn't even think and directly passed through time and space, using the Great Rock Movement technique to the extreme. Humph! Tu Wanma snorted coldly. He connected with the stars and changed the trajectory of the stars to chase after Fangchen. How did he refine the star? According to Fangchen's knowledge, one had to be at least a world king to refine a star. However, what did Tu Wanma's primordial spirit experience when it entered the Black Altar? Could it be that he went back to the past through time and space? Fangchen had a bad feeling. If Tu Wanma really went back to the past and found the most powerful demonic inheritance in the Black Altar, then today's battle would be difficult. Whoosh! The star attacked, but Fangchen easily dodged it. Just as he brushed past the star, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. No, the energy in this star is very mixed. If he really refined it, it shouldn't be like this. Fangchen thought quickly in his mind. Soon, he understood the reason. I see. Fangchen sneered. He held the hidden star sword and used the 8th move of the invincible sword art, Star-Breaking Sword. Whoosh! The hidden star sword expanded and a powerful force was accumulated at the tip of the sword. Once it exploded, it turned into a giant sword and stabbed at the star. Stupid! In Tu Wanma's opinion, Fangchen's move was too stupid. He actually wanted to use his sword technique to split open his own star. What a laughable act! However, Fangchen didn't think so. The star was so powerful that it was impossible for Tu Wanma to completely refine it. Therefore, Fangchen only needed to inject the sword chi into the star to cause chaos in the mixed energy and destroy the star from the inside. At that time, Tu Wanma's demon chi star would collapse. The closer he got to the demon chi star, the heavier Fangchen felt. It was as if he couldn't move. Go! Chapter 3190. Rip! The tip of the star-concealing sword was extremely sharp. When it came into contact with the demonic chi star, it instantly unleashed the might of an Emperor realm expert. Powerful energy quickly gathered at the tip of the sword. Fang Chen even activated the 5 immortal star cores in his body. The mighty immortal star energy merged into the star-concealing sword, increasing its offensive power by more than 2 times. Gotcha! The demonic chi star's defense was extremely strong, and it was also protected by the demonic chi. But at this moment, the might of the star-concealing sword was fully unleashed. With the help of the immortal star cores, it directly broke through the defense. Whoosh! Whoosh! The invincible sword chi burst out like a flood and drilled into the demonic chi star. In an instant, the demonic chi star began to tremble, and the energy inside became chaotic. Tu Wanma's face changed drastically. He was shocked to find that his control over the demonic chi star was getting weaker and weaker. Not good! Tu Wanma shouted in his heart. He stomped his foot and retreated rapidly. At the same time, he sucked the demonic chi star into his palm. Gotcha! Tu Wanma exerted more strength in his palm, and the demonic chi star cracked. Break! Tu Wanma, who was in his ultimate demonized state, had the offensive power of a world king expert. He roared furiously, and cracks appeared on the demonic chi star. Whoosh! As Tu Wanma exerted more strength, the demonic chi star could no longer hold on. The energy inside was in a mess, and in the blink of an eye, it could no longer hold on. At this moment, Tu Wanma shook his wrist and threw the demonic chi star out again. But this time, the demonic chi star suddenly began to expand. In just a breath's time, it completely recovered to its original size and became incomparably huge. At this moment, the energy inside the demonic chi star had reached its peak, and it suddenly shattered. The star shattered, and the majestic energy rushed in like a flood. Even the ancient spacetime road was affected by it. Primal Chaos Sword Body. Fang Chen pushed the Primal Chaos Sword Body to the extreme. At the same time, the star-concealing sword and the immortal scepter were crazily revolving, releasing a powerful Emperor Realm aura. They pierced towards the shattered demonic chi star at lightning speed. Boom boom boom! The attacks of the star-concealing sword and the immortal scepter greatly weakened the violent power of the demon chi star after it shattered. However, he was still unable to completely block it. Fang Chen's body was instantly submerged by the terrifying torrent of power. Be careful! Ouyang Luoxue exclaimed loudly from nearby, and her pretty face was covered in worry. She wanted to help, but her body shivered. The power of a star exploding was far too great. Unless one was a World King powerhouse or above, no one could block it. Let's see if you can survive this time. Tu Wanma stood in midair, looking down at the terrifying power that had turned into a sea of fire. No matter how great your potential is, what's the use? In the end, won't you still turn into a pile of bones? Tu Wanma said coldly. I, Tu Wanma, am the real peerless genius. I am destined to reach the peak of martial arts in the future and become a supreme expert like the immortal emperor. I will dominate the immemorial chaos. You are just stepping stones in my cultivation. At this moment, Tu Wanma was filled with pride as he vented out all his thoughts. He spread out his hands and terrifying power surged. I don't believe that such power can't kill you. Tu Wanma shook his head. After this battle, he would be invincible in the World Lord realm within the World Capital. His next step would be to leave the World Capital and head to a wider stage to face stronger enemies. The ancient spacetime road is only the starting point for me to slaughter demons, Tu Wanma said in a low voice. He raised his head and his pitch-black eyes looked at the end of the ancient spacetime road. Everything that had happened when he entered the Black Altar flashed through his mind. At that time, he was almost killed by Fang Chen. At the crucial moment, his primordial spirit escaped and entered the Black Altar. From there, he experienced the chaotic spacetime and returned to the past. He obtained the supreme inheritance of the demonic path and obtained the strength he had today. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If you didn't force me, I wouldn't have obtained such a powerful inheritance. Tu Wanma said gloomily, to thank you for everything you have done for me, I will destroy all your family and friends, as well as the sect you once joined. At this point, killing intent surged from Tu Wanma's body. His cold gaze looked towards Ouyang Luoshu. Now, you don't even have the right to be my woman. Tu Wanma took a step forward and arrived before Ouyang Luoshu. However, how can I bear to kill a beauty like you? Stay and be my maid and serve me. Otherwise, only death awaits you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Wanma stretched out his hand and grabbed Ouyang Luoshua's fair neck. He didn't give Ouyang Luoshua any chance to resist. Hoo! A shocking wave of fire suddenly rose from the vast sea of fire. The powerful wave of fire formed a pillar of fire. Whoosh! Taking a closer look, one could see that there was a figure on top of the flame pillar. However, before Tu Wanma could react, a resplendent sword light whistled over. Crack! His arm was instantly severed by the sword light. Blood sprayed out as he screamed in agony. Bang! Then, he was sent flying by a powerful force. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked as he removed the severed arm from Ouyang Luoshua's neck. Ouyang Luoshua shook her head. Her pale face was filled with shock. At this moment she didn't know what to say. Tu Wanmo roared in anger. He looked at his severed arm and the flames in his heart soared into the sky. If I don't tear you to pieces, I swear I'm not human. Tu Wanma demonified again. Monstrous demonic energy swept over. Although Tu Wanma was furious, his heart was also shaken. Especially after seeing Fang Chen, huge waves surged in his heart. He couldn't imagine how this transcendent world lord blocked the power of the star explosion. One had to know that even a world king expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Invincible sword technique. Fang Chen used the 8th move of the invincible sword technique, star-breaking sword. Resplendent sword light flashed in the air as stars shot out. At the same time, he activated the Immortal Star Core and released the full power of the Immortal Scepter. The two Emperor weapons worked together to encircle and annihilate the 10,000 demons. After demonifying, Tu Wanma's attack power was greatly reduced and even showed signs of falling. Fang Chen used this chance to deal a heavy blow to Tu Wanma. Puchi! The hidden star sword stabbed into Tu Wanma's chest with invincible sword energy. At the same time, the immortal scepter smashed into Tu Wanma's head. Kacha! Tu Wanma's head shattered and his body exploded. Xiao! A ball of primordial spirit light shot out in an attempt to escape this place. This time, I won't give you a chance. Fang Chen chased after it and used the Great Rock Movement technique. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Tu Wanma's Yuan spirit. Kacha! Without waiting for Tu Wanmo to speak, he swung his sword and killed him. Hoo! Light fell from the sky and the terrifying aura slowly dissipated. The ancient road of spacetime regained its calm. Only the wretched scene at the end could prove that a great battle had just taken place here. In the distance, Ouyang Luoshua was stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Tu Wanma was dead. After demonifying, a peak transcendent world lord's battle power was comparable to a world king. However, such a powerful existence had died at the hands of Fang Chen. Ouyang Luoshua couldn't accept this. Back then, when she entered the world capital's barrier, Fang Chen hadn't even become a world lord yet. In just a few years, he had grown to such a shocking level. After a long while, Ouyang Luoshua came back to her senses. Her eyes flashed as she looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. She was speechless for a long time. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and immortal scepter and walked to Ouyang Luoshua's side. How many people have entered the ancient road of space-time? Only the 4 of us, Ouyang Luoshua said faintly. Fang Chen nodded. His eyes flashed as he looked ahead. After cultivating for so many years, it was time to return. How did you block the power of the star explosion? In the end, Ouyang Luoxue couldn't help but ask Fang Qin. The power of the star explosion was unimaginable. However, Fang Qin blocked it and was unharmed. She couldn't understand. Do you want to know? Chapter 3191. Under Ouyang Luoxue's curious gaze, Fang Qin's mind moved, and an armor formed by the power of time and space covered his skin. Light flowed, and his aura surged. Ouyang Luoxue was slightly curious. Could it be that Fang Qin used this armor to block the terrifying might of the explosion earlier? This armor is formed by the power of time and space. As long as there is an endless supply of the power of time and space, it can unleash its greatest power, Fang Qin said with a smile. This armor was called the Armor of Time and Space. It was left behind by the King of Time and Space. Although the armor was damaged, and the internal patterns were severely damaged, it was still not something an ordinary armor could compare to. According to the records left behind by the King of Time and Space, if this armor was in perfect condition, it was many times stronger than an emperor weapon. But now, because of the internal damage, its defensive power was at most equal to an emperor weapon. However, this was the ancient road of time and space, created by the King of Time and Space. The power of time and space was endless, which also created the powerful defensive power of the armor. The explosion of the star was very powerful. Even Fang Qin was a little afraid. At the critical moment, he activated the armor of time and space to block the explosion. Moreover, he used the rock movement technique and easily passed through it. Tuan Mo probably did not know how Fang Qin did it. Ouyang Luoxue nodded lightly and smiled brightly at Fang Qin. You're even more beautiful when you smile, Fang Qin said. Ouyang Luoxue was stunned. Then, she stopped smiling and blushed. Soon, she returned to her usual cold and aloof appearance. Let's go, Fang Qin said. Ouyang Luoxue lowered her head and followed Fang Qin. She was thinking about something. Soon, Fang Qin stopped on the ancient road of time and space. Ouyang Luoxue was a little surprised. She did not know what Fang Qin wanted to do. Wait for me here for a while. With that, Fang Qin's figure flashed and disappeared into the star filled with demonic qi. 1. In the sky, the sealed sky tablet grew rapidly and turned into a giant stone tablet. It stood in the sky and a powerful sealing power descended continuously, completely sealing the entire demonic qi star. It's time to put an end to this, Fang Qin said softly as he stepped into the demonic qi star once again. Roar. When the rhinoceros god sensed Fang Qin's aura, it raised its head to the sky and roared. Its gong-sized eyes stared furiously at Fang Qin. Human, you dare to come back? The divine rhinoceros said coldly. If you hadn't run away quickly that day, I would have killed you. Fang Qin shrugged disapprovingly. This action angered the rhinoceros god even more. Roar. The divine rhinoceros let out a furious roar and charged forward with its huge body. Although its horns were broken, they were still able to erupt with great power. Rip! A cold light flickered on the horn, and a terrifying power burst out from the horn. Wherever the horns passed, the void shattered, and demonic aura filled the air. Whoosh! 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 Against Fang Qin, the divine rhinoceros god didn't hold back at all. It used its strongest move to deal with him. In the blink of an eye, the offensive power of the horns had reached its strongest. The entire sky darkened completely. At this moment, Ouyang Luoxue, who was on the ancient road of time and space, felt the demonic qi star shake violently. She raised her eyebrows and looked through the seal to look inside the star. Dong! 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 She could feel a powerful force colliding with the seal. However, the seal was stronger than she had imagined. No matter how strong the force was, it only trembled slightly. Roar! Not long after, miserable cries could be heard coming from the star. Crash! The heaven sealing tablet shrank, and the sealing power quickly dissipated. The demonic Qi star appeared in front of Ouyang Luoxue. Ancient divine rhinoceros? Ouyang Luoxue exclaimed when she saw the huge divine rhinoceros god lying in the center of the star. But soon, she felt relieved. Even Tu Wanma, who had undergone ultimate demonization, could be killed. A mere divine rhinoceros was nothing. After dealing with the divine rhinoceros god, Fang Chun absorbed all the immortal star power in its horns. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 immortal star cores shook. The immortal star power was full. When we get out, I'll start forming the 6th immortal star core, Fang Chun said after some thought. Then, he put the divine rhinoceros god's body into Immortal Cave Mountain and let the little mouse and the others split it among themselves. He returned to the ancient road of time and space and left with Ouyang Luoxue. The world city's barrier was boundless. Ever since the battle at Spirit Formation Mountain, all of the sector lords were trembling with fear. Every day they were on edge, afraid that they would encounter Fang Chun. However, they had also gained something in the past few years. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, only the fittest survived. Some people died in the process of searching for fortuitous opportunities, while others succeeded in obtaining powerful inheritance treasures. From there, their strength skyrocketed. In short, the barrier had changed a lot in the past few years. World lords would occasionally pass through the calm barrier. Rumble. At a certain moment, the sky above World City that had been silent for a long time suddenly trembled. Then, dark clouds gathered and tribulation lightning appeared. Above the cloud-filled sky, a space-time gate was faintly discernible. This scene caused the World City's barrier to tremble. All of the sector lords were staring at the Spirit Formation Mountain without blinking. They wanted to know exactly what had happened. Whoosh, whoosh. Around the gate of time and space, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A terrifying power swept out. However, at this moment, a man and woman walked out side by side. The moment they stepped out of the gate of time and space, the terrifying power instantly disappeared. The gate of time and space also dissipated. The sky returned to normal. That's Ouyang Luoxue. Who is that man? Why is he walking side by side with Ouyang Luoxue? Why does this person look so familiar? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "He's World Lord Skyheart." Boom! The entire barrier shook. Everyone looked at World Lord Skyheart with fear. After so many years, World Lord Skyheart has finally appeared. As expected of World Lord Skyheart, his strength is abnormal. Even from so far away, I can feel the powerful pressure from his body. Of course. Otherwise, how could he walk side by side with Ouyang Luoxue? At this moment, all the world lords in the barrier were discussing Fang Chun. What do you plan to do next? On the peak of World City, Fang Chun smiled and asked. There were still 80 to 90 years until the World Lord Conference ended. I've gained quite a bit from the ancient road of time and space. I plan to find a hidden place to cultivate and come out after 100 years. Ouyang Luoxue nodded lightly. I have the same intention, Fang Chun said. Then we'll meet again. After speaking, Fang Chun's body flashed and he disappeared into the void. Oh my god, how fast is his speed? Too fast. This speed is enough to sweep through the world city. Don't offend World Lord Skyheart. Many world lords felt fear in their hearts and they quickly dispersed. Only Ouyang Luoxue looked in the direction Fang Chun disappeared. Her lips curled up and she revealed a faint smile. What an interesting fellow. Ouyang Luoxue's heart rippled as she thought back to how Fang Chun had single-handedly saved her when she was captured by Tu Wanma. Maybe 100 years later, when we meet again, you'll have stepped into the World King realm. Ouyang Luoxue murmured. After interacting with Fang Chun for a period of time, she was very clear of his potential. How strong was he? Even the person with the strongest potential in the history of the Ouyang world couldn't compare to him. One could imagine that in the near future, his name would resound throughout the northern region. His stage wasn't the world city but the vast primordial chaos. A beautiful light flashed and the world city returned to its calm state. The enchantment gradually regained its calm, and many sector lords also entered a state of non-stop cultivation. Time passed and years changed. Everyone was fighting for their dreams. In the outside world, the various powers in the world city were also waiting for the opening of the world city. Because within the world city were the most outstanding prodigies of their respective powers. The 5 kings of the world city were drinking and talking about which prodigies would be able to step into the transcendent realm and which prodigies would be able to obtain the inheritance treasure. Chapter 3192. In the previous Realm Lord conferences, the ones who stood out in the end were all transcendent realm lords of the realm capital. However, this time, there was one person from the eastern region who had appeared out of nowhere. He was very similar to the peerless genius from the eastern region 10,000 years ago. It was also because of his existence that the eastern region was able to occupy 9 spots in the Realm Lord Conference. From the Minor Tribulation Supremacy Realm to the Grand Tribulation Supremacy Realm, and then to the Transcendent Realm. Every time Fang Chen broke through, it would cause a huge commotion. Now, Fang Chen's body had broken through to the Emperor Realm, and the hidden star sword had become an Emperor weapon. He had comprehended the rock movement technique and completely fused it with spacetime, making his speed extremely fast. Even a powerhouse who had just stepped into the World King realm might not be able to catch up to him. Apart from that, his greatest gain was his comprehension of the spacetime Tao. It had to be said that the spacetime Tao was all-encompassing. Fang Chen and the Bone Progenitor had only created one of the many Tao. The true spacetime Tao was created by the Spacetime King. His inheritance contained a vast and profound spacetime Tao. Fang Chen had only comprehended a little bit of it, but he was able to fuse the power of spacetime with the rock movement technique. Back then, the 5 kings of the realm capital had decided that the Realm Lord Conference would last for 100 years. In other words, they could all cultivate within the barrier during these 100 years. Once the 100 years were up, the barrier would completely close. However, more than 10 years had passed, and many powerhouses had fallen, including the 3 Transcendent Realm Lord. The reason why the Shinshin School's Realm Lord Blazeheart hadn't fallen was because Fang Chen still had a great use for him. He had used him to exchange for Princess Xian. After walking out of the ancient road of spacetime, Fang Chen bid farewell to Ouyang Luoxue and then found a secret place to begin cultivating. Although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds over the years, Fang Chen hadn't forgotten his foundation. The peak of the martial path wasn't something that could be reached overnight. Therefore, long-term cultivation and the foundation were the most important. Only by strengthening one's foundation could one reach the peak of the martial path. Within the huge spirit boundary, everything became calm once again. The bloody scene that should have appeared had completely disappeared because of the deaths of 2 Wanma and the other powerhouses. Many sector lords' expressions changed when they talked about Fang Chen. They were terrified from the bottom of their hearts, especially when they thought back to the Battle of Boundary Mountain. If they hadn't escaped quickly and Fang Chen didn't want to lower himself to their level, they would have already lost their lives. They cherished this hard-won life. In a certain forest, the true martial realm lord and the others sat cross-legged on the bluestone, looking at each other in dismay. After a long time, Realm Lord Boundless sighed, "I didn't expect that in a short 10 years, Realm Lord Sky Heart has already reached such a terrifying level." "That's right. Speaking of which, he came from your boundless world." The Sector Lord sighed. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, they probably would have died in the corpse demon's hands. No matter what, this World Lord Conference might change the situation a little. The Master of the Blood Demon Sector said in a low voice. Hearing this, the eyes of the few Realm Lords, including the Realm Lord of Zhenwu, flashed with a glimmer of light. They naturally understood what the Master of the Blood Demon Sector meant. "Let's wait until the Realm Lord Conference is over. time passed in the blink of an eye. 80 years had passed since the opening of the Boundary Mountain. And it had been 60 years since Fang Chen came out of the ancient road of time and space. During this period of time, he seemed to have disappeared from the world and never appeared. Some people even said that Fang Chen might have encountered a problem when he was cultivating, causing him to go berserk and die somewhere in the Boundary Mountain. There were also some people who thought that with Fang Chen's strength, unless he encountered a great danger, it was impossible for his life to be in danger. No matter how they guessed, Fang Chen didn't appear. And in these 80 years, a lot of changes had occurred in the Boundary Mountain. 30 years ago, a flaming lion appeared out of thin air. It used its absolute strength to crush human warriors. Even a peak sector lord couldn't withstand a single attack from it. And this flaming lion seemed to specifically target human warriors. In a short 30 years, it had already slaughtered more than 30 sector lords. On this day, the flaming lion arrived at the peak of Boundary Mountain. Roar! A flaming red-furred lion with a huge body stood at the peak of Boundary Mountain. It roared towards the sky, as if telling the world that this Boundary Mountain was its territory. Not good, the flaming lion has appeared. Run, if the flaming lion goes crazy, we'll definitely die. Many sector lords who were cultivating were awakened by the roar and quickly left the barrier mountain. Hoo. However, there was a beautiful figure in the air that flew in the opposite direction of where everyone was fleeing. Human. The flaming lion's large eyes stared at the incoming Ouyang Luoxue and said eerily, "You're looking to die." After it finished speaking, the raging flame lion suddenly opened its mouth. Scorching flames shot out from its mouth. Kaboom! The entire Boundary Mountain instantly became a sea of fire. Ouyang Luoxue's body was also drowned in flames. Whoosh! Ouyang Luoxue's figure flickered while a layer of milky white light enveloped her, and it helped her resist the attacks of the flames. "You dare to use such a move in front of me?" The flaming lion sneered and stomped down, causing the mountain to shake. Ouyang Luoxue's body also shook. Using this chance, the flaming lion suddenly pounced in front of Ouyang Luoxue. Pung! Its large claws sent Ouyang Luoxue flying. Dong! Ouyang Luoxue's body fell at the foot of Boundary Mountain. Her expression changed greatly. Peak Transcendent Sector Lord level? Her pupils constricted and she was slightly terrified. The flaming lion's strength exceeded her imagination. Go! Ouyang Luoxue didn't hesitate and gave up on the battle and prepared to flee. You think you can escape? The blazing lion sneered endlessly. Soon after, monstrous flames transformed into a thick pillar of fire that ruthlessly shot towards Ouyang Luoxue's back. This attack contained the flaming lion's innate ability. Even if a transcendent sector lord was hit, they would be instantly burned to ashes. The flaming lion's eyes were filled with mockery. What it loved the most was the scene of humans fleeing. Oftentimes it would give people hope and then make them despair. It's time to end this. The flaming lion opened its mouth and spat out flames. The pillar of fire chasing Ouyang Luoxue instantly expanded and shot towards her at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Seeing that she was about to be hit, Ouyang Luoxue clenched her teeth and prepared to fight to the death. However, just at this moment, a large hand pressed down on her shoulder, and then with a forceful pull, Ouyang Luoxue's body instantly lost its center of gravity and directly fell into the embrace of the person who'd arrived. The sudden change shocked Ouyang Luoxue. She prepared to resist, but a familiar voice sounded by her ear. "Back off." After speaking, Fang Chen's figure flashed and charged towards the pillar of fire. Dong! A deafening sound echoed across the sky. After Fang Chen's body charged into the pillar of fire instantly shattered. In the sky, flames shot everywhere and a terrifying shockwave swept across the land. Seeing this, the flaming lion's expression changed and its large eyes stared at Fang Chen. "Human." The flaming lion spoke in human language. "You want to be the hero and save the beauty?" Fang Chen remained silent and stared coldly at the flaming lion. "Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." After speaking, the flaming lion opened its bloody mouth and torrential flames surged out. The scorching flames seemed to burn the sky. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head. The flaming lion's attack power was at most on par with Slaughter Thousand Demon. If it was 60 years ago, he might have been afraid. However, in these 60 years, his strength had shown an explosive growth. Although he was still a sector lord, his attack power was unimaginable. Hoo hoo hoo! The torrential flames covered the sky and charged towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen raised his hand and lightly pressed towards the air. Crack! The torrential flames that swarmed over were instantly shattered into pieces and dissipated into the air. "How is this possible?" the flaming lion cried out in shock. At the same time, the sector lords who were watching from afar cheered excitedly. "It's the Sky Heart Sector Lord! Ha ha ha, I knew that the Sky Heart Sector Lord would be fine. Now that he's here, the flaming lion is dead." Chapter 3193. Although the Raging Flame Lion wasn't an ancient pure-blood descendant, its bloodline was still extremely rare in the monster race. Especially its ability to control fire. Its innate ability was a sea of fire that could burn a transcendent world lord to ashes. From this, one could imagine how terrifying it was. The human race and the demon race had different body structures, different innate abilities, and different bloodlines. In all aspects, the demon race could completely crush the human race at the same cultivation level. Thus, although the Raging Flame Lion was only a peak transcendent world lord monster, its attack power was comparable to a World King realm human powerhouse. This was also the reason why the Raging Flame Lion could act so tyrannically in the enchantment. In the eyes of the Raging Flame Lion, Fang Chen was only an insignificant human, nothing to fear. But this time it was wrong. Gotcha! Facing the raging flames, Fang Chen didn't panic. He raised his palm and lightly slapped out. Immediately, the torrential flames were instantly dispersed. Sparks flew in all directions and fell to the bottom of the Spirit Formation Mountain. This scene caused a huge uproar. Many world lords were shouting the name of the Sky Heart World Lord. Their days of fear were finally over. They no longer had to worry about the Raging Flame Lion chasing after them. The Raging Flame Lion stood on the summit of the Enchantment Mountain. Its fiery red fur stood on end. Its large eyes stared at Fang Chen. "Interesting. I didn't think that a transcendent world lord like you would appear in the human race." The Raging Flame Lion licked its withered lips and eerily said, "Submit to me and be my servant. Then I can spare your life." Facing the Raging Flame Lion's words, Fang Chen didn't reply. On the other hand, the little mouse and the others in Dark Cave Mountain were enraged. "This damn stupid lion. After killing it, I'll definitely roast its flesh and eat it. Humph, it dares to make boss its servant. How amazing!" Seeing Fang Chen remain silent, the Raging Flame Lion thought that Fang Chen was afraid. "Don't worry. Follow me and this enchantment will be our territory," the Raging Flame Lion continued. Fang Chen took a step forward and appeared at the summit of the Enchantment Mountain. He gently shook his head, his expression still calm. "When you massacred the human warriors, there was nothing more to say between us. You boom." The Raging Flame Lion was completely enraged as it soared into the sky. "Damned fellow, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You chose your own path, so you can't blame others for your death." Suddenly, the Raging Flame Lion struck. It pushed its innate ability to the extreme. A sea of fire surrounded the Spirit Formation Mountain. It wanted to burn Fang Chen to ashes. 4 seas and 8 desolations burned the world. The Raging Flame Lion opened its bloody mouth and spat out its essence blood into the sea of flames. Instantly, the power of the sea of flames increased by several times. Hoo hoo hoo! Fang Chen's figure flashed. Like a great rock spreading its wings, he disappeared into the sea of fire like a ghost. With Fang Chen's current speed, No matter how strong the sea of fire was, it couldn't touch his body at all. How could it pose a threat to him? Die! The raging flame lion madly stirred the sea of fire with monstrous power. It swooped down and exploded on the mountain. Dong dong dong! Cracks appeared on the mountain because it couldn't withstand the powerful attack of the raging flame lion. It even showed signs of collapsing. Die for me! The raging flame lion fell into a state of madness because it found that it couldn't capture the figure of this human. The raging flame lion's big paw suddenly pressed down, and the spirit formation mountain collapsed in an instant. Gravel flew everywhere. The monstrous sea of fire engulfed the entire earth, and the void trembled. It wanted to use this method to force Fang Chen to appear. Crash! Fang Chen appeared in the sea of fire and grinned. Your sea of fire is just SOSO. After saying that, he shook his wrist. The hidden star sword drew a strange trajectory, carrying endless power, penetrating the sea of fire and shooting toward the raging flame lion. Raging flame defense. The raging flame lion was very confident in its defense. The flame armor instantly covered its whole body. Your swordsmanship is too weak, however. Before it finished speaking, it was completely shocked. Poochie! A sharp and clear sound resounded. The sharp tip of the hidden star sword easily penetrated the flaming armor and penetrated the huge body of the raging flame lion. This, my raging flame armor, no! The raging flame lion felt fear and roared in anger. However, the power of the broken star sword completely exploded. The invincible sword chi in its body continuously destroyed its internal organs. In the blink of an eye, the raging flame lion couldn't stand. Its huge body swayed. In the end, with an unwilling expression, it fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Hoo! The sea of fire quickly shrunk and disappeared. The heavens and earth were in silence. All the sector lords stuck their heads out, wanting to prove that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them. The spirit formation mountain had already collapsed. On the rubble, a huge red body had already lost all signs of life. Fang Chen stood in the air with his hands behind his back. The raging flame lion is dead? Someone exclaimed. Instantly, the silent heavens and earth were filled with frenzied shouts again. Too strong, the raging flame lion's strength has already reached the peak transcendent sector lord level. However, it still wasn't the Sky Heart sector lord's match. Yeah, the Sky Heart sector lord didn't even use his full strength and killed it with one sword. Such a monster is truly terrifying. Many sector lords thought back to the battle of the Spirit Formation Mountain and felt regret. The true martial sector lord and the others in the eastern region looked at each other, their hearts shaking. Only Ouyang Luoxue wasn't surprised. 60 years ago, at the end of the ancient spacetime path, Fang Chen was already able to kill Tu Wanma, who was comparable to a world king. What was a mere raging flame lion? On the other hand, the gap between her and Fang Chen was getting bigger and bigger. When she thought up to here, an unusual feeling arose in her heart. Once she was the daughter of the Ouyang family, the daughter of the heavens, but now she was surpassed by such a young martial artist. Within Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen put away the raging flame lion's body. The little mouse and the others were very happy. Although the raging flame lion's bloodline isn't as good as a pureblood, it's still strong enough. Its flesh contains a great amount of energy and is suitable for roasting. As they spoke, the little mouse had already started a fire. As for Xiao Huang and the others, they quickly dissected the raging flame lion's body. Is it done? Xiao Huang asked. The little mouse nodded and placed one of the raging flame lion's leg bones on a wooden stick. Wait. Suddenly, the pure-blood beast woke up from its cultivation and hurriedly called out. The raging flame lion's bloodline contains the power of ice and fire. Roasting it with fire will destroy its internal energy. If that's the case, it won't be of much use. The pure-blood beast said. Obviously, the pure-blood beast had more say in the monster race bloodline. Then what should we do? The little mouse asked. Let me do it. The pure-blood beast walked to the raging flame lion's body, bit its finger, and dripped a drop of blood. Hiss! In an instant, the blood was absorbed by the raging flame lion's flesh and blood, and then some changes occurred. A moment later, the fiery red flesh and blood turned dark gray. The pure-blood beast nodded. I've already used my blood to purify the power of ice and fire in the raging flame lion's flesh. It can be roasted now. Ha ha ha, we can finally eat. The little guys couldn't wait to start roasting. Not long after, the fragrance of the meat wafted through the air. Everyone was eating the meat in big mouthfuls. After eating for a while, Fong Chen said, "You guys eat first. I'll go out for a while." Before he left, Fong Chen took away one of the raging flame lion's legs. Night fell and the stars twinkled. On a small hill, Ouyang Luoxue, dressed in snow-white clothes, sat quietly. Her beautiful eyes stared at the stars in the sky as if she was thinking about something. Whoosh! Fong Chen silently appeared. "What are you thinking about?" Ouyang Luoxue looked away and shook her head. "Nothing. Here." Fong Chen handed the raging flame lion's leg to Ouyang Luoxue. "The little guys were clamoring to eat it, so I roasted it. The raging flame lion's flesh is a great supplement." Ouyang Luoxue hesitated and didn't take it. "Take it," Fong Chen said with a smile. "Why?" Ouyang Luoxue seriously sized up Fong Chen. Her red lips parted slightly as she asked in a low voice. Chapter 3194. World Capital. In a splendid city, there was an endless stream of people coming and going on the street. However, at this moment, in the clouds above the sky, there were 5 old men in their twilight years, standing in the air. The 5 of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. If anyone was here, they would be shocked. The 5 kings of the world capital usually didn't show themselves unless something major happened. The World Lord Conference is finally over. The gray-robed old man sighed. 100 years can create geniuses, but it can also destroy geniuses. I wonder if this World Lord Conference will meet our expectations. Another old man said. This time, the World Lord Conference will be held at the boundary. The environment there is harsh and the competition is fierce. It will be very difficult to stand out. The 4 kings expressed their opinions one after another. Finally, their gazes fell on the World Capital Lord. The World Capital Lord stroked his beard and slowly raised his head. His deep eyes stared at the entrance of the boundary. Tu Wanma of the Demon Hand sect, Yen Xian of the Shinshin school, Poison Hand of the 10,000 Poisons sect, Jing Lang of the Black Wolf Mountain, and Ouyang Luoxue of the Ouyang family. These 5 are all geniuses who have the strength to step into the transcendent realm. The World Capital Lord said slowly. The other 4 nodded. These 5 were recognized as the strongest. However, other than them, I think there is one more person who has the potential. Hearing this, the 4 were a little surprised. Other than these 5, who else had the potential to step into the transcendent realm? Who is it? They asked curiously. The World Capital Lord shook his head and smiled. You will know when the time comes. Buzz. At this moment, in the sky above the World Capital Square, ripples suddenly appeared in the blue sky. These ripples twisted in an extremely strange path and finally intertwined together to create a powerful spatial ripple. Above the ripple, a void door suddenly appeared. The appearance of the void door caused a commotion in the entire world capital. At the same time, everyone stopped in their tracks and raised their heads, staring at the void door with burning eyes. Has the boundary opened? Everyone cheered. The opening of the boundary meant that the World Lord Conference was about to come to an end. No one knew what had happened inside the boundary in the past 100 years. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The void gate was completely open, and a terrifying power was leaking out from it. However, the void gate was still not stable enough. It was still shaking. A series of whooshes could be heard from the distance, as the leaders of various factions arrived. Ha ha, 100 years is just the blink of an eye. A hearty laugh came from afar. Then, an old man in a black battle robe appeared in the clouds. Black Wolf Mountain Lord, how have you been? The Realm City Lord nodded gently. The newcomer was none other than the leader of Black Wolf Mountain, one of the major forces in Realm City. Realm Lord Jinglang is a super genius that only appears once in a trillion years in my Black Wolf Mountain. I have confidence in him, Black Wolf Mountain Lord said with a smile. He couldn't wait to meet Realm Lord Jinglang. Stepping into the Transcendental Realm wasn't a problem at all. He even boldly guessed that World Master Jinglang had a high chance of stepping into the World King Realm. After Black Wolf Mountain Lord arrived, the other major factions arrived one after another. The sect master of the 10,000 Poisons sect was emitting a terrifying poisonous aura. No one dared to approach him. He stood in the clouds, staring at the void door. He didn't greet the 5 kings of Realm City. After that, Devil Hand Sect Master also arrived. Compared to the 10,000 Poisons sect, Black Wolf Mountain and Devil Hand Sect were considered inferior. Thus, Devil Hand Sect Master's status was naturally inferior to Black Wolf Mountain Lord and the others. He stood below the clouds, staring at the void door with a burning gaze. Whether or not my Devil Hand Sect can rise up depends on Tu Wanma alone. It could be said that Devil Hand Sect had placed all their hopes on Tu Wanma. As long as Tu Wanma stepped into the Transcendental Realm, would he still be far from the World King Realm? His Devil Hand Sect would definitely rise up in the near future. The last faction to arrive was Shinshin School. However, the Shinshin School Master didn't come. Instead, he sent 2 elders. Many factions gathered in Realm City to welcome the geniuses who had participated in the Realm Lord Conference 100 years ago. Rumble. The 5 kings of Realm City worked together to stabilize the void door. The terrifying aura no longer spread. Rip. After waiting for a long time, someone finally came out of the void door. Ha ha ha, it's a disciple of my Mountain River sect. In the plaza of Realm City, the people of the Mountain River sect happily welcomed the disciples. Following closely behind, one after another, Realm Lords appeared. They're finally out. It's good to be alive. Many Realm Lords took a deep breath of fresh air after coming out inside. Time passed bit by bit. Those that came out early were all ordinary Realm Lords. Of course, there were also some that became peak Realm Lords. An hour later, the leaders of the large factions frowned. What's going on? Why haven't my Shinshin School disciples come out yet? The Shinshin School elder asked in confusion. Don't be impatient. The space within the barrier is very vast. Maybe they're on the way. The Realm City Lord laughed. The large factions could only wait patiently. Not long after, Fang Chun and Ouyang Luoxue walked out of the barrier side by side. As soon as he appeared, it caused an uproar. Those sector lords who walked out of the barrier alive were extremely shocked when they saw Fang Chun. Sky Heart Realm Lord. Many people were shouting the name of the Heaven Heart Realm Lord. 1. At this moment, the Void Gate was gradually collapsing. What's going on? Why is the Void Gate unstable? My Black Wolf Mountain disciples are still inside. The Black Wolf Mountain Lord couldn't hold it in anymore and asked the 5 kings. 5 kings, please work together to stabilize the Void Gate. The 10,000 Poison sect leader said darkly. In the face of this sudden change, even the 5 kings of the world capital were somewhat taken aback. They looked at each other in disbelief. 1. In the blink of an eye, the Void Gate closed and disappeared from the world. What's going on? The Shinshin School, 10,000 Poison Sect, Black Wolf Mountain, Devil Hand Sect and the other powers were all anxious as they looked at the 5 kings. After confirming that the Realm City was in seclusion, the Realm City Lord sighed and shook his head. Everyone, the Void Gate is completely closed. Why is it like this? My Devil Hand Sect hasn't come out yet. At this moment, Devil Hand Sect leader couldn't care less and roared. The Realm City's barrier is controlled by the 5 of us. The disappearance of the Void Gate means that everyone inside has come out. The gray-robed elder waved his hand and signaled for everyone to be quiet. You're saying that my Black Wolf Mountain's Jing Lang died in the barrier? And my Shinshin School's Blazing Heart Realm Lord, my 10,000 poison sects Merciless Hand Realm Lord, didn't come out either. Everyone else had come out except for the 4 great experts. None of them had come out, which infuriated the 4 great powers. The 5 kings remained silent. Their meaning was clear. If they didn't come out, then they would never come out. No, that's impossible. Who has the ability to kill the 4 extraordinary geniuses? Devil Hand sect leader didn't believe it. Miss Ouyang, do you know what happened in the barrier? Suppressing the anger in her heart, Devil Hand sect leader looked at Ouyang Luoxue. Out of all the world lords here, only Ouyang Luoxue had the qualifications to be compared to the 4 experts. Many things happened, but I don't know anything about the 4 of them. Ouyang Luoxue thought for a moment and said slowly. The 4 powers looked at each other, their hearts filled with anger. It's the Sky Heart Realm Lord. That's right. It's very likely that this was done by the Sky Heart Realm Lord. On the plaza, there were a few sector lords who were pointing at Fong Chen with resentment. At the Barrier Mountain, the Sky Heart Realm Lord killed many world lords by himself. At that time, his battle strength had already reached the Transcendent Realm. Many of us sector lords died at his hands. These world lords had the backing of a power and wanted to take revenge on Fong Chen. Transcendent Realm? The 5 kings of Realm City were surprised to hear this. Sky Heart Realm Lord? An ant from the eastern region? Devil Hand sect leader said coldly. Were the 4 of them killed by you? Facing the pressure of Devil Hand sect leader, Fong Chen frowned and was unhappy. No. Chapter 3195. Sector Lord Skyheart, you killed a disciple of my sect. How will you explain this? Some of the smaller sects were pressuring Fong Chen step by step. Inside the spirit barrier, although you will do anything to achieve your goals, but no matter what, we are still fellow humans. How can you be so crazy as to kill innocent people? What are your intentions? Facing the attacks of the smaller factions, as well as the 4 major factions looking down on him, Fong Chen was very calm. He stepped forward and looked towards the plaza. The corpse demon sneaked into the spirit barrier, wanting to destroy all of the human sector lords. When I was fighting against the corpse demon, where were they? Fong Chen's voice was slightly loud, but he didn't stop. He continued. When I destroyed the corpse demon's plan, not only did they not thank me, they even questioned my inheritance. To force me to hand over the inheritance, they teamed up and surrounded me on the Spirit Barrier Mountain. Now that they are dead, you want me to give you an explanation? What a joke! Fong Chen looked around, his gaze fearless. They deserve to die. Fong Chen's voice was resolute. Corpse demon? The faces of the 5 kings of Realm Capital changed drastically when they heard this. What happened? Tell us in detail. Facing the 5 kings' questions, Fong Chen told them everything about his encounter with the corpse demon and the battle with the corpse demon. Humph. After hearing what had happened, the faces of the 5 kings of World Capital turned even darker. The corpse demon sneaking into the spirit barrier was their responsibility. But as fellow humans, they didn't know how to unite against an external enemy. Instead, they schemed against each other and surrounded Fong Chen. You should know better than anyone what the corpse demon means, right? The gray-robed old man coldly said. While the Sky Heart Realm Lord was fighting against the corpse demon, the disciples of your sect actually joined forces to encircle him. Just this point alone is enough for them to die 10 times over. If it wasn't for the fact that the Skyheart Realm Lord is so powerful, the one who would die would be him. If this is really the case, do you all have to bear the responsibility for this? None of the small sect members dared to say anything after being reprimanded by the gray-robed elder. However, in their hearts they hated Fong Chen even more. It's just a one-sided statement. What evidence do you have? The elder of Shinshin School said coldly. That's right. The words of one party alone are not enough to convince the masses. The 10,000 poisons sect master echoed. The leaders of the four forces glared at Fang Chen like a tiger watching its prey. Meanwhile, Ouyang Luoxue took a step forward, and her slender hand held the bangs on her forehead before she said in a light voice, "I testify in the name of the Ouyang clan that everything the World Lord said is true." Boom! There was an uproar in the square of Realm City. Those sector lords who had escaped from Fang Chen's hands all lowered their heads. Many small sects also kept their mouths shut. Suppress Fang Chen? What kind of joke was this? Ouyang Luoxue testified in the name of the Ouyang clan. This was enough to prove that Fang Chen's words were true. They were in the wrong in this matter. If they continued to argue, the 5 kings of Realm City wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Hence, they could only admit defeat while cursing Fang Chen in their hearts. The Ouyang clan was the strongest force in Realm City. Even the top forces like Shinshan School, Black Wolf Mountain, and 10,000 Poisons sect couldn't be compared to the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Luoxue, as the daughter of the Ouyang clan, was a genius. If she testified in the name of the Ouyang clan, who would dare to doubt her? The Skyheart Realm Lord has done well in resisting the demon. I announce that from today onwards, he will be a VIP of Realm City. The Realm City Lord smiled and said. Hearing this, the people of the 4 major powers couldn't do anything. I will definitely investigate the death of the Merciless Hands Realm Lord. If I find out that he died at the hands of others, the 10,000 Poisons sect won't let the culprit go. The 10,000 Poisons sect leader left these words and turned to leave. The Devil Hand sect, Black Wolf Mountain, and the other major powers also left. When the 2 elders of Shinshan School were about to leave, a voice entered their ears. Their bodies paused for a moment and then disappeared. Come with us. If Miss Ouyang isn't in a hurry to return, you can come to the City Lord Manor. The Realm City Lord said. No, I still have matters to attend to and need to return to my clan. After speaking, Ouyang Luoxue turned and looked at Fang Chen. This is my communication jade pendant. If you need it, just ask. Fang Chen nodded and watched as Ouyang Luoxue left. In a short while, all the major powers left Realm City. The Realm Lord Conference had completely come to an end. The most talked about topic was the Skyheart Realm Lord. The news quickly spread throughout the territory of World City. Countless martial artists were shocked by the news. Especially when someone found out that the Skyheart Realm Lord was only a minor tribulation supremacy before entering the barrier, it caused a huge uproar. This made many people believe that the Skyheart Realm Lord must have obtained a powerful inheritance within the barrier. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the transcendent realm. However, in the next few days, an even more shocking piece of news spread throughout World Capital. When this news spread, countless factions were shocked. He had reached the transcendent realm in one step. It was rumored that after the Skyheart Realm Lord became a Grand Tribulation supremacy, he passed the 9 disasters and reached the transcendent realm in one step. Combined with the battle at Boundary Mountain, many people chose to believe it. Realm City, City Lord Manor. Despite the commotion in the outside world, it was extremely quiet here. In an elegant garden, Fang Chen sat on a stone bench and enjoyed the beautiful time. Deng deng deng. The 5 kings of Realm City walked into the garden and sat on stone benches. Junior greets the 5 seniors. Fang Chen cupped his fists in greeting. No need to be so polite, have a seat. The Realm City Lord smiled. You must have heard about what happened outside? The gray-robed elder asked. HM? You reached the transcendent realm in one step? The 5 kings looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes, waiting for his reply. Fang Chen nodded. That's right, I did reach the transcendent realm in one step. He didn't hide anything from the 5 kings. This was because he felt the aura of a bloodline king from the Realm City Lord. Amazing. The 5 kings of Realm Capital all gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. It's been a long time since a prodigy reached the transcendent realm in one step during the Age of Chaos. The Realm City Lord sighed. The last time such a prodigy appeared was 1,000,000 years ago. The Lin family's Lin Qian and the Gu family's Gu Tianhua. These two prodigies are publicly recognized as the strongest prodigies in the ancient chaos. They've been breaking records all the way up. Now, they've reached a terrifying level. In the future, it's very likely that they'll become rulers. The Realm City Lord continued, for 1,000,000 years, there hasn't been a prodigy who reached the transcendent realm in one step since Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. I didn't expect that we'd witness the birth of such a prodigy at this Realm Lord conference. The 5 kings weren't stingy with their praise for Fang Chen. After learning the details of the situation inside the boundary, they praised Fang Chen even more. In their eyes, Fang Chen's potential was even greater than Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua's. Seniors, the boundary is under your control. How did the corpse demon sneak in? Fang Chen was a bit confused. Was the corpse demon's methods already so powerful? Hearing this, the 5 kings' expressions grew serious. The corpse demon's strength is much stronger than we imagined. Even though the corpse demon suffered heavy losses in the ancient battle of gods and was almost destroyed, the corpse demon has risen from the ashes after countless years. The Realm City Lord said, their vitality is too tenacious, and they have many tricks up their sleeves. They're very secretive. Even if an unparalleled expert were to act, they might not be able to completely eradicate them. The corpse demon must have paid a great price to sneak into the boundary. It's the 5 of us who didn't manage the boundary well. The Realm City Lord continued, I've ordered all forces within the Realm City to conduct a large-scale search. If they find anything that looks like the corpse demon, they're to report it immediately. Fang Chen nodded. After fighting the corpse demon so many times, he was indeed very impressed. The corpse demon had many tricks up its sleeves. Its vitality was also extremely tenacious. It would be difficult to completely destroy it. However, the ancient chaos is now the world of the human race. The upper echelons of the human race are also paying close attention to its movement. Once they discover it, they'll immediately act to destroy it. The corpse demon also doesn't dare to act openly. It only dares to scheme in secret. Chapter 3196. The monstrous potential that Fang Chen had displayed had successfully gained the recognition of the 5 kings of Realm City. Actually, after the Realm City Lord knew of Fang Chen's strength, he had secretly tested him. He gently placed his palm on the stone table. Coincidentally, Fang Chen's body came into contact with the stone table. A silent power passed through the stone table and drilled into Fang Chen's body. However, the latter's expression didn't change, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, the Realm City Lord was even more convinced that Fang Chen's strength wasn't a normal Transcendent World Lord, but a peak Transcendent World Lord. He even vaguely suspected that the 4 great powers' genius World Lords were also killed by Fang Chen. Of course, this didn't mean anything to him. Next, it was time to give Fang Chen his reward. You will be first in this year's Realm Lord Conference. The Realm City Lord stood up and smiled at Fang Chen. I obtained this blood essence by accident, I'll give it to you. Fang Chen hesitated. The Realm City Lord said, Take it, you deserve it. Soon after, Fang Chen nodded and put the blood essence into his bag. 1. A terrifying power instantly drilled into his body. Many special bloodlines were in chaos at this moment. Fang Chen hurriedly used his black hole bloodline to suppress it. CSISI. A moment later, they managed to suppress these external forces without any mishap. Fang Chen looked at the blood essence in shock, then looked at the Realm City Lord with a burning gaze. City Lord, Fang Chen opened his mouth, wanting to ask, but was stopped by the Realm City Lord with a wave of his hand. Although I've never seen the Bloodline King, I've received the help of the mark he left behind. This blood essence was obtained from the mark. As a candidate for Bloodline King, you can consider it as returning it to its rightful owner. The Realm City Lord transmitted his voice. Fang Chen put away the blood essence without batting an eyelid. He was rather surprised. "Thank you, City Lord." Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. "Alright, you just came back from the barrier, you must be tired, you need to rest." The 5 kings watched as Fang Chen left. In the garden, the 5 kings looked at each other. "City Lord, how do you feel?" the gray-robed elder asked. The other 3 also looked at the City Lord, waiting for him to speak. After a while, the Realm City Lord said, "This kid's potential is heavens defying, #1 in history. He's worth investing in." "Alright, I'll go take care of it." The gray-robed elder nodded heavily. Night covered the land, the stars. Near the Realm City Plaza, there was an elegant courtyard. This courtyard was given to Fang Chen by the Realm City Lord. At this moment, Fang Chen was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard. His pitch-black eyes were looking at the sky with interest. Dang 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 dang. Suddenly, footsteps came from the void. Fang Chen did not even turn his head as he said, "You're here?" Whoosh. The void tore and 2 elders of the Shinshin school walked out. "Kid, do you really know the whereabouts of the Realm Lord?" one of the elders asked in a deep voice. "If you tell us the whereabouts of the Realm Lord, the Shinshin school will reward you greatly." Fang Chen could tell from the words of the 2 elders that the Shinshin school really valued the Realm Lord. This way, he was relieved. With the Realm Lord as a bargaining chip, he should be able to exchange for Princess Xian. "I do know where the Realm Lord is." Fang Chen nodded. "Say it quickly." "I have a condition." Fang Chen looked at the 2 elders with a smile. "What condition?" "I have a good friend who used to cultivate in the Sky Heart Realm in the eastern region, but he was forcefully taken to the northern region by the messenger of the Shinshin school. Now I want to take my friend away. I wonder if the 2 elders can promise me?" Fang Chen shrugged. "You mean?" The 2 elders' faces changed. One of them said, "We can't agree to this condition." "Why? Don't you want to know the whereabouts of the Realm Lord?" Fang Chen frowned. He had a bad premonition. That girl was accepted as a disciple by the vice-sect leader of the Shinshin school. "We don't have the right to take her away." The 2 elders said. "What if I use the life of the Realm Lord in exchange?" Fang Chen's face darkened. The 2 elders emitted a strong aura, suppressing Fang Chen. "To tell you the truth, the Realm Lord is in my hands. The only condition is Princess Xian." Fang Chen said coldly, "If I don't see Princess Xian in 7 days, the Realm Lord will die." After saying that, Fang Chen flung his sleeve and returned to the pavilion. The 2 elders of the Shinshin school looked at each other. Their faces were gloomy. This was the realm capital and Fang Chen was a VIP. They didn't dare to make a move. If they did, the 5 kings would notice and it would be hard to explain. Thinking of this, one of the elders gritted his teeth and said, "How can you prove that the Realm Lord is in your hands? Do I have to joke with you?" Fang Chen shrugged. "Anyway, I've already told you the condition. As for whether you want to use Princess Xian in exchange, that's your business." Humph. The 2 elders snorted and left the realm capital in a flash. "Remember, you only have 7 days. Fang Chen's voice dissipated in the void. In the dark cave mountain, Little Mouse and the other 4 had completely integrated with the pure-blooded beast cub. They often discussed and learned from each other. As for Little Flame, he was still studying the flaming battle blade and improving his understanding of fire. Fang Shi, Kang Jiu, and Tian Xian were also working hard to cultivate. Not far away, the Realm Lord was in a sorry state. His strength was sealed. He stared fiercely at Fang Chen, wanting to tear him into pieces. "I've already told the Shinshin school about your news. I just don't know what your status is in the Shinshin school. Will they use Princess Xian in exchange?" Fang Chen looked at the Realm Lord with ridicule. "Despicable guy, the Shinshin school won't let you go." The Realm Lord said fiercely, "There has never been a Realm Lord who dares to threaten the Shinshin school. You will regret it." At this point, the Realm Lord still used the Shinshin school to threaten Fang Chen. This made the latter very unhappy. Bang! Fong Chen slapped the Realm Lord and sent him flying. The latter's body fell heavily on the ground, and he cried out in pain. The Realm Lord gritted his teeth. His eyes were scarlet red and he was furious. 7 days later, if they don't come to exchange, then I can only kill you personally. Fong Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Shinshin School. What? The Realm Lord was captured? A white-robed elder said angrily. Beside him, the 2 elders lowered their heads. That Realm Lord came from the eastern region's Sky Heart Realm. He's the new Sky Heart Realm Lord. He's good friends with Princess Xian and wants to use the Realm Lord to exchange. Bang! The white-robed elder was furious. A mere Realm Lord dares to threaten the Shinshin School. He's really looking for death. Why didn't the 2 of you capture him and bring him to the Shinshin School? Vice Sect Leader, if he's just an ordinary Transcendent Realm Lord, the 2 of us wouldn't be afraid. He got first place in the Realm Lord Conference and received the protection of the 5 kings. He even became a VIP honored guest of World Capital? Interesting. The Vice Sect Leader's eyes were filled with killing intent. Since he dares to have designs on my disciple, he should be prepared to die. I want to see how capable he is to threaten the Shinshin School. Creak. The meeting hall's door opened and 2 disciples supported a girl as they walked in. Bang. The girl was injured and had no strength left. She couldn't stand properly and fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, her face was pale and her clothes were tattered. She had been tortured all these years. Have you thought it through? The Vice Sect Leader looked down at the girl. The girl was silent. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she was strong and didn't cry. Humph, how many people in the sect covet your beauty and want to dual cultivate with you? If it wasn't for my protection, you would have lost your chastity. But now you're rejecting my requests? The Vice Sect Leader said angrily. Hypocrite. The girl said with difficulty. If I didn't have the ancient heaven's heart, would you treat me like this? The girl knew better than anyone that the Vice Sect Leader was a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. All these years, he had been pressuring her to give up the ancient heaven's heart. If it wasn't for that, she would have become his prey. You don't know what's good for you. Chapter 3197. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. As for Fong Chen, his heart had not been calm for the past few days. He was very worried about Princess Xian's safety, but this kind of thing could not be rushed. After all, he was facing a powerful force, the Shinshin School. If he was not careful, he would be destroyed. In the elegant courtyard, Fong Chen walked back and forth. According to the agreement, today was the last day. He was afraid that the Shinshin School would not agree to his conditions. Once that happened, Princess Xian would be in danger. Boss, what do you think? Swoosh. In the courtyard, a few little guys suddenly appeared. Little Mouse asked with a serious face. If the Shinshin School doesn't know what's good for them, let Brother Mouse dig a hole and turn the Shinshin School upside down, Xiao Huang said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes flashed. Suddenly, a wonderful idea appeared in his mind. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, ripples appeared in the void. Then, the Shinshin School elder who had passed the message arrived. Domain Lord Tian Xen. The Shinshin School elder's face was a little gloomy. He did not hide the strong killing intent in his eyes. The higher-ups of the Shinshin School agree to your conditions, but the place of the transaction has to be outside the border city, the Shinshin School elder said. Otherwise, there is no need for the transaction. Whoosh. After leaving these words, the Shinshin School elder turned and left. In an instant, he was outside the border city. Boss, you can't. Little Mouse stopped him. The Shinshin School has chosen the place of the transaction outside the border city. They must want to take action against you. That's right. Boss is the VIP of the border city. In the city there are the 5 kings of the border city. The Shinshin School will not dare to act recklessly. Once you leave the border city, your life will be in danger. They were all trying to dissuade him, but Fang Chen shook his head. He left the courtyard resolutely and rushed towards the city gate. Outside the realm city was an endless wasteland. After Fang Chen came out, he saw the people from Shinshan School from afar. This time, there were 3 elders from Shinshan School. Fang Chen had seen 2 of them before. As for the third person, he exuded a frightening power. World King Realm. Fang Chen thought to himself. Even in Shinshan School, a World King powerhouse was considered an absolute upper echelon. It seemed that the Blazing Heart Realm Lord was very important to the Shinshan School. This way, Fang Chen was even more confident that he could exchange the Blaze Heart Realm Lord for Princess Exen. You are the Heaven Heart Realm Lord? The World King powerhouse in the lead looked down at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with ridicule. Barbarians from the eastern region? Whoosh! The World King powerhouse flicked his robes and taunted, "A mere transcendent world lord dares to threaten my Shinshan School? Did you bring the person?" Fang Chen ignored the World King's taunts and directly asked. "We must first determine whether or not the Blazeheart Realm Lord is still alive," an elder said. Voila! Fang Chen's thoughts stirred and the Blazeheart Realm Lord appeared beside him. At this time, the Blazeheart Realm Lord's face was pale and there wasn't a trace of strength left in his body. It was clear that his strength had been sealed away. Voila! Fang Chen had always been on guard against the Shinshan School. However, he had still underestimated how shameless the Shinshan School was. The moment the World King powerhouse saw the Blazeheart Realm Lord, he immediately attacked. He stretched out his hand, sealing the entire sky. His energy enveloped the Blazeheart Realm Lord, wanting to use his fastest speed to save the Blazeheart Realm Lord. Go in. Fang Chen was enraged. He stimulated the Great Rock Movement technique and rapidly dodged the World King powerhouse's attack. Then, with a thought, he sent the Blazeheart Realm Lord into Dark Cave Mountain. At the same time, Little Mouse and the others were also sent into Dark Cave Mountain by Fang Chen to prevent any accidents from occurring. Dong! Fang Chen's mortal body strength was completely stimulated. Sword energy crisscrossed around him. Shinshan School. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes glared at the World King powerhouse. This is your sincerity? Humph! Hurry up and hand over the Blazeheart Realm Lord. Otherwise, I will have you die without a grave. The World King powerhouse sneered. Anyone who dares to threaten my Shinshan School must die. Bang! The World King realm was above the World Lord realm. They were true supreme elders. Every World King powerhouse could cause the heavens and earth to change colors with a raise of their hand, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. At this time, the Shinshan School's World King powerhouse's figure flashed. Wherever he went, the void shattered. His large hand suddenly pressed down, and a terrifying power whizzed out, directly enveloping Fang Chen. Die! The World King powerhouse roared out loud. He used his strongest strength to rumble towards Fang Chen. Rip! However, he had underestimated Fang Chen's method. Using the Great Rock Movement technique, Fang Chen's figure flickered in and out of existence, as if he had fused with the world. Even a World King powerhouse was unable to track him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The World King powerhouse's attacks constantly missed. Cracks appeared in the void. However, Fang Chen used the mysteries of the Great Rock Movement technique to pass through the blockade and retreat into World City. Shinshan School, I will remember this. Fang Chen clenched his fists, killing intent surging in his heart. Bang! The World King powerhouse's aura surged. With a stomp of his foot, the entire earth trembled. Die! His figure flashed, hurtling towards Fang Chen. However, as he approached World City, a powerful pressure covered the earth. Then, the 5 kings of World City appeared at the same time. Dong! The World City Lord waved his hand, dissolving the Shinshan School World King powerhouse's attack. Shinshan School's people, why are you attacking my World City? The World City Lord said, his face expressionless. World Lord Skyheart is an honored guest of my world city. No matter what grudges you have between you, please stop here. The other 4 kings also expressed their stance. Damn it! The Shinshin School World King Powerhouse clenched his fists. His eyes were blood-red, his anger soaring to the heavens. But in the end, he forcefully suppressed his anger. The 5 kings of World City were unfathomably deep and extremely strong. In front of them, he could only be considered a rising star. Without absolute confidence, he didn't dare to attack. Humph, kid, I'd like to see if you'll always hide in World City. With a flick of his sleeve, the Shinshin School World King Powerhouse retreated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the void, the vast power gradually dissipated. After the 3 from Shinshin School left, the 5 kings of World City looked at Fong Qin. Does Shinshin School suspect that you killed the World Lord Skyheart? Otherwise, why would they attack you? The 5 kings of World City asked, puzzled. Fong Qin shook his head. One of my friends was kidnapped by the emissaries of Shinshin School when he was in the Sky Heart realm in the eastern region. Now I've suppressed the World Lord Skyheart and want to exchange with Shinshin School. I didn't expect Shinshin School to be so despicable. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, the 5 kings of World City looked at each other. Sure enough, their guess was correct. Those geniuses who had stepped into the Transcendence realm were most likely killed by Fong Qin. The World Lord Skyheart is the hope of Shinshin School's future. Shinshin School values him very much. Now that you've captured him, Shinshin School will definitely not let you go. The Lord of World City said, however, you're a distinguished guest of World City. As long as you don't leave World City, Shinshin School won't dare to mess around. Thank you, City Lord. Fong Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. If it weren't for the protection of the 5 kings of World City, how could he fight against Shinshin School? However, after this incident, he was completely disappointed in Shinshin School. Well, you can go back and rest, the 5 kings of World City said. Fong Qin said goodbye to the 5 kings of World City and returned to the elegant courtyard. Boss! Those guys' faces were full of anger. Damn Shinshin School. They went back on their words. How despicable. Now we've completely fallen out with Shinshin School. What should we do next? Will Shinshin School take action against Princess Xian because of this incident? Fong Qin was silent and entered Immortal Cave Mountain. Gotcha. He slapped out and the World Lord Skyheart's body was directly sent flying. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out blood. You'll regret it. The power of Shinshin School is not something you can imagine. The World Lord Skyheart said coldly, let me go now and Shinshin School can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, the next person who comes to suppress you won't be a world king but the sect master himself. Ha ha! Fong Qin smiled and looked at the World Lord Skyheart mockingly. Unfortunately, you'll never see that scene. While speaking, Fong Qin slowly walked towards the World Lord Skyheart. Chapter 3198. He was the pride of his generation, the future of Shinshin School, and the most monstrous transcendent World Lord, Blazeheart Realm Lord. From the very beginning, he had been shining brightly in Shinshin School. Shinshin School saw him as their hope and used all their resources to nurture him. And he didn't disappoint. His growth was very dazzling. He completely trampled all the other geniuses under his feet, not giving them any chance to breathe. Everyone in Shinshin School, from the ordinary disciples to the sect master, thought that it was only a matter of time before Blazeheart Realm Lord stepped into the World King realm or even higher. It was even possible that he could become the Overlord one day in the future. However, such a monstrous genius participated in the World Lord meeting and entered the enchantment. Everywhere he went, monsters would circle around him and human martial artists would be afraid of him. He had also successfully stepped into the Transcendent Realm. Unfortunately, when he wanted to kill Fong Qin, he was suppressed by the latter. Now, Shinshin School's despicable actions had thoroughly angered Fong Qin. Looking at Blazeheart Realm Lord who was in a coma, Fong Chen's face was very gloomy. I'll let you live for a few more days. After saying that, Fong Chen turned around and sat down on a stone bench. Boss, have you decided? Little Mouse asked. Xiao Huang, Pangolin, Xiao Hai, the old faker, the pure-blooded beast cub, Kong Jiu, Tian Xin, and Fong Shi all looked at Fong Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. We can't hesitate any longer. Reprimand is causing trouble. That's right. Shinshin School didn't save Blazeheart Realm Lord. It's very likely that they will vent their anger on Princess Xin. After a long time, Fong Chen raised his head and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. How confident are you? Fong Chen looked at Little Mouse and asked in a low voice. Little Mouse grinned and said confidently, I don't care about anything else, but if it's just digging a hole, I'm 100% confident. Ever since the little mouse had awakened its innate ability, its attack power had reached an unimaginable level. The power of its claws was even more terrifying. He could dig from Tianshuyuan in the southern region all the way to the northern region, and even dig through the ancient road of time and space. From this, one could tell how frightening their abilities were. He had no choice but to make this decision. After all, Princess Xin couldn't be imprisoned in the Shinshin School forever, and Fong Chen wasn't strong enough to save her by himself. Therefore, he could only pin his hopes on the little mouse. Boss, don't worry. Brother Rat can even dig through the ancient road of time and space. A mere Shinshin School is nothing. That's right. Since they dared to provoke us, Brother Shu will turn the Shinshin School upside down. Xiao Huang and the others also expressed their opinions. In the end, after careful discussion, Fong Chen made a decision. After a long while, they discussed the details. First, they would let Little Mouse dig a hole. When they reached the bottom of the Shinshin School, Fong Chen would sneak into the Shinshin School, rescue Princess Xin as quickly as possible, and then quickly return. During this process, the most dangerous thing was to be discovered by the Shinshin School. After all, the Shinshin School was guarded by the Shinshin School's headmaster. Once they were discovered, their lives would be in danger. At night, the stars twinkled in the dark night sky. The elegant courtyard was suddenly enveloped by a powerful sealing force. Immediately, Fong Chen and Little Mouse appeared side by side. I've completely sealed off this place. No one can come in except for the 5 kings of the realm capital. Fong Chen muttered. Even if the 5 kings of the realm capital found out, they wouldn't say anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have protected him in front of the Shinshin School's king realm powerhouses. Rip. A powerful purple aura spread around Little Mouse's body and then quickly gathered on his claws. His sharp claws quickly dug into the ground. In the blink of an eye, he dug out a dark tunnel. Boss, let's go. Little Mouse stuck his head out of the dark tunnel and said. For the rest of the time, the little mouse continued to dig its way underground. At the same time, something happened in the Shinshin School. The Shinshin School was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was very solemn. In the meeting hall, the vice-sect master sat on the throne with a gloomy face. Below him, there were several elders. One of them was the King Realm powerhouse who attacked Fong Chen before. Elder Shinhe, tell me. The vice-sect master calmly asked. Vice-sect master, the strength of the Sky Heart World Lord is much stronger than we imagined. Elder Shinhe said, although he is a transcendent world lord, his overall combat strength is comparable to an early world King Realm martial artist. Moreover what? The vice-sect master asked. He has a movement technique that is incomparably fast. Even my divine sense can't capture his figure. This is also the reason why we failed this time. Elder Shinhe truthfully said. Movement technique? Incomparably strange? The vice-sect master frowned. What kind of movement technique was it that even a World King Realm powerhouse couldn't capture? Moreover, the person who used it was only a world lord. His movement technique is extremely mysterious. I can't see through it. Elder Shinhe was helpless. As a World King realm powerhouse, he couldn't see through a movement technique. In the meeting hall, the other elders looked at each other. According to what Elder Shinhe said, if he hides in the realm capital, we can't do anything to him. Moreover, even if he leaves the realm capital for a short time, it will be difficult for us to kill him. For a time, the meeting hall fell into chaos. All the elders were discussing. World Lord Blazeheart was a monstrous genius of the Shinshin school. They had to save him no matter the cost. After a long time, the vice sect master stood up. I will make a trip to the realm capital. He wanted to know the attitude of the 5 kings of the realm capital. If they insisted on protecting Fangchun, then this matter would be difficult to handle. Half a month later, underground, in a pitch-black tunnel, Little Mouse's claws carried a thick purple aura as it constantly dug at the soil in front of it. Who? Suddenly, Little Mouse stopped digging and sat down in the tunnel. Its forehead was covered in sweat and it was panting. Rest for a while, Fangchun said. Soon. According to my estimation, we should be able to dig to the bottom of the Shinshin school in 3 days. Little Mouse said. After resting for a while, it continued to dig. After another 3 days, Little Mouse's digging speed suddenly slowed down a lot. What's wrong? Fangchun asked. Boss, we have arrived at the Shinshin school's territory. Little Mouse said. Shinshin school is surrounded by the protective mountain array. The array is rooted in the soil and blocks our path. If I force it, it is very likely to cause a change in the protective mountain array and alarm the people of the Shinshin school. Let me do it. Fangchun's attainments in the Tao of array were also very high. A mere protective mountain array of the Shinshin school was not a problem for him. Buzz. Fangchun placed his palm on the void pattern. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. If you want me to break the array with all my strength, it will be a bit difficult. But if it's just a gap, there is no problem. After that, he took out the sky sealing tablet and activated the powerful sealing power inside to tear the protective mountain array. After a while, a small gap appeared on the protective mountain array. Let's go. Fangchun and Little Mouse's figures flashed, passed through the gap, and entered the Shinshin school. Crack, crack. Next, Little Mouse continued to dig, and its speed was obviously much faster. After a quarter of an hour, Little Mouse began to dig upward. At this time, he was obviously more cautious. This was the Shinshin school's territory. The slightest carelessness could lead to him being discovered. Fangchun's divine sense quietly spread out and swept through the Shinshin school. In an instant, he found the place where Princess Xin was imprisoned. Damn it! The moment he saw Princess Xin, Fangchun clenched his fists and burned with anger. Wait for me here. When he was about to dig to the ground, Fangchun suppressed his anger and said to Little Mouse. Then he used the rock body movement and merged into the void. Thump! Thump! In the void, Fangchun moved quickly and soon arrived in front of a pavilion. This pavilion was sealed on all sides. Princess Xin, who was in a sorry state, was trapped inside. At this time, Princess Xion's complexion was very poor, and there were many wounds on her body. However, she was very strong. I can't die. I still have a lot of things to do, Princess Xion said to herself. He will definitely come to save me. He won't let me down. She muttered, and a familiar scene appeared in her mind. Then the corners of her mouth curled up, and she smiled faintly. Chapter 3199. Xn. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Princess Xion's mind. Her body suddenly shook, and she hurriedly raised her head and looked around. However, she found nothing. However, tears welled up in her eyes and she sobbed. Is that you? She shook her head hard. She was afraid that this was an illusion and that her dream would be shattered. I'm here to save you. Fangchun transmitted his voice again. Princess Xion's body trembled, and all the emotions that she had accumulated for many years burst out. Don't resist. Fangchun used his mind to open Mount Dongming, and it directly enveloped Princess Xian's body and sucked her in. Buzz! However, what Fang Chen didn't expect was that there was also a restriction in Princess Xian's body. When she entered Mount Dongming, the restriction in her body made a harsh sound, which instantly alarmed the entire Xinshan school. In the meeting hall, "Oh no, there's an enemy attack!" Many elders rushed to the place where Princess Xian was imprisoned as fast as they could. However, when they arrived, Princess Xian was already gone. Search thoroughly. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Once Princess Xian was kidnapped, the vice sect leader would definitely be furious. Find the murderer even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. An elder roared angrily. The entire Xinshan school was in chaos. However, Fang Chen and the little mouse had already quickly returned to the passage and rushed underground. After a while, they crossed the mountain-guarding array of the Xinshan school. Xinshan school. Fang Chen clenched his fists and looked at the mountain-guarding array with cold eyes. When he thought of Princess Xian being imprisoned and tortured like this, the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Seal the world. He fully activated the power of the sky-sealing tombstone. A violent sealing power was released from the sky-sealing tombstone. Like a flood, it rushed to the mountain-guarding array of the Xinshan school. With a cracking sound, the mountain-guarding array was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Without the mountain-protecting formation, the Xinshan school trembled, and the ground and the mountains shook. At this moment, Fang Chen clenched his fists and punched out dozens of times in a row. The might of each punch was sufficient to instantly kill a world overlord. The power of dozens of punches superimposed, and the power soared to the extreme. They heavily bombarded the underground of the Xinshan school. Boom! The Xinshan school was shaking, and the whole ground was collapsing as if it was about to be destroyed. Let's go! Fang Chen knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would provoke the powerful masters of the Xinshan school, and he wouldn't be able to leave. Xinshan school. Countless experts were filled with rage. The Grand Mountain Protection Formation has been shattered. Underground, the soil has been heavily damaged. The enemy seems to want to completely destroy the Xinshan school. Amidst the chaos, countless powerhouses attacked with all their might to protect the Xinshan school. It took a total of 3 days for the damaged soil to be rewatered, and the Grand Mountain Protection Formation was repaired. The Xinshan school quieted down, and the atmosphere was oppressive. It was terrifying. Many elders had gloomy expressions as they waited for the vice sect leader to return. No matter who it is, if he dares to attack the Xinshan school, we must destroy his soul. That's right. This person is most likely the Sky Heart Realm Overlord. Not only did he kidnap her, but he also destroyed the foundation of the Xinshan school. He is courting death. Many elders gritted their teeth as they spoke. When the news reached the world capital, Fang Chen had already returned to his elegant courtyard. With a wave of his hand, he removed the seal, and the courtyard returned to normal. In Dongming Mountain, Princess Xian, whose clothes were slightly tattered, rushed into Fang Chen's arms. Her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Fang Chen raised his hand and gently wiped the tears off Princess Xian's fair face. It's okay. Everything is fine. Fang Chen comforted Princess Xian. Princess Xian cried tears of joy as she hugged Fang Chen tightly. She was afraid that this was an illusion. After a long time, Princess Xian's emotions gradually calmed down. It's been hard on you all these years. Fang Chen looked at Princess Xian's face and couldn't help but ask. I'm very happy that you came to save me. I'm very excited. Princess Xian revealed a bright smile. All these years, I've imagined countless ways to escape, but I didn't dare to think that you would come to save me. I went to the eastern region and found Qing Qing. I learned about your situation from her, so I came to save you. It's a pity that I'm too weak. It took me a long time to save you. Fang Chen's palm pressed against Princess Xian's body. A vast amount of energy flowed into her body endlessly. After a short while, Princess Xian's face became rosier. Fang Chen carefully checked her body. Princess Xian's injuries were all superficial and would heal quickly. Moreover, he also removed the seal in her body. While chatting with Princess Xian, Fang Chen learned that the reason why the Vice Sect Master didn't do anything to her in the past 100 years was because she had the Heavenly Heart Dragon Flame. The Vice Sect Master coveted my Heavenly Heart Dragon Flame and forced me to hand it over. I would rather die than submit, said Princess Xian. The Heavenly Heart Dragon Flame was a famous heavenly heart. Once it was fully awakened, the path of heart cultivation would be smooth. The Vice Sect Master wanted it very much, but he knew that unless Princess Xian took the initiative to hand it over, the Heavenly Heart Dragon Flame would shatter. In order to obtain the Heavenly Heart Dragon Flame, the Vice Sect Master used both hard and soft methods. Of course, it was also because of Princess Xian's stubbornness that she was able to survive until now. You! The dying Blazeheart Realm Lord widened his eyes when he saw Princess Xian. How is this possible? He couldn't believe the scene before him. Princess Xian was taken in as a disciple by the Vice Sect Master and had been imprisoned in the Shinshin school. Why would she appear here? Could it be that the Skyheart Realm Lord barged into the Shinshin school alone and saved her? Fang Chen turned his head and glanced at the Blazeheart Realm Lord. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed across his eyes. The people of the Shinshin school are actually so cruel to a weak girl for their own selfish reasons. After speaking, the little mouse and the pure-blooded beast cubs surrounded the Blazeheart Realm Lord. What are you guys doing? The Blazeheart Realm Lord said in fear. The few of them turned into their true forms and opened their bloody mouths, biting the Blazeheart Realm Lord to death. In the blink of an eye, the Blazeheart Realm Lord's body was devoured, leaving only his head behind. Shinshin School, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life for treating Xianer like this. World City, City Lord Manor. Everyone, the Skyheart Realm Lord and the Shinshin School, have an irreconcilable grudge. I hope that everyone can give face to the Shinshin School and not interfere in this matter. The Vice Sect Master of the Shinshin School smiled at the five of them. The Lord of the World City was silent. The other four kings spoke one after another. If the Shinshin School wants to kill someone, the World City naturally won't interfere. However, the Skyheart Realm Lord took first place in the World Lord Conference and became the VIP of the World City. If we can't even protect the VIP of the World City, how can the five of us establish ourselves in the World City in the future? That's right. We can compromise. As long as Fang Chen leaves the World City, we won't interfere in whatever you guys do. But as long as he is in the World City, the Shinshin School won't be able to do anything. This was the attitude of the five kings of the World City. So, there's no room for discussion? However, before the Vice Sect Master finished speaking, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. Then, his expression changed drastically. Bang! The Vice Sect Master slammed his hand on the wooden table beside him, shattering it into pieces. The Skyheart Realm Lord barged into the Shinshin School, kidnapped a prisoner and destroyed the foundation of the Shinshin School. This is a capital offense. The Vice Sect Master stood up abruptly. His dark eyes stared at the five kings of the World City. Today, I must bring the Skyheart Realm Lord back to the Shinshin School. I hope the five of you won't interfere. Otherwise, the Shinshin School won't mind starting a war with the World City. After speaking, the Vice Sect Master's figure flashed. He flew in the air and flew towards where Fang Chen was. Presumptuous! The Lord of the World City scolded. He stomped his foot and blocked the Vice Sect Master's path. This is the World City. Scram! The Vice Sect Master roared and punched out, wanting to force the Lord of the World City to retreat. Gotcha! However, the Lord of the World City easily blocked it and even forced the Vice Sect Master to retreat. You! The The vice-sect master's expression changed. You took that step? The Lord of the World City stood in front of the vice-sect master coldly. The vice-sect master's expression changed. He thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. Your world city won't be able to protect him forever. Then, the vice-sect master's gaze pierced through the void and looked at Fangchen. Chapter 3200. The vice-suzerain of Shinshin School was strong, but he was still afraid of the 5 kings of the Realm City. Especially the Lord of the Realm City, who was the strongest of the 5 kings. He had taken a crucial step. Even if they fought one-on-one, the vice-suzerain of Shinshin School was not sure that he could win. Now that the 5 kings of the Realm City were protecting Fangchen, there was nothing he could do. Let's go. The vice-suzerain of Shinshin School left these words and then disappeared from the Realm City. Buzz. The biting cold aura in the air quickly dissipated. The 5 kings of the Realm City looked at Fangchen from afar. What did you do? Why is the Shinshin School so angry? The Lord of the Realm City asked. Fangchen truthfully told the 5 kings the details of how he destroyed the foundation of the Shinshin School and rescued Princess Exin. After the 5 kings heard this, they were silent. After a long time, the Lord of the Realm City said, "The Shinshin School has a deep foundation. Even the Realm City can't compare with it. Your action this time has humiliated the Shinshin School. They won't let it go. However, you don't have to worry too much. For the time being, you can cultivate in the Realm City. With the 5 of us here, the Shinshin School won't dare to step into the Realm City to deal with you," the Lord of the Realm City said slowly. Hearing this, Fangchen clasped his hands and thanked him. He was quite touched. For him, the Lord of the Realm City didn't hesitate to go against the Shinshin School. If it were someone else, they wouldn't do this at all. What happened at the Shinshin School quickly spread throughout the territory. Countless warriors were shocked. At the same time, they were also asking about this guy called Realm Lord Tianxin. He was able to escape from the headquarters of the Shinshin School unscathed. In every corner, people were discussing the name of Realm Lord Tianxin. Fangchen, on the other hand, had started to keep a low profile after the battle. In the northern region, there was a strange place very far away from the Realm City. Clouds were floating in the blue sky. Below him was a boundless grassland. As the wind blew, the grass and trees swayed. Above the clouds, there were more than 10 figures. One of them was enveloped in powerful flames. Even his eyebrows were formed by flames. What do you all think? The other person, who was surrounded by flowing water, slightly raised his head and said, "No matter what, Fangchen is one of the candidates for Bloodline King. We can't just stand by and do nothing when he's in danger." What? You guys want to violate the rules? Don't forget, Fangchen was only one of the many candidates, not the only one. At this time, no one can make a move. The old man with the coarse beard said expressionlessly. As the subordinates of the Bloodline King, although they were powerful, they couldn't attack at will. The Bloodline Monarch's order had always been engraved in his mind. Indeed, we can't interfere if he's not the only candidate. However, don't you know that Fangchen has comprehended the Black Hole Bloodline? The old man enveloped in flames said, "The Black Hole Bloodline is the strongest bloodline created by Lord Bloodline King. He once said that whoever can comprehend the profoundness of the Black Hole Bloodline and control it will have a 90% chance of becoming the only candidate." Moreover, Lord Bloodline King also said that if the candidate with the Black Hole Bloodline is in danger, we can decide whether to help. Fire Devil True Monarch, didn't Fangchen take care of your descendant? If you want to return the favor, you can help him yourself. Why do you need to drag us in? The others shook their heads. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. After saying that, Fire Devil True Monarch's figure flashed and disappeared into the horizon. Wait for me. True Monarch Water True Monarch chased after him. The others looked at each other and closed their eyes. In addition, far away in the core area of the northern region, Empyrean Realm Lord also heard the news about Fangchen. Ever since Fong Chen entered the northern region, he had been paying attention to him. Shinshin School? Empyrean Realm Lord's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. A mere Shinshin School won't be a problem for my brother. Although Empyrean Realm Lord wasn't prepared to take action, he still wouldn't allow Shinshin School to harm his brother. Just treat it as a life and death tempering. Empyrean Realm Lord grinned and said, "If you can get through this crisis, us brothers will have a good drink." In the past, Empyrean Realm Lord was an existence that Fong Chen looked up to. But now, unknowingly, Fong Chen had already caught up to Empyrean Realm Lord. 1. Starlight flashed on Empyrean Realm Lord's body as a terrifying aura spread out. With every step he took, the void would distort. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because this was the technique of a World King Realm expert. To be exact, the current him could no longer be called Empyrean Realm Lord but Empyrean Realm King. Shinshin School. 100 years ago, the sect master mysteriously disappeared. All this time, the vice sect master had been in charge of the Shinshin School. And he was currently the strongest person in Shinshin School. Hoo. In the distant horizon, a terrifying aura spread out. A stream of light rapidly shot out and arrived at the Shinshin School's headquarters. The current Shinshin School's headquarters had collapsed due to the destruction of the mountain protecting array and the destruction of its foundation. Although they were doing their best to repair it, it would be difficult to restore it to its original appearance in a short period of time. He stood in the air and looked down at the battered and exhausted Shinshin School. The vice sect master clenched his fists, his anger surging out. A mere transcendent realm lord can cause my Shinshin School to be in such a state? The vice sect master's anger reached the heavens. His pitch-black eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. Realm Lord Skyheart, I will definitely kill you. Hoo. After the vice sect master returned, many elders quickly rushed over to welcome him. When they saw the vice sect master, they lowered their heads. Vice sect master. The vice sect master waved his hand to stop the elders from speaking. There's no need to speak anymore. My Shinshin School will definitely take revenge for this. I'm sorry. It's my negligence that caused the mountain protecting array to be damaged, allowing Realm Lord Skyheart to take advantage of this opportunity. An elder in charge of controlling the mountain protecting array said apologetically. The vice sect master shook his head. The most important thing now is to investigate whether there's a mastermind behind Realm Lord Skyheart. Everyone thought that with Fong Chen's strength, it was impossible for him to silently enter the Shinshin School's headquarters. Even a World King expert wouldn't be able to do so. But Fong Chen, as a transcendent world lord, not only did he enter the Shinshin School and save Princess Xian, but he also destroyed the mountain protecting array and damaged its foundation. If one were to say that there wasn't a mastermind behind him, they wouldn't believe it. I've checked carefully. They seem to have dug their way here from underground. Also, there must be a powerhouse who's proficient in array formations. The elder in charge of controlling the mountain protecting array analyzed. Vice Sect Master, could it be one of the 5 kings of the World City? Another elder asked. The Vice Sect Master shook his head. During this time, the 5 kings of the World City have been with me. It can't be them. Then who could it be? An elder's expression was solemn. To be able to turn my Shinshin School into such a sorry state in such a short time, their cultivation must be at least at the World King realm. But there's almost no World King that dares to go against my Shinshin School. Could it be someone from another place? For a time, many elders fell into silence. This blow to the Shinshin School was extremely heavy. The destruction of the mountain protecting array was a small matter, but losing face was a big matter. After this matter spread out, how would the various powers view the Shinshin School? Let's think of a way to capture that girl first, the Vice Sect Master said. To him, Princess Xian's dragon flame heaven's heart was the most important. but the 5 kings of the World City are protecting her. Our people can't enter the World City at all. It's too difficult to capture her. In order to achieve his goal, he'll do whatever it takes. Moreover, since he dared to provoke our Shinshin school, he should be prepared to receive the wrath of our Shinshin school. As he spoke until here, the vice sect master's tone changed. His eyes gleamed with a cold light as he said, "The Sky Heart World Lord came from the Sky Heart World in the eastern region. Immediately arrange for people to head to the eastern region and destroy the Sky Heart World for me. Capture his loved ones and use them to threaten him. Do this beautifully. Don't leave any traces behind. Destroy the Sky Heart World with the fastest speed. After capturing his family, return immediately." Chapter 3201. As Shinshin School was making such a big fuss, Devil Hand Sect, 10,000 Poisons Sect, and Black Wolf Mountain were quietly gathered together to discuss matters. They originally suspected that the proud sons of heaven of their sect had been killed by Fong Chen. But afterwards, Fong Chen flatly denied it. With the protection of the 5 kings of the world capital, they couldn't say anything. But now they received news that the chaos in Shinshin School was caused by World Lord Skyheart. And the reason for all of this was the proud son of heaven of Shinshin School, World Lord Skyheart. These 3 great powers had no choice but to discuss whether or not they should attack Fong Chen. The 10,000 Poisons sect was located in a gloomy and terrifying mountain valley. This mountain valley was filled with a terrifying poisonous gas. Ordinary martial artists didn't dare to approach the 10,000 Poisons sect for fear of being corroded by the poisonous gas. But today, the leaders of 2 great powers had arrived at the 10,000 Poisons sect. They were Black Wolf Mountain Master and Devil Hand Sect Master. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was heavy and solemn. The 10,000 Poisons sect master paced back and forth, his face dark and gloomy. There was a faint killing intent in his eyes. "What do the 2 of you think of this matter?" After a long time, the 10,000 Poisons sect master asked. According to the descriptions of the other world lords who survived, World Lord Skyheart has already reached the transcendent realm. His combat strength is comparable to a World King realm powerhouse. If there was anyone within the enchantment that had the ability to kill the 3 of them, it could only be World Lord Skyheart. Devil Hand Sect Master said. "That's right. 3 transcendent world lords in addition to World Lord Skyheart. Even if they faced a World King realm powerhouse, they would still be able to escape unscathed. With such combat strength, even Ouyang Luoxue wouldn't be able to contend with them." Black Wolf Mountain Master said, "According to the news we received, the reason Shinshin School is in such a difficult situation is because the mastermind is Fong Chen. And the root of all of this is World Lord Skyheart. In summary, the 3 of them were certain that Fong Chen was the murderer of the sect's proud world lords. No matter what, I'd rather kill the wrong person than let him slip by." The 10,000 Poisons sect master halted his steps and said coldly, "Sector Lord Merciless Hand is the most outstanding sector lord of our 10,000 Poisons sect. In the future, he has the potential to inherit the mantle of our 10,000 Poisons sect's ancestor and bring the 10,000 Poisons sect to greater height. For such a genius to die in a barrier is too great a blow to our 10,000 Poisons sect. We must avenge him." The importance of Merciless Tyrant to Myriad Poisons sect, Jing Lang to Black Wolf Mountain, and Myriad Devil Slayer to Devil Hand sect was the same. The 3 major powers usually didn't have any interactions, but because of Realm Lord Heavenheart, they were all gathered together. "We can basically confirm that the Sky Heart World Lord is the culprit," the sect master of the 10,000 Poisons School said, "but we don't need to worry. We'll wait until he and Shinshin School have a life and death struggle, and then we'll reap the benefits." The 3 of them looked at each other with sinister smiles in their eyes. World City, an elegant courtyard. In just a few days, Fong Chen had healed Princess Xian's injuries. There was always a smile on Princess Xian's face. As long as she could see Fong Chen, she would be satisfied. In the courtyard, Fong Chen sat on a stone bench as Princess Xian poured wine for him. Shinshan School is too powerful. You've made their mountain gate so miserable. They won't let this matter rest. Princess Xian was a little worried. Fong Chen shook his head. It's fine. As long as I don't leave World City, they can't do anything to me. Boss. Little Mouse and the others walked out of Dark Cave Mountain one after another. It's too stuffy inside Dark Cave Mountain. It's better outside. The pure-blooded beast cubs also came out. They were originally very lively. Ever since the 6 of them gathered together, they became even more lawless. You guys, looking at these guys, Fong Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Boss, we want to go out for a walk, Xiao Huang said. Don't leave World City, Fong Chen reminded. No problem. The 6 of them disappeared from the courtyard like a wisp of smoke. World City was as peaceful as ever. However, there was an undercurrent behind this calmness. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, Shinshan School became more and more quiet. They didn't do anything. Little Mouse and the others thought that Shinshan School was probably afraid of the 5 kings of World City. Moreover, if they didn't leave World City, Shinshan School couldn't do anything. They didn't want to waste their efforts. Only Fong Chen didn't think so. The more Shinshan School acted like this, the more irritated he was. Why am I so absent-minded? Could it be that something big is going to happen? Fong Chen paced back and forth in the elegant courtyard, feeling enlightened. Suddenly, his communication jade pendant rang. Sky Heart Realm Lord, something bad has happened. The true martial realm lord's voice was very urgent. Sky Heart Realm has been destroyed. Hearing this, Fong Chen's body trembled. He hurriedly asked, What happened? After the Realm Lord conference ended, we returned and have been paying attention to Sky Heart Realm. In just one night, Sky Heart Realm seemed to have suffered a huge blow. No one survived and the entire realm was turned into ruins. The true martial realm lord said in a deep voice. We suspect that this is the work of the corpse demon. Bang! Fong Chen punched the stone table. The table couldn't withstand the force and shattered. In the void, a terrifying aura spread. The entire courtyard became incomparably oppressive. Shinshan School. Fong Chen's eyes were scarlet red as he roared in anger. His voice alarmed Princess Xian. She hurriedly ran out of the pavilion and asked, What happened? She had never seen Fong Chen so furious before. She thought that something important must have happened. Sky Heart Realm has been destroyed, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. What? Princess Xian immediately thought of Bai Qingqing. The latter was managing Sky Heart Realm for Fong Chen. Then, we don't know if she's alive or dead. Fong Chen knew what Princess Xian was asking. He said expressionlessly. He was also very worried about Bai Qingqing's safety. However, he hated Shinshan School even more. How could a major force in the northern region do such a shameless thing? On the streets of World Capital, there was an endless stream of people. The 6 of them transformed into their human forms and strolled on the street. It's our fault for being too weak. We can't help Boss solve his problems. Little Mouse sighed. One day we will reach the peak. At that time we will beat up all those who bullied us, Xiao Huang said firmly. The pure-blooded beast beside him nodded. Although our cultivation is low, our potential is stronger than human martial artists. It won't be long before we can rise. The old faker and the others nodded. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. World Capital is so big. We haven't explored it yet. Seahorse suggested. The 6 of them walked together. However, at this moment, Little Mouse's communication jade pendant rang. Immediately after, his expression changed drastically. His aura shot up to the sky. Damn it! Little Mouse's face was ferocious. He was filled with killing intent. What happened? Xiao Huang asked anxiously. Sky Heart Realm was destroyed. As soon as Little Mouse finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the elegant courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them returned to the courtyard. Fang Chen stood quietly in the courtyard. Princess Xian was beside him. She looked anxious. "Boss," the little rat said, "that trash from the Heart God sect actually dared to attack the Heaven Heart world. Too hateful." Shinshin School. Xiao Huang and the others were furious. "Damn it. I'm going to turn Shinshin School upside down now." The pure-blooded beast was furious. He wanted to take revenge immediately. Even Little Mouse and the others didn't know what Sky Heart Realm meant to Fangchen. At this moment, Shinshin School actually did such a shameless thing. They were infuriated. "Stop!" Fangchen shouted and stopped the pure-blooded beast. "Are you strong enough to fight against Shinshin School?" Fangchen asked. The 6 of them looked at each other in silence. "Shinshin School's purpose is to provoke me and make me leave world capital to take revenge on them. They want to kill me." Fangchen didn't panic. He said slowly, "At this critical moment, we can't be hot-headed. We must be calm." Fangchen was also worried about Bai Qingqing. He didn't know whether she was dead or alive. However, he knew that his every move was being watched by countless pairs of eyes. As soon as he left world capital, Shinshin School's strong cultivators would definitely take action. "Then are we going to stay like this?" Little Mouse asked stubbornly. Fangchen shook his head. His dark eyes looked at the distant sky. That was the direction of Shinshin School. He didn't care about the lives of the others in Sky Heart Realm. Only Bai Qingqing was his reverse scale. Chapter 3202. The Shinshin School was one of the major powers in the northern region, but they actually did such a despicable thing. The entire eastern region was in an uproar. The Realm Lords, led by the Realm Lord of the true martial realm, were trying their best to search for the survivors of the Sky Heart Realm. As the leader of the Sky Heart Realm, Fang Chen's anger reached its peak. "Since the Shinshin School has given me such a huge gift, how can I not express my gratitude?" After being silent for a long time, a strange smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he spoke in a gloomy voice. At the same time, in the faraway Shinshin School, the current Shinshin School's mountain protection array had been completely repaired, and the underground foundation had also been repaired. Smoke lingered in the Shinshin School, and the atmosphere was heavy. In the meeting hall, the vice-sect master sat on the throne and looked down at the elders below. Although he tried his best to remain calm, his eyes were filled with unconcealable rage. "Trash, a bunch of trash!" The vice-sect master berated loudly. "I asked you to destroy the Sky Heart Realm and capture the family and friends of the Realm Lord, but you returned empty-handed? A mere Sky Heart Realm couldn't withstand the attack of a Realm Lord from the Shinshin School. It was too easy to destroy the Sky Heart Realm. Although this matter was done secretly, those who were observant would be able to guess that it was done by the Shinshin School. They took such a huge risk to destroy the Sky Heart Realm in the eastern region, but they didn't manage to capture a single useful person. If you can't even capture a few people, what's the use of having you?" The vice-sect master flung his sleeves and said furiously. Below him, the elders in charge of this matter were trembling. One of them hurriedly explained, "Vice-sect master, we've investigated before. In the Sky Heart Realm, there's only a girl called Bai Qingqing who has a close relationship with the Realm Lord. Before we took action, we tried to capture her, but who knew that she would use a powerful secret technique at the crucial moment and burn her life source to escape. Although she escaped, we're almost 100% sure that she's dead." Another elder nodded. "Humph." The vice-sect master snorted and said in a deep voice, "Let's not talk about this for now. Once we capture the Realm Lord, we'll punish you." Under the Shinshin School, there was a huge ore vein. The reason why the Shinshin School was built here was because of this ore vein. The endless resources of the Heart God sect came from this mine. The Shinshin School's protection array was also built of the ore vein. 1. With the mine as the core, the the powerful mountain protection formation continued to expand, forming a powerful defense. After the previous Shinshin school, the Shinshin school of the Shinshin school of Shinshin zes Shin s of the Shurns Shin dash ses Shinables Shin Shinin Shinshin of the Shinshin to God. Boss, we're already close to the Heart God sect, Little Mouse said solemnly. The Shinshin school was heavily guarded. If they were careless, their lives would be in danger. This ore vein is the foundation of the Shinshin school. If it's destroyed, the Shinshin school will suffer a great loss. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then, he looked at them and said, If I let you enter the ore vein, how long will it take for you to destroy it? They looked at each other. Then, the pure-blood beast said, If we want to completely destroy the ore vein, we have to destroy its source. With our strength, if we work together, we'll probably need 6 hours. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before he said, All right, no one will disturb the two of you during these 6 hours. You can destroy and devour as much as you want. After you've completely destroyed the ore vein, I'll give the Shinshin school a surprise. After saying that, Fang Chen waved his hand and the sky-sealing monument floated out. 1. Under Fang Chen's control, a powerful sealing power emerged from the sky-sealing monument. Rip! Fang Chen bit his finger and dripped a drop of essence blood on the sky-sealing monument. Suddenly, the monument emitted a dazzling light and its sealing power became even stronger. Layers of ripples intertwined in front of Fang Chen to form a powerful seal. Go! Fang Chen stared ahead and said in a low voice. This time, he used his essence blood to activate the sky-sealing monument and pushed its power to the extreme. He used it to tear apart the Shinshin school's protective mountain array. Crack! The ultimate power of the sky-sealing monument was too strong. It was the king of sealing. The Shinshin school's protective mountain array was vulnerable in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the sky-sealing monument had used its powerful strength to tear a crack in the protective mountain array. Go in. Fang Chen led the way and the other little guys followed closely behind. They entered the protective mountain array. However, no one in the Shinshin school knew about the slight change in the protective mountain array. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the protective mountain array closed and returned to its original state. Let's begin, Fang Chen said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With the little mouse and the pure-blooded beast cub leading the group, they madly rushed into the ore vein to search for the source of the ore vein. Crash! The little mouse used its powerful innate ability. A terrifying suction force enveloped a large portion of the ore vein in front of it. With a crash, the ore vein was sucked into its mouth. Awesome! It had been a long time since the little mouse had swallowed so much. It was very active. Xiao Huang, the pure-blooded beast cub, and the others were also very active. For them, swallowing ore was too easy. Moreover, the ore contained an extremely strong power. The more they swallowed, the better it was for them. Fang Chen did not stay idle as he watched the few of them taking action. Instead, he used the sky-sealing monument's powerful strength to completely seal off their auras. After all, there were powerful World King powerhouses in the Shinshin school. If they were careless, they would be discovered. At that time, there would be a fierce battle. Time passed. The ore vein under the Shinshin school was quickly disappearing. The group's swallowing ability was too strong. They swallowed the ore at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. After an hour, they had already found the core of the ore vein, the primordial ancestral stone. In front of them was a large golden stone. On the surface of the stone, there were complex golden patterns flowing. Let's attack together and swallow the primordial ancestral stone, the pure-blooded beast cub said. Boom! The pure-blooded beast cub took the lead and crazily poured out the power of its pure-blooded bloodline. As for the little mouse, it used its innate ability. Its purple claws tore at the primordial ancestral stone. The old faker transformed into his true form. The towering tree swayed and countless branches firmly bound the primordial ancestral stone. Xiao Huang's feelers released an unparalleled pressure that corroded the primordial ancestral stone. The pangolin and Little Sea joined forces. The latter opened its bloody mouth, and a vast amount of seawater roared out, submerging the primordial ancestral stone and smoothly sending the pangolin to the primordial ancestral stone. Dong dong dong. The pangolin released its abnormal defense and directly used its physical strength to smash into the primordial ancestral stone. Under the joint attack of the 6 fellows, the primordial ancestral stone's energy consumption was enormous. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the primordial ancestral stone. The strange movements of the primordial ancestral stone would naturally affect the Shinshin school's protective array. However, Fang Chen had already prepared for this. As the weapon that the heaven-sealing great emperor was once proud of, the sky-sealing monument contained the endless sealing power of the world. At this moment, Fang Chen used his powerful essence blood that contained the power of the black hole bloodline to activate the sky-sealing monument, stabilizing the protective array from the inside and isolating it from the outside world. The people of the Shinshin school were discussing how to lure Fang Chen here. However, what they did not know was that Fang Chen had already prepared a generous gift for them underground. Crack! As time passed, the power of the primordial ancestral stone became weaker and weaker. The little mouse bit off a corner of the primordial ancestral stone and swallowed it directly. The other fellows also attacked one after another. In just 4 hours, the primordial ancestral stone was already in a sorry state. Continue to strengthen the attack. The primordial ancestral stone can no longer resist. The little mouse ordered its companions to continue to strengthen the attack. Boom boom boom. Finally, after 15 minutes, the primordial ancestral stone shattered. A violent force swept through the entire protective array. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The sky-sealing monument was spinning at high speed, swaying continuously. He knew that the primordial ancestral stone had shattered and no new ore would appear in this mine. This meant that the mine was completely useless. Chapter 3203. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening sound spread from all directions. Fang Chen got up and walked toward the center of the storm with the sky-sealing tablet in his hand. After the primordial ancestor stone shattered, the powerful force that escaped only lasted for a few breaths before it was completely suppressed by Little Mouse, the pure-blooded beast cubs, and the others. Dong. Every step that Fang Chen took could cause the ore vein to shake. On the surface of his skin, complex runes flickered. The power of the Emperor Realm was fully activated. The shocking sword Qi soared into the sky. When he came to the center of the storm, Little Mouse and the others raised their heads and looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Next, leave this place to me. Swallow as many ores as you can. After that, quickly enter Ming Cave Mountain, Fang Chen said. When he was in the world capital, Fang Chen had already planned everything that could happen in detail. Buzz. After Little Mouse and the others retreated, the power of the storm wanted to dissipate. However, Fang Chen waved his hand and the sky-sealing tablet stood above the storm and crazily absorbed its power. Dong, dong. Although the power of the storm was very strong, it could not resist the powerful attraction of the sky-sealing tablet. In the blink of an eye, the power of the storm was completely absorbed. At this time, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword. In his mind, the image of Princess Xian being injured and the news of the Sky Heart Realm being destroyed and by Qingqing's life and death unknown appeared. Anger arose spontaneously. He held the hidden star sword tightly, and a loud and clear sword cry spread out. Condense. The sky-sealing tablet stood in the void, motionless. In just a few breaths, Little Mouse and the others had already swallowed a large number of ores and then drilled into Ming Cave Mountain. Break. Fang Chen's wrist shook and the invincible sword technique was displayed. The star-breaking sword technique whistled out with an extremely powerful force, and the mountain guarding formation shattered. In front of Fang Chen's attack, the mountain guarding formation could not withstand a single blow. Boom! Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The shattering of the protective formation caused a huge uproar. On the surface of the Shinshin school, many elders suddenly felt the earth shake. Immediately after, the expression of the elder in charge of the protective formation changed drastically. Not good, the protective formation is broken. Enemies are attacking. Just as his voice fell, the ground shook even more violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. Courting death. The vice sect leader's face was dark and murderous. With a low growl, he stomped his foot and disappeared into the void. He looked down at the ground, wanting to find the enemy. However, what he didn't expect was that, after the mountain shielding formation shattered, the ground was actually collapsing. How is this possible? He sensed something and cried out involuntarily. Damn it! In the next moment, the vice sect leader completely fell into a state of madness. He was furious. At that moment, the power of the storm that had been absorbed by the sky-sealing tombstone underground was released once again. With an unstoppable force, it destroyed the entire mine. Crack! Wherever the power of the storm passed, the mineral veins were destroyed. The ground where the Shinshin school was located continued to sink, and countless buildings collapsed. Swoosh! Fang Chen suddenly swung his hand, and the hidden star sword whizzed out and directly cut off the last support of the mineral veins. Dong! The ground of the Shinshin school continued to sink. All the martial artists exclaimed. The vice sect leader drilled into the ground, wanting to kill the enemy with his own hands. However, after Fang Chen succeeded, he had already left. Heavenly sealing power. After drilled into the ground, the vice sect leader saw the ruins of the mineral veins. He looked up to the sky and roared in anger. However, he knew that now was not the time to be angry. He had to restrain himself. In the blink of an eye, the vice sect leader suppressed the anger in his heart and used his powerful strength to support the collapsed ground. Set up the formation. Immediately, the vice sect leader transmitted a voice message to the formation master and asked him to set up the formation again. Crack! Although there was a strong person like the vice sect leader supporting it, the ground was still collapsing, but at a much slower speed. The mountain shielding formation shattered, the mineral veins turned into ruins, and the Shinshin school was directly turned upside down. 1. After a while, the mountain shielding formation was set up again, and the ground no longer collapsed. The Shinshin school turned into ruins, and countless weak martial artists were killed or injured. Above the ruins, smoke filled the air. The vice sect master stood there quietly, his pitch-black eyes filled with endless killing intent. The foundation that the Shinshin school has accumulated for countless years has been destroyed in a day. The vice sect leader said angrily, I am responsible for this matter. Many of the elders lowered their heads and stood quietly. For countless years, the Shinshin school had always been a top force in this territory. However, today they had encountered such an unforeseen event. Their hearts were very complicated. After a long time, the powerful force above the Shinshin school gradually dissipated. At this time, the vice sect leader saw a head above the ruins. He fixed his eyes on it, and his anger erupted. Damn you, Realm Lord Tianxian! I will tear you to pieces. The vice sect leader looked up to the sky and roared. That head was the head of the most monstrous genius of the Shinshin school, Realm Lord Yen Exin. In the elegant courtyard of the world capital, Fang Chen had returned safely. Little Mouse and the others had also come out of Dongming Mountain. That was too satisfying. Ha ha ha, I can imagine how angry the Shinshin school will be when they see that head. Humph, they brought this upon themselves. They couldn't capture the boss, so they attacked the weak forces. Such despicable means are too shameless. This piece of news quickly spread throughout the world. Countless warriors were in an uproar after hearing the news. Who is it that attacked the Shinshin school? Oh my God, the Shinshin school's hundreds of millions of years of foundation has been destroyed in a day. This is going to destroy the Shinshin school. Could it be an external force from another place? Many people were guessing who had done it. After all, with the strength of the Shinshin school, even if the world capital, the Devil Hand sect, the 10,000 Poisons sect, and the Black Wolf Mountain joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to destroy it. If it was an external force, they wouldn't be able to do it so quietly. This was also what they couldn't figure out no matter how much they thought about it. The Shinshin school was such a huge force, but its foundation was destroyed and its mountain gate turned into ruins. What kind of shocking means was this? It is said that there is a mineral vein under the Shinshin school. That mineral vein is the foundation of the Shinshin school. This time, the person who attacked the Shinshin school obviously knew about this. He secretly snuck in and destroyed the mineral vein, completely angering the Shinshin school. Although the Shinshin school's foundation has been destroyed, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The strength of the Shinshin school is still not to be underestimated. Many martial artists had their own opinions. However, there was one point that everyone agreed on. That was, in the near future, the Shinshin school would definitely do its best to search for the enemy and then suppress them with absolute strength. Everyone looked up at the blue sky and sighed. The sky is going to change. After the 5 kings of the world capital heard the news, they were also stunned. Then they went to find Fong Chen. Do you know that the Shinshin school's foundation has been destroyed? The lord of the world capital asked. Fong Chen nodded and didn't hide anything. I did it. What? The 5 kings of the world capital exclaimed. Their eyes widened and they looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. However, after seeing his expression, they knew that he wasn't lying. This matter should be true. Although the Shinshin school's headmaster mysteriously disappeared and no one knows where he went, the vice headmaster's strength shouldn't be underestimated. How did you do it? The lord of the world capital asked in a deep voice. He knew better than anyone how powerful the Shinshin school was, so he found it even more unbelievable. Yes, according to the news we received, the mine under the Shinshin school has also been destroyed. What a big deal. The gray-robed elder shook his head and sighed. The Shinshin school used despicable means to attack the Sky Heart realm in the eastern region and destroy it. I gave them a taste of their own medicine and destroyed their foundation. It's not too much, Fong Chen said. Everyone thinks that it's very difficult to sneak into the Shinshin school without anyone knowing, but it's not difficult for me. As he spoke, the Heaven Sealing Tablet floated in Fong Chen's palm. This is the Heaven Sealing Tablet. After all, the 5 kings of the world capital had seen the world. They recognized the Heaven Sealing Tablet at a glance. Their expressions changed drastically and they exclaimed. But soon, they felt relieved. For the Heaven Sealing Tablet, the Shinshin school's protective array was nothing. It was easy to sneak in. Chapter 3204. The Sky Sealing Great Emperor was a legendary super master in the ancient times. He entered the Tao with seals, and then with seals, he became the most powerful master in the Tao of Seals in the ancient chaos. His Tao of Seals was all-encompassing. Once he used it, everything in the world froze. Back then, he used the Tao of Seals to conquer the world and was almost invincible. At that time, he was already standing at the peak of the Tao of Seals. However, he thought that there was still room for improvement in the Tao of Seals. Therefore, from then on, he devoted himself to studying, hoping to improve further in the Tao of Seals. After countless years, he merged all his understanding of the Tao of Seals into one and refined the Sky Sealing Tablet. Now, the Sky Sealing Tablet was in the hands of Fong Chen. After seeing the Sky Sealing Tablet, the 5 kings of the Realm City were shocked and full of emotion. No wonder he was chosen by the Bloodline King. No one could rival his luck. With the Sky Sealing Tablet in hand, it explained why Fong Chen could sneak into the Shinshin school without being noticed. I have a few brothers. They worked together to destroy the primordial stone, so the mine turned into ruins, Fang Qin said. He didn't say who his brothers were, and he didn't want to say more. The 5 kings of the Realm City looked at each other with complicated expressions. Then the Realm City Lord stepped forward and said, "You were a little impulsive this time. The power of the Shinshin school is far more complicated than you think. Now that you've destroyed the mine, the foundation of the Shinshin school is destroyed. They will definitely go crazy and attack you. Even if the 5 of us protect you, it won't help." The Realm City Lord was a little worried. Fang Qin shook his head. What the Shinshin school had done to the Sky Heart Realm was enough for him to attack without thinking of the consequences. If the 5 kings of the Realm City couldn't protect him, he could just leave. With his strength, no one in the Shinshin school could stop him if he used the rock body technique. This was the source of Fang Qin's confidence. His Dapeng body movements allowed him to be invincible. He even dared to confront Shinshin school head-on. At this moment, the higher-ups of Shinshin school were probably furious. The corners of Fang Qin's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. When you guys destroyed the Sky Heart Realm, you should have been prepared for your sect to be destroyed, right? 10,000 Poisons Sect. Devil Hand Sect Leader and Black Wolf Mountain Master hurriedly rushed over. Sect Master of the 10,000 Poisons Sect. When the 2 of them saw the Sect Master of the 10,000 Poisons Sect, they smiled and greeted him. "You've heard about it, right?" The Sect Master of the 10,000 Poisons Sect went straight to the point. The 2 of them nodded. The Black Wolf Mountain Master said in a deep voice, "This matter is far more complicated than we imagined. If this matter is really done by the Sky Heart Realm Lord, then he must have a powerful force supporting him." "That's right. I even suspect that there might be an external power trying to invade this place and secretly nibble away at it," Sect Master Devil Hand said. "Let's wait and see. The Shinshin school will definitely take revenge after suffering such a blow. Even if the 5 kings of the world capital take action, I'm afraid they won't be able to continue protecting the Sky Heart Realm Lord." The Sect Master of the 10,000 Poisons Sect said, "Once the Sky Heart Realm Lord falls into a situation of certain death, the power behind him will definitely not sit by and do nothing. At that time, everything will be clear." "Then what should we do?" the Black Wolf Mountain Master and Sect Master Devil Hand asked. Originally, they wanted to hide in the dark and reap the benefits of the situation. But now, with such a thing happening, they could faintly feel that the world was about to change. "We'll bide our time and continue to send out intelligence personnel to find out everything about the Sky Heart Realm Lord and the Shinshin School," the Sect Master of the 10,000 Poisons Sect muttered. Other than these 3 major powers, the other smaller powers were also terrified. The Shinshin School was such a colossus. In just one night, its foundation was destroyed. Even the mineral veins underground were completely turned into ruins. The sect was in a mess. Smoke rose everywhere. If someone said this in the past, people would definitely think that there was something wrong with that person's mind. But now it really happened. Moreover, it greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. That was the Shinshin School. It was protected by a powerful protective array and had many powerful combatants. The world is about to change. Don't move around. Many martial artists warned their friends. Especially don't go to the world capital. There's a high chance that you'll be swept into the storm of battle. On the 3rd day after the Shinshin School sect was destroyed, a piece of news quickly spread. The army of the Shinshin School, led by the Vice-Sect Master, was majestically heading towards the world capital. They surrounded the world capital and forced the 5 kings to hand over the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Otherwise, they would use all their strength to destroy the world capital. In an instant, a storm was brewing. Countless martial artists were shocked. Could it be that the news is true? The Sky Heart Realm Lord is the mastermind? But the Sky Heart Realm Lord is just a transcendent realm lord. No matter how strong his potential is, it's impossible for him to do this, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be something hidden behind this. It's highly possible that there's an even more terrifying power behind the Sky Heart Realm Lord supporting him. Many martial artists had different opinions. World capital. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky and covered the earth. A terrifying aura spread out. The atmosphere within the world capital was extremely oppressive. The streets were empty. None of the martial artists could hide. Hoo. 5 powerful auras shot up into the sky from the city lord's residence. The 5 kings of the world capital floated in midair and stared at the Shinshin school outside the world capital. My world capital and the Shinshin school have never interfered with each other. I wonder what Vice Sect Master means by this? The world capital lord asked. Humph. The Vice Sect Master snorted. His face was ferocious as he said coldly, "Hand over the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Otherwise, I don't mind using all the forces of the Shinshin school to fight to the death with the world capital." If it was during normal times, the Shinshin school would definitely not have a conflict with the world capital for the sake of benefit. But now they couldn't care less. As long as they could kill the Sky Heart Realm Lord, everything would be worth it. The Sky Heart Realm Lord is our world capital's VIP. I wonder what enmity does the Vice Sect Master have with him? The world capital lord continued asking. City Lord, don't act dumb. Don't you know what happened in my Shinshin school? This brat destroyed my sect and broke the foundation of my Shinshin school. This is an irreconcilable enmity. If you insist on protecting the Sky Heart Realm Lord, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, the Vice Sect Master's aura surged. He pressed his palm down. Instantly, a vast amount of energy gathered together and formed a huge palm print that landed on the sky above the world capital. Dong. Seeing this, the world capital lord waved his hand and blocked the huge palm print. Then, the palm print exploded. Seems like the world capital has made a decision. The Vice Sect Master's gaze was cold as he said coldly. The Sky Heart Realm Lord is just a transcendent world lord. How can he destroy your Shinshin school and break the foundation of your Shinshin school? The world capital lord said solemnly. Even if the 5 of us joined forces, we wouldn't be able to do it. Cut the crap. Are you going to move aside or not? The Vice Sect Master's figure flashed and appeared above the world capital. Seeing that the 5 kings of the world capital had no intention of moving, the Vice Sect Master waved his hand and a violent energy howled. Kill him. Following the Vice Sect Master's order, the world capital instantly turned into a battlefield. Countless miserable screams could be heard. Stop. The 5 kings of the world capital were enraged. They attacked at lightning speed, wanting to stop the Vice Sect Master. This is your decision. You can't blame others. After saying this, the Vice Sect Master's forehead flashed and an extremely terrifying energy shot out. Seeing this, the 5 kings of the world capital's expression changed drastically. This is the power of the mind? In an instant, a scimitar appeared in the Vice Sect Master's hand. This scimitar was completely formed by the power of the mind. On the blade, runes flashed and an endless amount of energy poured into the scimitar from the mark on his forehead. The Shinshin School's sect protection treasure, the power of the mind, was completely released. The Vice Sect Master held the scimitar in his hand as his power of the mind revolved around it. With a flick of his wrist, the scimitar swooped down. Boom! The scimitar carried absolute power as it forced the 5 kings back and split the world capital in half. Dong! The earth trembled as the buildings of the world capital shattered. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky. Stop! The 5 kings of the world capital's eyes turned red as they roared in anger. Chapter 3205. The once bustling world city had now turned into a bloody battlefield. The smell of blood permeated the air above the city. Screams of agony rang out incessantly. From time to time, warriors would fall into a pool of blood. The scene was too cruel. However, the Heart God sect had mobilized the entire sect to attack. The goal of this battle was to kill Fang Qin. They would kill anyone who tried to stop them. The 5 kings of the World City had joined forces and their attack power was extremely strong. However, they were stopped by the vice sect leader alone. Buzz. The vice sect leader's body was covered with a terrifying mental strength. Powerful energy gushed out from his body. He held the heart blade in his hand and his attack power soared to the extreme. With one slash, the World City was split apart. This scene made the 5 kings of the World City grimace. Stop! The Lord of the World City roared in anger. His body rapidly expanded and turned into a black eagle. Roar! A loud screech resounded through the sky. The Lord of the World City is actually a beast. In anger, the Lord of the World City transformed into his true form. He spread his wings and his huge body floated in the air. His claws were extremely sharp as they clawed at the heart blade. Crack! The Lord of the World City's claws suddenly grasped the heart blade. You're courting death. The heart blade and the mind power were the most precious treasures of the Shinshin school. They were also the final trump cards. The vice sect leader had brought them here to fight against the 5 kings of the World City. Now, he had achieved his goal. The Lord of the World City had been forced to transform into his true form. The other 4 kings couldn't withstand the sharpness of the heart blade. Rumble! The 5 kings of the World City and the vice sect leader fought fiercely. In the distant sky, countless warriors hid in the dark and watched the battle. They were extremely shocked, especially when they saw the Lord of the World City transform into his true form. They were even more dumbfounded. I didn't expect the Lord of the World City to be a beast. He's too strong. After the Lord of the World City transformed into his true form, his attack power soared. Especially his speed, no one can match him. It seems like Shinshin School is determined to kill World Overlord Tian Xian this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought the Heart Blade and Mind Force. Sect Master Devil Hand, Sect Master 10,000 Poisons, and Black Wolf Mountain Master stood in the clouds, watching the battle in World Capital. With the power of the mind and the Heart Blade working together, the 5 kings of the World Capital will find it hard to resist. Even if they can resist, they will be restrained. The other cultivators in the World City are no match for the Shinshin School. Just as everyone was discussing, a certain battlefield in the city suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Pucci! Fang Qin brandished the star-concealing sword. In an instant, a beam of cold light flashed. The nearest world overlord to him was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. He was directly slain. Kill! A murderous aura filled Fang Qin's eyes. As far as the eye could see, World City was covered in smoke. Buildings were shattered and countless martial artists were caught in a fiery inferno. And all of this was because of him. Fang Qin's heart was filled with anger. At this moment, he only wanted to kill as many people from Shinshin School as possible. People from Shinshin School deserve to die. Fang Qin activated the rock movement technique. His speed was extremely fast as he continuously executed his invincible sword technique. Every time he attacked, someone would die under his sword. In just a few minutes, dozens of world overlords had died in the hands of Fang Qin. This scene shocked everyone. Let's work together and surround this kid. A transcendent world overlord from Shinshin School shouted. Instantly, dozens of world overlords gathered together and surrounded Fang Qin. However, Fang Qin had entered killing god mode. His attack power was unprecedentedly strong. Mere world overlords couldn't fight against him. Formation. Dozens of world overlords formed a formation and attacked Fang Qin. Child's play. Fang Qin sneered. He grabbed with his hand and the sealing power spread out, tearing the formation apart. Dong. After which, he punched out and killed a world overlord. Pucci. One man and one sword, killing until everyone trembled in fear. As time passed, the battle also entered a white-hot stage. In the sky, The heart blade in the vice sect leader's hand suddenly flashed and merged with the mark on his forehead. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged from the heart blade. It's time to end this. The vice sect leader stomped his foot, causing the void to tremble. He slashed out with his blade, causing violent ripples to flash out. The terrifying shockwave forced the other 4 kings to retreat. In the next second, he threw out the heart blade and appeared in front of the World City Lord with his fastest speed. Bastard, die! He clenched his fists and fiercely punched the World City Lord. Roar! The Lord of the Realm Capital used his innate ability. He flapped his wings, causing the void to become chaotic. A terrifying blood-red shadow appeared above his head. After this shadow appeared, it quickly dyed the sky red. Dong! The blood-red shadow stood in front of the World City Lord, blocking the vice sect leader's attack. It's useless. The vice sect leader shook his head. At this point, even if the 5 kings worked together, there was no chance of turning the tables. Shio! As he spoke, the heart blade with endless power tore through the sky and shot towards the World City Lord at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Poochie! The Realm City Lord flapped his wings in an attempt to block the attack. However, the heart blade pierced through his wings with unimaginable power and into his body. Boom! The World City Lord's body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. He, who was in human form, staggered out from the terrifying aura. Dang, dang, dang! The other 4 kings quickly came to the World City Lord's side and surrounded him. The 5 kings stood side by side, staring at the vice sect leader. The latter stood in the void and opened his palm, the heart blade falling down. The 5 kings of the World City are only SOSO. The vice sect leader sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame the World Heart Realm Lord. How do you feel seeing the World City destroyed with your own eyes? The vice sect leader's body was filled with an aura of disdain. He looked down at the 5 kings of the World City. In the past, he was on equal footing with the 5 kings. But today, he came with the power of the mind and the heart blade, suppressing the 5 kings with his own strength. From this moment on, the era of the 5 kings of the World City would completely end. From now on, the Shinshin school would be the only overlord in this area. Humph! The vice sect leader saw Fong Qin on the battlefield below. The latter was brave and skilled in battle. His attack power was extremely strong. 1 man and 1 sword, fighting a bloody battle. In a short period of time, countless people of the Shinshin school were killed. The vice sect leader's face darkened when he saw this. He waved his sleeve and the heart blade shot out. Clang! All of a sudden, the heart blade that had shot out was blocked. Then, the World City Lord blocked the heart blade. Do you want to die? The vice sect leader's face was ferocious as he said coldly. With your strength, you can't use the power of the mind and the heart blade for a long time. The World City Lord said in a low voice. The longer you use it, the more your strength will decrease. Do you still have the strength to sweep the World City? Although the World City Lord was injured, the other 4 kings still had their battle power. The vice sect leader forced the power of the mind and the heart blade. Once the time limit was up, his battle power would be greatly reduced. Hearing this, the vice sect leader's face changed. So what? Soon, the vice sect leader calmed down. The World Heart Realm Lord destroyed the Shinshin School's mountain gate and broke the foundation of the Shinshin School. This hatred is irreconcilable. The Shinshin School will kill him. No one can stop us. The 5 of you can protect him for a while, but can you protect him forever? The vice sect leader said coldly. Moreover, the Shinshin School has been established for countless years. How can the World City compare to us? As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly changed color and dark clouds gathered crazily. In the distant sky, a crack appeared. Then, a sigh that seemed real and illusory was heard. The Shinshin School will not be humiliated. This voice exploded in the minds of the crowd. Their hearts were stirred up by a storm. This is, even the 5 kings of the world city suddenly changed their faces after hearing this voice. The situation is not good. Hurry up and leave. The world city lord hurriedly transmitted a message to Fangchen, telling him to quickly leave this place. On the battlefield below, the battle came to an abrupt end. Fangchen quickly retreated and stared at the distant sky. The long-lost Shinshin school lord? Things were already out of Fangchen's control. In his mind, he was quickly thinking about what to do. The situation in the world city suddenly changed. The sudden voice seemed to have a shocking demonic nature, causing everyone to be stunned. After a short silence, the people of the Shinshin school cheered. Chapter 3206. The principal of the Shinshin school was once the strongest person in the Shinshin school. His cultivation was unparalleled. When he was still around, the Shinshin school was extremely powerful. Even the border city could not compare to it. However, many years ago, the Shinshin school principal mysteriously disappeared. After that, there was no news of him at all. Some people said that the Shinshin school principal was in seclusion to find a way to break through. Others said that the Shinshin school principal had died in some ruins. For a long time, the various deeds of the Shinshin school principal had been a mystery. However, everyone knew that without the Shinshin school principal, the Shinshin school principal was no longer as glorious as it used to be. Even its deterrence was greatly reduced. This could be seen from the fact that the 5 kings of the border city were not afraid to go to war with the Shinshin school. However, now, at this critical moment, the Shinshin school principal had made a strong comeback. A terrifying vortex suddenly appeared at the end of the void in the distance. The vortex was surrounded by a terrifying power. All the power in the world was absorbed by the vortex. As soon as the vortex appeared, all the warriors were shocked. The school principal is back. The people of the Shinshin school stopped fighting. Their faces were full of excited smiles. After waiting for so many years, the school principal was finally back. Moreover, at such a critical moment, the school principal is back. God is on our Shinshin school side. Ha! The eyes of all the strong people of the Shinshin school, including the vice school principal, were full of enthusiasm. At the end of the void, from the vortex, there was an ancient voice. It seems that the world has forgotten me. As soon as the voice fell, the sky changed color. The void vortex surged wildly, as if it was going to absorb the sky. Rumble! Suddenly, a terrifying lightning tribulation descended. The many cultivators hiding in the dark felt their hearts tremble, and they retreated continuously. Some of the weaker warriors were pale, and their hearts were full of fear. Rip! A slender figure slowly walked out from the terrifying tribulation. He was like a god of war from the 9 heavens, returning from the distant horizon with endless power. Under the gazes of the crowd, he slowly raised his head and waved his hand. Immediately, the violent tribulation vanished. He took a step forward and arrived in the air above Realm City in an instant. He slowly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes filled with a terrifying light. "Sect Master, you're finally back." The vice-sect leader cupped his fists and said excitedly. "Welcome back, Sect Master." Down below, countless Shinshin school students roared. The world city fell silent in an instant. Even the 5 kings of the realm capital had complicated expressions on their faces when they saw the person in front of them. At this moment, the Shinshin school principal was surrounded by a terrifying rune light. Although he did not make a move, the powerful energy that emanated from his body made everyone gasp in shock. Shinshin school didn't seem to be peaceful during the years I was away. The Shinshin school principal glanced at the vice-sect leader and said slowly, "Sect Master, it's all my fault. I'm willing to take all the responsibility," the vice-sect leader said in a low voice. The Shinshin school principal shook his head and turned his gaze to the 5 kings of the realm capital. "What? Don't you recognize me?" "You're here?" the realm capital's principal muttered. He used to be on par with the Shinshin school principal. But now, the Shinshin school principal had returned with endless pressure. He even felt that he could not see through the ladder anymore. This meant that the ladder must have encountered a great opportunity in the years that he was missing. He might have even taken the most crucial step. If I didn't come, the Shinshin school would have been destroyed by the realm capital. The Shinshin school principal was talking and laughing, but everyone who heard him felt endless murderous intent. The Shinshin school was his foundation. How could he not be angry that someone was destroying his foundation? Give me a reason. The Shinshin school principal didn't seem to want to say anything more. He shrugged and pointed at the people who had died tragically below. As soon as he finished speaking, the void seemed to freeze. Many martial artists focused their eyes on the 5 kings of the realm capital. The Shinshin school principal had intimidated the realm capital with his powerful pressure. How would the 5 kings of the realm capital respond this time? What kind of explanation do you want? The realm capital's principal asked in a low voice. The Shinshin school and the realm capital don't have much hatred. We just want to take him away. Also, the barrier of the realm capital will unconditionally open to the Shinshin school for 100 years. The attitude of the Shinshin school principal was very tough. His every movement was filled with a powerful deterrent force. The Shinshin school principal, you've gone too far. The other 4 kings were enraged. My world city's most important resource is the spirit formation. Every time the spirit formation is opened, it's a huge loss to my world city. You're asking for an exorbitant price. You want my world city to open unconditionally for your Shinshin sect for 100 years? That's right. I'd rather continue to fight than compromise. No compromise. The 5 kings of the realm capital would never agree to the Shinshin school principal's conditions. Is that so? It's not up to you to decide whether to agree or not. It's up to your fist. As he spoke, the Shinshin school principal stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. Around his fist, a majestic power surged. Seeing this, the realm capital's principal's expression changed. You've broken through? Facing the realm capital's panic, the Shinshin school principal grinned. I'll give you one last chance. The 5 kings of the realm capital looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and made a decision. The barrier is the most important resource of the realm capital. Just as the realm capital's principal was about to speak, he was interrupted by the Shinshin school principal. Catch him. The Shinshin school principal pointed at Fang Chen below and said coldly. Boom. The vice sect master took action personally. Holding the heart blade, the mind power mark on his forehead flashed. He took a step forward and instantly came to Fang Chen's side. Run. Without thinking, Fang Chen used the rock body technique to travel through the void and avoid the vice sect master's attack. Obviously, the vice sect master didn't expect Fang Chen to be so fast. You're courting death. The vice sect master activated his mind power and integrated it into the heart blade. Then, with a shake of his wrist, the heart blade instantly expanded and turned into a stream of light, slashing toward Fang Chen. Buzz. Fang Chen, who was running away, suddenly felt that the void around him seemed to be imprisoned. You want to stop me? Fang Chen was full of confidence. He pushed the rock body technique to the extreme and used an extremely strange method to avoid the vice sect master's lightning attack. Dong! The ground shook and a terrifying crack appeared. The heart blade's destructive power was extremely strong, but it didn't hit Fang Chen. The 5 kings of the realm capital, who were about to help, saw this scene and their eyes lit up. They didn't expect Fang Chen's speed to be so fast. Let's go, it'll be too late if we don't. The realm capital's principal couldn't see through the Shinshin school principal. The latter's strength was beyond his imagination. If he tried to stop him, Fang Chen's life would be in danger. At this moment, the Shinshin school principal was also a bit surprised. What an exquisite body technique! The Shinshin school principal was shocked. He's just a transcendent world lord, but his body technique must be powerful. The Shinshin school principal's eyesight was extremely high. He could tell at a glance that the rock body technique was extraordinary. Freeze. After thinking for a while, the Shinshin school principal pointed his finger. Instantly, with Fang Chen as the center, the space around him froze. Fang Chen, who was traveling through space, was also trapped in midair. Boom! At the same time, the vice sect leader's heart blade carried a powerful force as it whizzed through the air. Not good. Fang Chen knew this was bad. He forcefully activated the Immortal Star Core, and the power in his body instantly soared. Boom! The rock body technique was pushed to the extreme. When the Immortal Star Core's violent Immortal Star energy was released, Fang Chen's speed once again rose to another level. Gotcha! Fang Chen's figure forcibly tore through the confined space and moved dozens of meters in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! As soon as he dodged the attack, the heart saber slammed down on him, causing the entire world city to tremble. You're courting death. The vice sect master was thoroughly enraged as his attacks missed. He forcefully urged the power of his mind, wanting to unleash his strongest attack. In the air, the Shinshin school principal looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. This is, the Shinshin school principal's mind flashed. He seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "The rock body technique." That's right. It's the rock body technique. It's the strongest body technique in the ancient era.